Order. Before we begin, I should inform the House that there is a fault with the division bells in the immediate vicinity of the chamber. Specifically, the officials' corridor and the third-party whips area. Can I ask colleagues working in those areas to ensure their enunciators are turned on while the problem with the bells is resolved? Order, order. We start with questions. Secretary of State for the Home Department, Callum Miller.
Question one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Office has a procurement policy of competition by default, actively engaging with suppliers via the government-funded tender service to generate interest and promote competition for immigration removal centre contracts, and bids are evaluated on both technical and price aspects to ensure the contracts we sign are effective and of value for money.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Bicester and Woodstock are very concerned about the Home Office's race to reopen the Campsfield House Immigration Removal Centre. The first contract for the opening of this centre was announced in June 2024 when this House was not sitting. The then Home Secretary then announced that she intended to expand the facility in August 2024 when again this House was not sitting. I believe that contract has not yet been tendered. So can the Minister please provide my constituents with some reassurance that ministers are not just racing to make announcements about this ahead of real need and in order to catch a headline, but are actually serious about using taxpayers' money in an appropriate manner to look after and contain these issues?
I'm grateful for that question. Real need, I think, is a very important phrase. The reality is, over this time of this government's time in office, we've deported over 50,000 people who have no right to be here, the best period of time in 10 years. We do need that detention capacity. Things are moving at Campsfield. Perhaps I should meet with the honourable gentleman to give him the full brief of our plans there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his previous answer. Would he agree with me that the main cause of the asylum backlog was the fact that under the previous government decisions fell by 70%? And what reassurance can he give my constituent in Harlow that this government will tackle the issue that we've inherited?
Yeah, I totally agree with what we're dealing with today. When we think about hotel use across the country, we think about our pivot to military sites. The original sin for all of that was the choice of the previous government simply to stop assessing applications. We're, of course, reversing that, but it's taking time to turn around their failure.
Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will later today be showing the full details of my plans for far-reaching reforms to the UK asylum system to restore order and control to our borders. We have learned the lessons from our international partners, including Denmark, where fundamental reform to their system has seen asylum claims at a 40-year low. The impact of this government's plans will be to restore order and control to the border so we can be the open, tolerant and generous country that we know ourselves to be.
Nadia Whitson.
The Denmark-style policies briefed in the last couple of days are dystopian. It's shameful that a Labour government is ripping up the rights and protections of people who have endured unimaginable trauma. Is this how we'd want to be treated if we were fleeing for our lives? Of course not. So how can we be adopting such obviously cruel policies? Is the Home Secretary proud that the government has sunk to such depths that it's now being praised by Tommy Robinson?
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, I'm disappointed at the nature of the question from my honourable friend. I hope she will look at the detail of the reforms. And what I've said already on these matters is that we have a proper problem that it is our moral duty to fix. Our asylum system is broken. The breaking of that asylum system is causing huge division across our whole country. It is a moral mission for me to resolve that division across our country. I know that the reforms I will be setting out later on today can fix this system, and in doing so can unite what is today a divided country.
The Home Secretary likes to talk tough whilst the numbers continue to rise. So as part of that statement that she's going to bring to the House, can she confirm that detailed modelling will be published and whether she has shared that modelling with Number 10?
Well, the honourable gentleman's question would have had a bit more force if he had apologised for being part of a government that fundamentally broke our migration system and presided over the crisis inherited by this government. Of course we will model the impact of our policies. This is a sweeping set of reforms, the most significant in modern times. They will bring down the number of arrivals, increase the number of removals of those who have no right to be in this country. We will build on our track record in government that has seen removals be increased, and the totality of these reforms, I believe, will unlock the generosity of this country in creating new safe and legal routes which will grow more generous over time.
Chris Philp, Shadow Home Secretary.
Well, it's good to see the Home Secretary here taking some time off from her leadership campaign. She is quite clearly preparing. She's quite clearly preparing a one-in, one-out policy for number 10 Downing Street. Now, the Home Secretary has announced she wants to replace the government's entire immigration policy with Denmark's. Is that because the government has failed so badly in the year and a half since the election? Because since the election, illegal channel crossings have surged 55%, up to 62,000. New asylum claims have reached a record ever. And the numbers in asylum hotels have actually gone up under this government. And in just the 75 days since she became Home Secretary, 10,000 illegal immigrants have crossed the English Channel. But the Home Secretary...
Oh, sorry. You've got to at least try and get to a question in relative time. Don't forget we're having a big debate shortly on it, Chris Philp.
OK, I'll ask a question. Will she agree with us? That to control our borders, we must come out of the ECHR, enabling us to deport all illegal immigrants within a week of arrival?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that the Honourable Gentleman's leadership campaign is going absolutely nowhere. Let me tell him once again, his party reverts to an unworkable solution, a total gimmick, just like their failed Rwanda plan, £700 million spent and a total of 4 volunteers returned. Always from the party opposite, gimmicks and solutions that would never ever work. What you get from this government is a track record of an increase in removals based on what we inherited from that government and a proper plan that will fix this broken system.
Chris Philp.
Well, unlike her leader is not going anywhere. Our leader's not going anywhere, but hers most certainly is. She talks about out of number 10. She talks about the Rwanda scheme. That Rwanda scheme never even started. It worked in Australia. It would have worked here. And after they cancelled it with no replacement, numbers have surged. The truth is that under this government, illegal immigration has gone up. There is a crime wave, including rape and murder, going with it. Her ideas are not radical enough. She wants to give illegal immigrants a 20-year path to citizenship.
Order, please. I'm not being funny. The idea is to ask a question. Statements will be coming later. We're going to go through all this. Really doesn't help. If you want to pick which colleagues you don't want from your side to ask a question, because that's what you're taking the time off. Please, Shadow Home Secretary.
She wants to give illegal immigrants a 20-year path to citizenship. We want to deport them. Will she accept our proposal to come out of the ECHR so we can actually control our borders?
Well, I'm sure all of his members will be delighted that the Leader of the Opposition is going absolutely nowhere. We're very happy to see her remain in place, Mr. Speaker. This government will not come out of the European Convention on Human Rights. What we are going to do is reform the way that Article 8 in particular is applied to immigration rules within our country. That is because this government rolls up its sleeves and does the actual hard work of governing, unlike his party, which just gave up altogether.
Max Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the point of asylum policy, the Liberal Democrats recently defeated an attempt by the Honourable Member for Clacton, backed vociferously by the Conservatives, who he's trying to kill, to rip this country out of the ECHR. Metaphorically trying to kill. Leaving the ECHR would do nothing to halt small boat crossings, but it would deny British people hard-won rights. Free speech, the Hillsborough inquiry, and protections for older people. The government has announced it's reviewing certain articles of the ECHR. The Home Secretary's just referenced it. Can she give us a cast-iron guarantee that when she's working on these changes, she will do so in partnership with other signatories to the Convention, and she will not follow the Conservatives and Reform in seeking to isolate this country on the international stage?
Well, myself and the Prime Minister could not be clearer. We are not coming out of the European Convention on Human Rights. We are going to pursue reform, in particular of Article 8, which is a qualified right under the Convention, and I will set out the plans to do so later on today. And there is a conversation happening with our partners at the Council of Europe in relation to the application of Article 3. So there is a conversation that is already happening on reform of the European Convention, both here at home and the domestic legislation that we will pursue, but also at the Council of Europe itself. And that is the approach that this government will continue with.
George Fenton.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will group this response with questions 6 and 9. Tackling violence against women and girls is a top priority for this government, and our mission to halve violence against women and girls in a decade has begun. We will deliver a transformative cross-government approach underpinned by the new strategy, which we will publish soon.
Mr. Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ending the presumption of parental contact in the family courts was a huge and long overdue step, worked hard for by campaigners. That presumption allowed post-separation abuse to often continue. Now, while the MOJ is leading on that, can the Minister tell me what the Home Office is doing to make sure that we properly police and enforce other ways of tackling post-separation abuse so it can't continue?
I thank my honourable friend, and also I'd like to thank him and give special mention to him and the member for Penistone and Stockbridge, who worked so tirelessly since they arrived in this House, to join with some of us who have been trying to change the presumption of contact in domestic abuse cases for 11 years with no success from those opposite. I work very closely with the Victims Minister and the Minister for Courts, and we will be making sure that it is part of a package of security that is purely cross-government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent contacted me because she had been drugged and violently raped by a man that she knew, who she had worked for as a nanny for his children. She describes this man as a high net worth individual. Despite providing detailed evidence to the police, she says ultimately it came down to her word against his, and she feels his financial standing and his influence meant that her case never went to the CPS. The Minister will know very well that only less than 4% of rape allegations actually result in summons or charge. So, Mr. Speaker, at which point are we going to stop talking about how unfair the system is and actually do something that means that poor constituents like mine get the justice that they deserve?
I thank the honourable lady and would be happy to speak to her and her constituent about their particular case. It is one I have heard similarly with regard to high worth, high powerful rapists or alleged rapists. Look, undertaking a proper change to how our policing and our justice system works for rape victims, whether that's through Operation Soteria or other interventions such as the new policing centre for VORG, to actually improve this across the country and not just see pockets of good practice, is a vitally important thing, and it is going to take time, but I am more than happy to work with her on this.
Mr. St Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her reply. The Minister will be aware of the important role played by specialists by and for organisations in supporting victims from minority communities and bringing crucial cultural awareness to the table. Sikh Women's Aid recently held an all-women's meeting in which they focused on the trauma and fear generated by recent racially aggravated attacks in the West Midlands, including in my constituency. So can the Minister outline what steps the Home Office is taking to ensure that specialist community support services, including by and for organisations such as Sikh Women's Aid, are properly resourced so that victims from all backgrounds, and whether that be white working class girls or Sikh women and girls, can receive culturally sensitive support?
I thank my honourable friend, and we recognise the vital role of the specialist by and for services in providing tailored support to victims and survivors, and it has been my personal pleasure over many years to work alongside the brilliant women at Sikh Women's Aid who operate so furtively in our local area. I meet regularly with IMCAN, the umbrella lead for such by and for services, to seek solutions to exactly this problem of ensuring that there isn't a postcode lottery and that everybody can have specialist support.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very much looking forward to the new Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, so I wonder whether the Minister could give a bit more of a clue as to when we might see it, and also will it include a single definition of violence against women and girls which is applied consistently across law enforcement and the department?
I thank the honourable lady, and I very much look forward to coming to her committee at the publication of it, no doubt, to discuss that. It is not for the Home Office to tell law enforcement exactly what the definition is in these regards, and obviously there is a definition of domestic abuse, of sexual violence in the law, but we will lay out clearly what we mean by violence against women and girls, and police operational matters will be being corralled, like I say, by the new new centre which has had £13 million investment to make sure that there is a standardised practice across the country to ensure that we are all working to the same hymn sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is right to have abolished the role of Police and Crime Commissioner. Liberal Democrats have been campaigning for that for some time. But many victims' organisations rely on the PCC core grant to fund violence against women initiatives. So will the Minister confirm that cash will not be lost by those organisations, including mine in Eastbourne, and that they will retain it after this reform?
I absolutely can confirm that the part of the Police and Crime Commissioner's role of commissioning local victim services will be brought into new systems. It will not be that that money is gone from the centre, it is that how it will be given out. I can't say for certain that all organisations that currently have the money on the basis that they currently have it, because nobody could commit to that. That is the Commissioner's job, but we will be making sure that all victims commissioning, and look forward to the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, because there will be a huge amount in that.
Sarah Dye.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Fiona from Milbourne Port is a victim of historical rape. With recent reporting highlighting the vile attitudes of some in regard to historical rape victims, Fiona told me her confidence in the judicial systems and the police have been well and truly knocked, as detectives tell her there is no starting point for their inquiries. So what steps is the Minister taking, along with Cabinet colleagues, to support historical victims of violence against women and girls?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and there is absolutely no reason why historical cases shouldn't be brought forward and reviewed. And as part of the work following on from the Casey review, certainly in cases of historical child sexual abuse, the opening of no further action cases has absolutely been working at pace through Operation Beaconport. But more broadly, there are review systems, and I will send the information about the organisations that the Home Office works with, who work alongside the police to look into the very review systems that might be needed for people whose cases, like yours and like the one earlier, where they haven't been picked up.
Shadow Minister Katie Lamb.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in March this year, the then Permanent Secretary of the Home Office said the strategy to tackle violence against women and girls would be published before summer recess. In July, the Minister committed to September. My honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Stamford, wrote to the Minister 6 weeks ago to ask for an update and is yet to receive a response. We would all like to see progress in halving violence against women and girls. But commenting on the delay, the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, Dame Nicole Jacobs, said, "I fail to see where the momentum within government is coming from to ensure this commitment succeeds." What does the Minister make of the Domestic Abuse Commissioner's words, and can she please reiterate her commitment to publish the strategy before the end of the year?
As somebody who meets with the Domestic Abuse Commissioner on a very, very regular basis, I can't say that I categorise that she would ever say that I didn't have the enthusiasm to make this work. But perhaps I am wrong, and I shall ask her what she meant by those comments. What I can absolutely say is that it will come. It will be out very soon, and what I would want to say is it will be out when it is the best it can be, but we don't need to wait for a piece of paper to start our action. So, I mean, Mr. Speaker, I won't take up too much time by the list of about 13 things that we have already changed in the last 18 months, such as Raneem's Law, such as a DAPO rollout, which for 4 years waited.
Thank you. Helen Morgan.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The government is increasing resources in neighbourhood policing teams and putting in place stronger measures to prevent farm theft and fly tipping. We're working closely with the MPCC to deliver their rural and wildlife crime strategy, which will be published imminently and will be a joined-up approach ensuring we're tackling crimes which have devastating consequences for our rural communities.
Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer, and there's no doubt that my constituents are concerned by crimes like equipment theft and wildlife crime, but they're also really worried about drug dealing taking place in broad daylight, in parks in our villages and in country lanes. And I wonder if the Minister could highlight what the government's drug strategy is to stop our young people being targeted by organised criminals, and also how we improve community policing in rural places so that those criminals don't have the confidence to target our young people so willingly.
thank her for the question. In terms of community policing, of course, we're putting 3,000 extra community police in our neighbourhoods by next April, and there will be a named officer that people can contact. In terms of the wider drugs problem, she's absolutely right to highlight it, and this government is putting in place, has put in place since we came into power, a very successful County Lines programme, which is targeting the lines where people are forced, often exploited, to take drugs across the country. I'm very happy to talk to her about it more. I've seen it for myself in action in Merseyside and the impact that it's having, but she's right to highlight what is a very deep problem, and we are absolutely determined to tackle it.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were over 2,000 recorded wildlife crimes last year, but less than 50 resulted in convictions. I therefore welcome the government's commitment to consult on strengthening the Hunting Act. Can the Minister update the House on what discussions they've had with departmental colleagues to ensure effective enforcement of any forthcoming legislation? And will the Home Office consider making key wildlife offences, including fox hunting, notifiable crimes, so these crimes are recorded and prioritised by the police force?
Friend for his question, he's right to highlight these crimes and the need for us to prioritise in a way that it wasn't under the previous government. The strategy that is coming out, the NPCC strategy on rural and wildlife crime, will set operational and organisational policing priorities in respect to tackling these crimes, and it will be published imminently, and I'd love to, once it's been published, have a proper conversation with the Honourable Gentleman.
Minister Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural crime and tool theft are out of control. Every 21 minutes, a tradesman's tools are stolen. And when a farmer or tradesman has their equipment stolen, it causes complete misery and costs them severely. Then all too often, their means of work are sold in broad daylight at car boot sales. Will the government adopt our rural crime and tool theft plan to crack down on the sale of stolen goods and the misery being caused to so many farmers and tradesmen?
The Honourable Gentleman will know that we are committed to the implementation of the Equipment Theft Act and fully support the intentions. Indeed, it was brought forward by a member of his own party, and we support that, and we are working with colleagues across the policing landscape to make sure that we can do just that. But I won't take any lessons from the Honourable Gentleman who left crime in the state that it was, had no rural crime strategy, unlike this government, and whose record took our police away from our neighbourhoods. We will put them back.
Mohammed Yazid.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll group this question with question 20. As part of the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee, we have made £200 million available to police forces this financial year to kickstart the journey towards delivering 13,000 additional neighbourhood policing personnel. By April 2026, there will be 3,000 more neighbourhood police across England and Wales, strengthening police visibility and neighbourhood policing to help to deter, prevent and respond to crime.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the government decision to phase out police and crime commissioners with the savings reinvested into frontline policing. I also warmly welcome the recent grant for additional wardens to tackle antisocial behaviour hotspots. A partnership between the council, community groups and the police has reduced antisocial behaviour in Bedford Town Centre by nearly 15%, but much more still needs to be done. So what further reforms will the forthcoming white paper include to help Bedfordshire Police get more bobbies on the beat?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? I'm really pleased to see the progress that has been made, and I'd love to come and visit again, as I did with the Prime Minister in opposition, to see that progress in action. There are two aspects where we'll be making significant changes. One is through the Police and Crime Bill, where there are new powers for us to tackle antisocial behaviour in our town centres, respect orders being one example of that, and our wider police reform, which will look at the entire policing landscape in a way that the opposition completely failed to do, make it more efficient, more effective, and make sure our police are targeted where the public want them in our communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I visited Marlcross with local councillors and members of Litter Busters, a local voluntary group who do excellent work to clean up their area. But they really shouldn't have to. There is a real challenge with fly tipping in this area and other parts of Norwich. I welcome the pledge to increase neighbourhood police officers. Can the Minister assure me that they will have the powers and presence to be able to tackle fly tipping and advise on any other measures that could be taken to crack down on this, which blights so many neighbourhoods?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this issue. It's an issue in my constituency and I suspect in many across the country, and the scourge of fly tipping must be tackled. Through the Police and Crime Bill, we are putting in place new statutory enforcement guidance for local authorities in terms of what is to be expected by them in tackling antisocial behaviour. And I know that in DEFRA there is an ongoing piece of work, a review of the powers that local authorities and the police have to seize vehicles and crush them indeed when we have prolific offenders of this awful crime.
Louis French.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 5,000 people in Bexley have signed my petition to stop Mayor Khan closing the overnight counter at Bexley Heath Police Station. So can the Minister tell us who is to blame for the £260 million of funding cuts now facing the Met Police? Is it the Labour government or the Labour Mayor of London?
Again, I'm not going to take any lessons from the honourable member in terms of their record on crime, where we saw shoplifting in the last 2 years of the Conservative government soar by 70% and street theft soar by 60% just in those last 2 years. The Mayor of London, of course, had a consultation, and that consultation has now concluded, and there are 7 fewer shop fronts that will be police officer counters that will be closing. He will save £7 million through that work. But I think it's important that we recognise the work of Sadiq Khan as the Mayor of London. The number of murders we heard recently is the lowest since records began.
Then Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that neighbourhood policing can tackle very effectively is the way in which TikTok is being used to distribute vapes, spice-flavoured vapes to our young people. And I wondered if she could comment on that.
Very happy to have a conversation with the Honourable Lady about what her experience of that is. Of course, the use of illegal vapes and the sale of vapes to under 18-year-olds is prolific and is being used as a main source of income from serious organised criminals. I know the Met Police particularly have done a huge operation recently to try and target not just the people who are buying the goods, but the people who are responsible for the serious organised crimes that are driving it. But very happy to talk to her further.
Minister Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's very own Police and Crime Commissioner for Durham, Joy Allen, has said that this government has consistently demonstrated its complete lack of understanding for policing and community safety. Does the Minister think that she said that because they've cut police numbers by 1,316 since they came to power, or because crime is surging, or because senior police officers are warning that this government is creating a funding crisis?
I would like to pay tribute to Joy Allen, who I know very well, who is a very good Police and Crime Commissioner, and I thank her for all the work that she has done. And I know that our announcement last week was a difficult one for Police and Crime Commissioners to hear, but we thank them for all the work that they do, and they will continue to do for the next 2 years. What do the public want? The public want police in our neighbourhoods fighting crime. Did the Conservatives deliver that? No, they did not. Neighbourhood policing was slashed, PCSOs were halved, and what the Conservatives failed to do is tackle the fundamental problems that are needed to reform our policing. It is the most unreformed part of our public services. We will make, and the Home Secretary will make, the tough decisions in the coming weeks that will put policing on the right footing for the future.
James Murdoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last government lost control of our borders, and the result was a ruinously expensive asylum system, using more than 400 hotels at a cost of nearly £9 million a day. We have acted to cut those costs, and now fewer than 200 hotels are in use. Our historic agreement with France is seeing small boat departures prevented, arrivals detained, and those with no right to be in the UK returned. And as the House knows, I will very shortly be making a longer statement setting out the additional steps to go further and faster in our asylum, in the reform of our asylum system.
James Murdoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to a recent National Audit Office report, £15.3 billion will be spent over the next 10 years on asylum accommodation alone. that money will be spent on people in some instances who will commit violent and sexual crimes against the British popular people that will make our skin crawl. What do we say to our residents and our voters and our taxpayers who feel like we're spending money on people who want nothing for us but harm?
I would say to the honourable gentleman he should wait for the statement later on today, because the assumptions made by the National Audit Office in their projections are based on the current policy environment, and the current policy environment is about to very significantly change.
Peter Lamb.
Number 8, Mr Speaker.
Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK Visas and Immigration make millions of decisions every year about who has permission to visit or stay in the UK, protecting our borders and delivering excellent customer service across the globe. Where customers require a refund, Mr Speaker, officials in UK VI ensure they are made as swiftly as possible.
Peter Lamb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his response? I have several residents who have been waiting almost a year for a refund from the Home Office. Given the dramatic improvements that we've seen in asylum application processing in the last year, can I trust the Minister to put that same zeal into ensuring that other Home Office processes work just as efficiently?
Thank the Honourable Member for his question. I'm aware of the, I think, 3 specific issues, and I reassure the member that we are looking at those and happy to talk offline in more detail.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the costs for those who apply are significant and sometimes push them to the wall. Whenever it comes to government getting monies back from somebody who owes them, they're very zealous, as they should be. Can I just suggest that maybe for those they owe money to, let government be just as zealous on behalf of those people? Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for his question, and of course we will be just as zealous with all receiving their refunds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 10.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The National Inquiry into Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse will mirror the Casey audit and therefore cover England and Wales. That said, all parts of the UK must work together to protect children and bring perpetrators to justice. We have committed to sharing relevant findings with devolved administrations and are considering how the inquiry's work may interact with devolved responsibilities in Scotland, including cross-area trafficking concerns.
Last week, brave grooming gang survivor Fiona Goddard spoke of how she was trafficked to Scotland as a vulnerable teenager. As she rightly said, the idea that this issue stops at the border is insane. Despite clear evidence from victims about grooming gangs operating in Scotland, the SNP government in Edinburgh still refuses to hold an inquiry. So please, please, will the Minister listen to victims and campaigners and extend the national inquiry to Scotland so that we ensure that young girls and teenagers are not treated in this way again?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and others from a sedentary position are stating that the SNP government in Scotland have said something different. However, what I would say is that any information about people can be given into the inquiry if they have been, so in the example that he gave, that evidence can be given into the inquiry where people are trafficked out of the UK into Scotland. But police, justice, education, children's services and health are all devolved. And that is different to the system in England and Wales, where it's just policing and justice. So we have to make sure that we are working within frameworks where the recommendations can be fully taken, but we will work with all nations to make sure that the findings make things better in the future.
Mr Speaker. Minister.
We are committed, Mr Speaker, to delivering a stronger neighbourhood policing presence in communities across England and Wales. Every neighbourhood, including those in Redditch, now has named contactable officers dedicated to addressing issues facing their communities. West Mercia Police is using its share, the £200 million made available this financial year, to grow its neighbourhood team by 51 full-time equivalent neighbourhood officers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer and the extra £39 million given to West Mercia Police. But residents in Redditch have told me clearly that they want to be able to walk into their local police station and speak to an officer face to face. Does the Minister agree with me and the many hundreds of constituents who have already signed my petition that the new police station in Redditch should reinstate a public-facing front desk?
As my honourable friend will know, it's a matter for the Chief Constable as to how these resources are spent, but we're clear that visible policing is essential to restoring public confidence in police, and we have invested £30 million since we came to power in new IT systems to make it easier for the public also to report crime, and that's why we're ensuring everyone has a named contactable neighbourhood officer that they can call on.
Mike Wood.
Number 12, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. An arbitrary limit on legal migration would serve no one. As we've seen in the past, attempts to implement such caps have been unsuccessful. I remind the honourable member of 1 million in 1 year under the previous government, undercutting British workers. Instead, this government has set out a plan to reduce net migration by restoring control to the immigration system, reducing our reliance on overseas labour and investing in domestic skills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Minister not recognise that an important step towards significantly reducing net migration would be to make it clear to all working in his department or handling migration that there is a number that everyone is working towards? And if that's the case, surely members of this House should be able to vote on that binding cap, as happens successfully in other countries like Australia.
Yeah, well.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's always amusing to be lectured about immigration by the opposite party. There are more sophisticated ways to address the issue of high net migration. This government is doing that by tackling the underlying causes of over-reliance on migrant labour by employers, alongside raising the bar on who can come to the UK and targeted visa restrictions.
Alison Griffiths.
Number 13, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, as set out on multiple occasions in this House, no ministers, no special advisers played any role in the provision of evidence. The DPP has confirmed this publicly.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our judicial system is rightly rigorous and independent, and that's why the government's handling of intelligence central to national security and passing it to prosecutors matters so much. So as the Minister responsible for our state threats framework and domestic security, can the Home Secretary tell us when she was first alerted to concerns that crucial evidence hadn't been passed to the CPS? And does she agree that the public deserves a full and frank account of how 2 alleged Chinese spies were able to walk free?
Well, Mr Speaker, what I can say to the Honourable Lady is that this was an independent decision by the CPS. We have repeatedly made clear that there was absolutely no political interference in the evidence provided. This government is extremely disappointed with the outcome in this case and remain concerned about the espionage threat posed to the UK, and we're working relentlessly to counter it.
Number 14, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government remains steadfast in its support for Hong Kongers in the UK and remains fully committed to the BNO route. We will consult on the earned settlement scheme shortly, and everyone will be welcome to participate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Reading is proud to be a town of many immigrant diasporas, including the Hong Kong BNOs who are seeking refuge here. Many of my immigrant constituents have lived in our community for years and work incredibly hard so that they can put down roots, much as my parents did when I was a child. So will the Minister acknowledge the contributions of immigrant families who enrich towns like mine when making policy about settlement periods?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Absolutely, across the board, we recognise the contribution from migrant communities, and specifically the Hong Kong community. We are listening to their views about the route to settlement, and of course will continue to do so.
Good evening, Moss.
Mr Speaker, the case for legal migration, the case for those genuinely seeking asylum is undermined by evidence that in Station Road in my constituency, businesses are exploiting migrants to carry out illegal trading, and businesses locally are shocked and frustrated that when police are raiding those premises, they remain open and continue trading. Will the government consider bringing forward legislation to provide for immediate closure of illegally trading shops?
The honourable member for his question. Mr Speaker, this is something we take extremely seriously in the Home Office. It's something that's out of control after the previous government left us with a broken system. That's why in just over a year and a half we've increased arrests by 50% and visits by 63%. That's the highest in British history and will continue on that route.
Ms. Murray. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognise the huge pressure that asylum hotels have placed on communities. This government is committed to exiting asylum hotels by the end of the Parliament. We have already halved the number of hotels in use since the peak under the Conservative Party, but I would like to go faster, which is why I am exploring the use of large sites, including military sites.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my declaration of interest. I thank the Home Secretary for that response. The Home Affairs Select Committee report on asylum accommodation shows private companies have made millions from the taxpayer, while communities and asylum seekers have suffered. What is the Home Secretary doing to address this appalling profiteering the Tories allowed in the disastrous asylum contracts? And will she trigger the break clause next year?
Thank my honourable friend for his question. So far, the amount that has been recouped by this government is £74 million, of which £46 million is excess profit. The remainder is service charges or service credits and VAT. We are rapidly reviewing the contracts that we inherited, including the break clause, to ensure that they are providing value for money for taxpayers, and I will keep this matter under review and update the House in due course.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last Home Secretary said we should judge the success of the government in smashing the gangs by whether the number of channel crossings falls. By which date should we judge the government in whether it's been successful, and if the Home Secretary fails, will she resign?
Well, we should already recognise that the action on law enforcement, and particularly the cooperation with our colleagues in France and Germany, has led to the confiscation of kit that was being used by organised immigration crime gangs, and has led to 20,000 illegal crossings from taking place. We are going to set out later on today a full suite of measures designed to decrease the number of arrivals across the Channel, and I, unlike many in his party, take my responsibilities very seriously, and I'm very happy to be held to account by the British public.
Ewan Steinback.
Speaker, the government have already acted to fix the unworkable mess the Tories left the asylum system in. 116% increased the processing in 1 year, bringing down the backlog, securing refugee status for those fleeing persecution and removing those with no right to be here. But communities such as Falkirk must see the benefit of this difference in approach. What steps will the Home Secretary be taking to guarantee Tory-created asylum hotels will be closed equitably across the nations of the United Kingdom?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. We are working across government with ministers on closing every hotel as soon as possible and by the end of this Parliament. As we've all seen, it's a complex process, must be delivered through a controlled and managed and orderly programme of work. We don't want to be in a situation where, without an alternative ready, we start exiting hotels before it is time to do so. But I can assure him we will take a balanced and evidence-based approach towards the decision-making that we will make here on the locations that we will use and how we will exit hotels, and I look forward to talking to him in more detail about these plans in due course.
Pete Wishaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is currently spending some £2.1 billion on hotels, and it isn't working, and it doesn't have to be this way. PCS, and together with refugees, have shown that a humane asylum system that expedites asylum hearings and supports employment could reduce asylum costs by 40%. Will she at least look at the evidence and concede that she doesn't always have to try and outdo the Honourable Member for Clacton?
What I would say to the honourable gentleman is that what I'm interested in is recognising the extent of the problems that this government has inherited and coming up with proper solutions to those problems. For me, this is not about party politics or individual politicians. It's a moral mission to fix a broken system that is unfair, costing the country far too much money and putting huge pressure on communities. So I would say to him, engage with the detail of the proposal rather than playing party politics himself.
We come to Topical. Seamus Logan.
Mr. Speaker.
Take care, Mark.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to start with some very good news indeed. One of the heroes of the Huntingdon attack, Samir Zitouni, the member of the train's crew who risked his own life to save others, has been discharged from hospital. There is a long road ahead of him now, and his family have asked for privacy. But I'm sure the whole House joins me in wishing him the swiftest and fullest recovery possible. Since the last Home Office oral questions, I have made a number of significant announcements. A review of police protest powers was launched last weekend, and I'm pleased to say that the former Director of Public Prosecutions, Lord Ken MacDonald, will lead it. Last week, we announced that police and crime commissioners will be abolished. The introduction of police and crime commissioners by the last government was a failed experiment. I will introduce new reforms so police are accountable to their mayoralties or local councils. The savings from this will fund more neighbourhood policing on the beat across the country, fighting crime and protecting our communities. I would like to recognise the efforts of all current and former police and crime commissioners and thank them because they served their communities with honour and will continue to do so until they have completed their current terms.
It's far too long an introduction because I'm still going to get people in. Please, we've got to shorten it down. Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Muscatelli report commissioned by the Labour Party in Scotland recommended that the Scottish Government push for a bespoke immigration approach that tackles the unique issues faced in Scotland and its economy. And while the leader of the Labour Party in Scotland, Anna Sauer, may be a bit confused about what is devolved and reserved, I'm sure the Secretary of State is not. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss this report further to deliver a win for the Scottish economy and fulfil one of the manifesto commitments of the Labour Party in Scotland?
Not, because immigration is a reserved matter, and to try to devolve this matter will create perverse pull factors all across the United Kingdom, which will be deeply inappropriate.
Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The data centre in Camas in my constituency, £10 billion investment, together with other subsea interconnectors, for example. It looks as if my constituency is being a plug-in centre for critical national infrastructure. With that in mind, can the Minister give me some advice as to whether or not terrorism is being looked at as a serious issue because of the investment in what's happening in patches like mine in Camas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises an important point, and I can say to him that the assessment of the terrorist threat to the UK is made independently by JTAC. Government partners, including JTAC, MPSA and counter-terrorism police, work closely with industry to ensure the latest threat picture is appropriately responded to by owners of CNI. I would, of course, be happy to discuss it further with my honourable friend.
And the Home Secretary, Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last October, a Sudanese small boat illegal immigrant murdered 27-year-old Rhiannon White by stabbing her 23 times with a screwdriver. In September, an illegal immigrant from Egypt was jailed for brutally raping a young woman in Hyde Park. And just last week, an Iranian and 2 Egyptian small boat illegal immigrants were committed for trial for the rape of a 33-year-old woman on Brighton Beach. How many more murders and rapes must there be before the Home Secretary agrees to the immediate deportation of all illegal immigrants within a week of arrival?
The last case is sub judice, so please be careful on the answer. Thank you. Minister.
Grateful for that clarification, Mr. Speaker. We are totally clear. Those who commit crimes should not get settlement or citizenship in this country. Those who commit crimes should be removed. That's why we've reached removals at their highest levels for a decade. There is much more we can do in this space, and that's why the Home Secretary is making the statement she's going to make later.
Colin.
Speaker, in Staffordshire there are proposals to limit the hours of PCSOs in the evening. I welcome the named police officers that are returning to my constituency, but will she ensure that the neighbourhood policing guarantee will mean more PCSOs on our streets, not less?
My honourable friend is right to raise this. We will make sure that there are more neighbourhood officers on our streets, 3,000 more by next April. But of course, PCSOs have a really vital role to play, and I'm a big fan, and I want to encourage all forces to have more.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Mr. Speaker, ahead of the budget next week, the Labour Chancellor departed from years of silence on the matter by admitting that Brexit has been a disaster for our economy. Will the Labour Home Secretary now follow the Chancellor's lead by admitting that Brexit has also caused significant harm to this country's ability to maintain order in our immigration and asylum system?
I am slightly reticent, Mr. Speaker, to enter into the Brexit theory of everything with the honourable gentleman. The reality is we have the settlement we have. The British people rightly want to understand why asylum numbers are falling across Europe but increasing in the UK. That's why we're taking the actions we're proposing to take, and he won't have to wait much longer to hear the detail of them.
Boris Curtis.
Mr. Speaker, what steps is the Home Secretary taking to counter the rise of extremist narratives, whether domestic or foreign-backed, that seek to undermine our democratic processes?
Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves to feel safe and be able to participate fully in public and political life, free from the threat of violence or exclusion driven by hateful prejudice. We will persist in our efforts to challenge extremist narratives, disrupt the activity of radicalising groups and directly tackle the causes of radicalisation. Alongside our work to tackle extremism, the Defending Democracy Task Force is driving forward a whole-of-government response to the full range of threats we face to our democracy.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been contacted by constituents concerned that a group calling itself Justice for Innocent Men Scotland is allegedly harassing victims of sexual violence by undermining their anonymity. So can the Minister tell me what the UK Government is going to do to protect women across the UK from this sort of targeting and harassment?
I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this case with me, and I'd be more happy to look into it in more detail, but it is a fundamental principle that victims of sexual violence are entitled by law to anonymity, and to breach that anonymity is actually, it is a crime. And so I would be very interested to hear from her and see how we can make sure that this isn't happening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary will be aware of the existing asset recovery incentivisation scheme, which uses seized criminal assets to fund enforcement agencies in their work tackling economic crime. There are, however, concerns around the lumpy nature of the funding model, which can see wild variations in financial support year in, year out for the likes of the CPS, local police forces and the SFO. Will the Minister therefore meet with me to discuss the merits of introducing a ring-fence, multi-year funding pot for law enforcement agencies tackling economic crime?
Mr. Speaker, I can say to my honourable friend that the Department is absolutely committed to reinvesting criminal proceeds into asset recovery and related economic crime. 24-25, 174 million supported law enforcement, including through the ARIS top slice, a multi-year fund that's ring-fenced for core and innovative capabilities. We are reviewing ARIS with stakeholders to improve stability and effectiveness. I know that my honourable friend is engaging with the noble Lord Flint, but I'd be very happy to discuss it with him further.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Wokingham, many businesses have created their own text warning system to notify each other when known shoplifters are about in the town. Preventing crime should not be their priority. Selling their product should be their priority. Will the government commit to reversing Conservative cuts to police officer numbers by increasing the number of police officers on the beat to tackle crime, ease residents' concern and protect high street businesses?
The honourable gentleman points to a really awful crime that was very much overlooked by the previous government. We are changing the system where this £200 rule, where crimes wouldn't be investigated if they were less than 200, would be scrapped. We're bringing in the new offence, which my honourable friend championed for in opposition of assaults against shop workers. This needs a really targeted response. We know that a lot of local police are working really closely with the co-op group, with others, to make sure we target the prolific offenders who are responsible for the vast amount of this crime.
Andy MacDonald.
Speaker, the Government has tabled an amendment to the Crime and Policing Bill, giving sweeping powers to impose conditions on public protests based on cumulative disruption. Can the Minister set out in the House what's meant in that amendment by serious disruption to a community, and how will this be determined or measured, and indeed subject to democratic scrutiny?
It will probably take longer than the answer of a topical question, but I'm very happy to speak to my honourable friend about this. The definition of serious disruption is not changing, but this is the conditions on which a police force can put conditions on a protest, not banning a protest, but very happy to have more conversations with him.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Home Secretary agree that if a migrant, legal or illegal, can't speak English, claims benefits, lives in social housing, refuses to work, rejects integration, commits crime, is a drain on our society, or even actively hates Britain and wishes to do us harm, that they should be removed from our country regardless of how many millions of deportations that will inevitably result in?
I'm sad that the honourable gentleman has a different characterisation to the one I have from my own community about those who seek refuge in this country, because that isn't my experience. We are clear that if individuals commit crime, there must of course be consequences for that, including their removal from this country. But as I say, the honourable gentleman won't have to wait much longer to hear what the Home Secretary has to say, but I can't recognise his characterisation.
Boris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a lifelong political activist and trades unionist, I value free speech and the right to protest. Now, having lived through the miners' strike, I know what it means when the state turns against working people and disregards their rights. So I'm deeply concerned that the proposed amendments to the Crime and Policing Bill will allow police to prohibit marches, demonstrations and even picket lines simply because another is taking place in the same area. Can the Minister guarantee that this House will have sufficient time to debate and vote on these amendments?
Can I thank my honourable friend? Just to be really clear, this isn't about stopping marches, it's about conditions, so the length of time, the geography of them, and of course the right to protest is one that we on this side of the House will always champion.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the government looking to impose visa sanctions to tackle illegal migration, why did they vote against such measures as part of the Border Security Bill? And if Labour MPs won't swallow these plans, what will she do as a backup?
Well, the honourable gentleman is in so many ways ahead of his time. In fact, no, I may well be the first person to accuse him of that. But he will have those opportunities to hear from the Home Secretary as to our plans with regards to visa sanctions. He just has to wait a little bit longer.
Brenda Jess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Crimes committed by grooming gangs are amongst the most horrific imaginable, with their devastating impact felt by the victims for the rest of their lives. So, does the Minister agree that the national inquiry into grooming gangs should be implemented without delay, the victims are kept at the heart of our response, and their voices and experiences lead the inquiry so that some justice can finally be delivered for those impacted?
I thank my honourable friend, and of course I agree entirely with him, and we are working urgently to establish the inquiry, and Baroness Casey is supporting this work, and she and I met with some of those that he is talking about very recently, and I look forward to updating the House.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Office have requested transitional accommodation for asylum claimants following the closure of Garrett's Hay, my constituency. However, neither Leicestershire County Council nor Charnwood Borough Council have been consulted or have received any additional funding for this extra burden. Why have these councils been bypassed, and will they get the funding that they need?
All local authorities get an extra payment of £1,200 when someone in the supported estate ends up in their local authority. So I can't quite understand the characterisation there. If I'm wrong on that point, I would be keen to meet with the honourable gentleman to understand it, because we appreciate that there is an impact on local communities. We want to make sure that people can live there as smoothly as possible, and we want to get that right.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hartlepool Police do a magnificent job, but like the rest of the Cleveland Force area, they are hamstrung by a funding formula that is broken. The Victims Core Grant sees £7 per crime in my constituency, and down the road in North Yorkshire, £19 per crime. This is unfair and unjust. Can the Minister please commit to fixing this fundamental unfairness?
My honourable friend's right that for many years the opposition wanted to look at police funding formula and never did. The Home Secretary will be bringing forward our police reform white paper, which will set the context within which we will look at future funding, but the allocations for this year are being looked at as we speak, and I hear the honourable gentleman.
Mira Wilson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware that the Met Police have recently proposed to close or scale back the hours of operation of a number of police front counters across London. Some of these plans were recently scaled back, apparently in response to public feedback, but the Twickenham police front counter is still earmarked for closure, with only 15 people invited to an online meeting for that feedback. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the Mayor of London and the Met Police have a duty to do a full public consultation on these plans?
The Honourable Lady is right, there was a consultation station. There are 7 fewer station front counters that are now going to be closed than were, but she is right that Twickenham is not one of those. I think we need to judge the police in London on their outcomes and the work that Sadiq Khan has done, with the lowest number of murders since record brigand Fraser Nelson, that well-known socialist, writing just this week, look past the headlines, London is not a bad place to be, the city's winning the battle over violent crime.
David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last month across my constituency there was an increase in knife crime, and this wasn't necessarily carried out by younger people but by older people. And I know this is an area where the government is determined to crack down on knife crime. Can the government therefore say what more they are doing in this area to tackle knife crime?
Can I thank my honourable friend? Of course, nationally we've taken 60,000 knives off the streets, and knife murders are down 18% and knife crime is down 5%. But of course, every single offence is one too many, and we will keep pushing both in terms of the policing response, but crucially the prevention response, so that we can work with our young people to stop them getting involved in crime in the first place.
Julian Lewis.
It's often reported that a high proportion of people who enter the country illegally do so without any reliable identifying documentation. Can any minister say in percentage terms roughly what the proportions are of who has and who has not documentation amongst illegal immigration?
I'll have to follow in writing with the specific percentages to the right honourable gentleman, but I would want to give him and the House assurance that at that front door, we are taking full biometric checks, we are checking them against European databases as well as our own databases to make sure we know who's here, and if there is any offending history, what that history is.
Callum Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Returning to rural crime, I wanted to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the work that the Thames Valley Police Rural Crime Task Force is providing rural communities and farmers in the Buckingham and Bletchley constituency. With regards to the national rural crime strategy itself, can the Minister set out some more detail about how it will complement the work that's already been done by local forces, and whether that strategy will be complemented by a long-term funding model?
I am going to see Thames Valley Police on this exact subject very shortly, and will let him know, so perhaps he can come with me. Of course, the NPCC crime strategy will build on the work that's already been done in Thames Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the major pull factors for illegal migrants crossing the Channel is the fact that they can quite easily get a job. So does the Home Secretary still support an amnesty for all undocumented workers?
That's not the position of the government. We are resolute in our attempts to tackle illegal working, which do act as a pull factor to this country. I would encourage colleagues, we have the Borders Bill returning to us on Wednesday. That, of course, contains really important provisions around the loopholes in the gig economy that can allow for substitution, that allows that space for illegal working. If we want to stop that, we should get that bill moving as quickly as we can.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the Permanent Secretary at the Home Office has recently appointed a single official, senior official, responsible for asylum hotels. Please could the Home Secretary use her good offices to encourage that official to come to the Stanwell Hotel in my Spelthorne constituency so that they can see for themselves how inappropriate it is in the context of the village there, and prioritise it for closure.
Well, the honourable gentleman and I have had this conversation about Stanwell before, and he presses it with his characteristic vigour. I will say to him and his community, we have committed to closing these hotels in this Parliament. They won't be open a day longer than they have to be. When we are closing hotels, there will be a clear criteria as to why they were chosen, and he makes a lot of very good suggestions as to what grounds might be used.
Shocker Adam.
Okay, in recent years, there's been a real increase in racist attacks in this country, including on our NHS staff, who have seen a rise of 55%. Also, very recently, 2 Sikh women were just not racially abused, they were also sexually abused. Does the Secretary of State fear that implementing asylum policies like those in Denmark will further exacerbate the situation and embolden those that will create hate amongst our streets?
Well, my honourable friend, the Police Minister, met with a delegation of Sikh colleagues on that very, very important case recently. On the broader point with regards to Denmark, it is right that given the challenges we have in this country, we seek to draw on the best from around Europe and around the world in our policies. And I say to the honourable gentleman, he won't have to wait much longer to see the fruits of that.
But a message yet.
Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Policing Minister told me the funding allocation will be made in the usual way before the end of the year. There is more money going into policing this year, and we will ensure that it is being given where it is needed. So can the Minister clarify for my constituents that irrespective of more money going into policing, the Government is going to update the police allocation formula this year that will give Cambridgeshire its fair share, because the neighbourhood policing guarantee means nothing if our local police forces are underfunded compared to their neighbouring forces?
I wouldn't say that the neighbourhood guarantee with an extra £200 million means nothing. It means quite a substantial amount for all our communities across England and Wales, and the allocations will be decided in the usual way this year.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former police officer, I've policed protests and I know how important they are. But on the issue of cumulative disruption, can the Minister set out for the House what evidence she has gathered to demonstrate that when a protest is deemed safe as a one-off, it would become a public safety risk if it was repeated over time?
The Honourable Lady is aware of these issues, and she's aware of the complex relationship between with policing as to how you manage to police what can sometimes be very disruptive and very upsetting protests, and we have to get that balance right. That's what we're trying to do, and I'm very happy to have more conversations with her about it.
Question, Joshua Reynolds.
Shops in Maidenhead Town Centre tell me how pleased they are to see neighbourhood police officers doing their regular patrols, but those shops outside of the town centre don't see those patrols as regularly and struggle with shoplifting more as a result. Can the Minister tell me what she's doing to try and tackle that so we have more neighbourhood police in the actual communities, not just in our town centres?
Of course, he speaks to a challenge that policing have in terms of their resources, and what we're trying to do through the White Paper and the reform programme is to make sure that our police officers are able to spend all their time doing the things that we want them to be doing, not bureaucracy, not police staff jobs, not behind a counter, but out in our communities fighting crime.
Let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Shadow Chancellor Sir Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer if she will make a statement on briefings to the press about the contents of the budget.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every minister in this government takes their obligations to this House very seriously. There has been much speculation, as is usual, ahead of a budget, but the Chancellor will come to this House on November the 26th and deliver a budget which will protect the NHS and public services. It will support growth, enabling businesses to create jobs and to innovate. It will support those struggling with the cost of living, protecting families from high inflation and interest rates. And it will get debt falling, because the less we spend on debt interest, the more we can spend on the priorities of working people. As you would rightly expect, Mr. Speaker, I am not going to comment on individual measures today. The Chancellor has asked the Office of Budget Responsibility to produce a forecast. The OBR and the Treasury exchange information throughout the forecast process, which is the usual practice that has been established over many years. The Chancellor will take decisions based on that forecast, and we will set out our fiscal plans at the budget next week in the usual way. The OBR is making an assessment of the productivity performance of the previous government. We will not allow the mistakes of the previous government to determine our country's future. That is why the budget next week will be guided by this government's values of fairness and opportunity, and focused entirely on the priorities of the British people. Stability remains at the heart of our approach. By building more resilient public finances with the headroom to withstand global turbulence, we will give businesses the confidence to invest and leave government freer to act when the situation calls for it. We will continue to meet our ironclad fiscal rules, which allow the government to invest in homes, transport, energy security and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, taking this action means we can continue to build a strong foundation for our economy, because that is the route to securing Britain's future.
Sir Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, given that response, the right honourable gentleman might try a bit of stand-up, actually, in his spare time. Mr. Speaker, the process around the budget is meant to be the most closely guarded secret in government. But in recent weeks, we have barely been able to pick up a newspaper without a fresh report of the latest policy movements. On the 6th of November, Mr. Speaker, the Times reported that the Chancellor had included increases in income tax rates in the measures sent to the OBR for scoring. Then last Thursday, the Financial Times revealed that those proposals had now been removed from the budget package. The Chancellor and her officials may think this is a game they are playing, but it has real-life consequences, impacting markets, as we saw on Friday. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, it shows an utter contempt for this House. In this place, questions about the budget are always met with the same answer. Decisions on tax will be announced at the budget. That is right and proper. But it becomes hollow and absurd when those same matters are being openly reported in the national media on a daily basis. The Chancellor even delivered a pre-budget address to the country, not in this House, Mr. Speaker, but in the Downing Street press room. So given the Chancellor has chosen not to come to the House today, can I ask the Minister, has the Chancellor or any Treasury Minister sanctioned any briefings to journalists of potential budget tax measures or the contents of the OBR's forecasts? Have any Treasury officials or special advisers conducted such briefings? Has the Chancellor or the Permanent Secretary launched an investigation into the source of the leaks? And can the Minister explain why the Chancellor seems to have confirmed that the OBR have downgraded their productivity forecasts before the budget has even taken place? Mr. Speaker, either the Chancellor has been knowingly allowing the budget process to be briefed out, or serious unauthorised leaks have occurred from her department. It has fuelled confusion and uncertainty, and it has
It isn't normal for a budget to have been put in the press. It's the okey-cokey budget. 1 minute's in, next minute's out. I am very worried, like the previous government, which also had to be reprimanded for putting leaks out. It is not good policy. At one time, a minister would be resigning for anything that was released. So what I would say is this House should be sacrosanct in all decisions and should be heard here first. So please do pass on the message, Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can reassure you that every minister in this government takes their responsibility to this House very seriously, and I will not engage with speculation, and I'm not going to comment on the ongoing budget process. But everyone in this House and beyond can be very clear of what the Chancellor's priorities are going into that budget. We will meet the ironclad fiscal rules. We will make public finances more resilient. We will reduce inflationary pressures, and we will get the cost of borrowing down, because that is the way to focus on the priorities of the British people, which is to protect the NHS, to bear down on the cost of living, and to reduce the national debt.
Dame Beckelly, Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's either been a leak or wild speculation about the budget. It would be helpful if the Minister could advise us which it is. And in doing so, could he outline, as he will not obviously go into detail quite rightly a week before the budget, what the strategic objectives of this budget are for the country?
Oh, well, I thank my right honourable friend for her intervention. And, Mr. Speaker, regrettably, there is always noise and speculation ahead of a budget, but I'm not going to comment on that speculation. But as the Chancellor set out in her speech earlier this month, although there are challenges that we face going into the budget, we're very clear about what the priorities of this government are, which is to make the public finances more resilient, to reduce inflationary pressures, and to bring down the cost of borrowing, because that is the way that we can focus on the priorities of the British people, on the NHS, on the cost of living, and getting debt down.
Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These leaks are not just Westminster tittle-tattle. They have a very real impact on people's lives and their livelihoods. The cold weather has now reached all corners of Britain, and households don't know if they can afford to put the heating on because they don't know if their taxes are going up or down or staying the same. It's also just 5 weeks until Christmas, and our high streets are struggling with low consumer confidence. That's precisely why we Liberal Democrats have called for a windfall tax on the big banks to fund an emergency cut to people's energy bills and a VAT cut for hospitality, visitor accommodation and attractions. But these leaks are not just a symptom, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, they are a symptom, they are not the cause, because the real problem runs much deeper. The Labour government has no vision for the country, no vision for the economy, and whatever their destination is, they are not taking the country with them. When people and the markets...
I've had Pinky and Perky chipping all day. Well, this is the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people and markets don't know what the government is trying to achieve, then rumours can and do run rife. It is clear that this budget is more leaky than our crumbling hospitals. So, Mr Speaker, I should also add that the confected outrage from the Conservatives is slightly absurd because their key budget announcements were often leaked in advance as well. In one case, at least, almost word for word. Perhaps this House, Mr Speaker, needs to move to the Swedish system, where the Swedish Parliament gets to debate the government's budget and propose alternatives and amendments before it is finalised, and gets a proper period of scrutiny and accountability in the months that follow. So, Mr Speaker, can I ask, what is the government doing to stop these leaks? Does the government recognise that this flip-flopping is incredibly damaging to households and the markets? And will the government consider all good ideas, including from these benches?
It's 1 minute, not 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Like the honourable member, I regret the fact that there is always noise and speculation ahead of a budget, but I'm not going to add to that speculation here in the chamber today. And our focus as a government is to build the strong foundations that we need for our economy, because that is the way to secure Britain's future.
John Fett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm often put in mind that scene in Casablanca where the official expresses surprise at gambling taking place in the casino, when I hear members opposite hearing the briefing might have taken place. Perhaps in 2017, when the key measure of that budget was leaked, perhaps in 2017, when the stamp duty in that budget came out, the member opposite was equally surprised as he was Financial Secretary to the Treasury. While there's always briefing, I'm sure the Minister agrees with me that actually the job of the Chancellor is to get the best deal for this country.
That's a toughie, that one. I think we know the answer. Stephen Bark.
Thank you. As the Minister...
That's the worst Patsy question.
Regarding market-sensitive data, obviously carry a much higher premium than other leaks that may occur within government. So could he again address the front bench's question as to why the Cabinet Secretary and the Permanent Secretary haven't been asked to launch any inquiry into these leaks?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, I'm not going to comment on the ongoing budget process, but what the markets know is that the Chancellor's commitment to her fiscal rules is absolutely ironclad. They have been met at every fiscal event since this Parliament began, and they will be met next Wednesday.
Sorry, Tim Madders.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the problem we've got is we've got an insatiable 24/7 media that wants stories, and sometimes they will generate their own. All this speculation has created uncertainty, which has hampered investment, which I know is not what the Treasury want to see. So can the Minister be clear from the dispatch box that any more speculation that we read about won't have been authorised by anyone in government?
Mr Speaker, as I made clear, every minister in this government takes their responsibility to this House very seriously, and I'm not going to engage in further speculation today. But what we are seeking to achieve in the budget next week is to make sure that in meeting her ironclad fiscal rules, which the Chancellor has committed to do, we provide that extra headroom to give more resilience to the public finances, reduce inflationary pressures and get down the cost of borrowing.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 weeks ago, the Chancellor had a press conference where everyone afterwards inferred that income tax was going to go up. On Friday, every newspaper said that income tax wasn't going to go up. It's plainly obvious to the general public and anyone who reads any of the papers that everything is being briefed from the Treasury or number 11. Surely the Minister needs to come to terms with that and face up to the fact this has a horrendous effect on business confidence and consumer confidence, doing the economy a lot of damage.
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said earlier, regrettably, there is always noise and speculation ahead of a budget, but in reference to the Chancellor's speech earlier this month, the reason why the Chancellor set out the challenges that we're facing in a country was to be straightforward with the British people about the challenges that we face and to be clear about her priorities, which are to protect the NHS, to bear down on the cost of living and to get national debt down.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Chief Secretary agree that the Tories are still as irresponsible as they were under Liz Truss, blindly promising 47 billion of cuts to justify their wacky fiscal policies? It seems to me, and would he agree, just like back of the fag packet territory that we're in now. And does he agree that the Chancellor is going to deliver an excellent budget next week.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely that the party opposite have learnt nothing nor apologised at all for what happened under the short-lived government of Liz Truss. And frankly, when they were talking about their savings that they apparently identified recently, to talk about welfare savings when the Shadow Chancellor is the man who presided over the biggest increase in the welfare bill in decades is frankly not credible.
Lisa Smart.
Mr. Speaker, on one level this is all just a bit embarrassing, isn't it? But on the other level this is having a real impact on business confidence and the ability of local businesses to make decisions about investment and about their future. Does the Minister agree with me that this is all just a bit self-defeating, isn't it?
Minister.
I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to say in response to that question. I would rather this urgent question hadn't been asked today. Yes, there are other things that we could be doing, but I think it's important to underline to you, Mr. Speaker, that every minister in his government takes their responsibility to this House very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm astonished to see the opposite benches cheer and jeer as the Chief Secretary makes this statement. If I remember correctly, when we first took office after the election, we were told about how the opposite benches had mishandled the economy, mishandled Brexit, mishandled the pandemic, spent the reserves 3 times over, and promised money for sensitive schemes when they didn't have that money just to try and win the election. So could I ask the Chief Secretary if he could tell the House properly how decisions are made in the budget process and what we were left with when we first took office?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that our priority is to take the right decisions to provide stability and the secure foundations for the long-term future of this country. And it's true that we inherited a mess from the party opposite and indeed the OBR and are looking at the record of the previous government when it comes to productivity. But we've been clear that we're not going to repeat or we're not going to let the mistakes of the previous government determine this country's future. We'll take the right decisions for the future of this country.
Then Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this speculation was actually inflamed by the Chancellor herself giving a speech to the press conference. And surely one of the most damaging aspects of this speculation was that there might be an exit tax on wealthy people fleeing the country as a result of the speculation in the media. Speculation on an exit tax was only just ruled out, but many, many people have fled in the interim. There has been a real cost to the Exchequer from all of this speculation. So will the Minister confirm that there will be a leak inquiry?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've made clear, I'm not going to comment on the ongoing budget process, and nor am I going to engage in speculation about budget measures. I note that this urgent question is around speculation, which I'm not engaging with. It's actually members opposite who seem to be fanning the speculation, so I would discourage them from doing that.
Can I say we have had leak inquiries previously where major statements are coming out. They may be contradicted within days, but they're obviously coming from somewhere. It is worthwhile thinking about. Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said in his response that the Treasury and the OBR are exchanging information, but that did not happen in a period immediately before the last election when spending pressures were withheld from the OBR in a way that the Chair said may have broken the law. Will he confirm that that failure is being corrected for under this government?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he's right to point out that the process between the OBR and the Treasury has been strengthened to be more robust and more transparent under this government. And of course it is an iterative process whereby the OBR share their forecasts with us, we share our measures or our proposed measures with them, and it iterates throughout the budget process, culminating in the budget itself on November the 26th.
Stephen Flynn.
Because there's no doubt that the chaos and uncertainty of this budget process is having enormous consequences for the credibility of the Labour Party and even maybe for the Minister himself at the dispatch box today. But I'm surprisingly less interested in that. I'm more interested in the damage that the government's policies are having on my constituents and their livelihoods. So I'm not asking him to speculate, I'm just asking him to clarify. Does he acknowledge that if the EPL continues in its current form, more of my constituents will lose their jobs?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take lessons on credibility from the honourable gentleman, but what I will say is that he is inviting me to speculate on budget measures, and I will not do so.
David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Chief Secretary confirm that this will be a budget that prioritises economic growth?
I can absolutely confirm that, Mr. Speaker.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if I've got this right? The Chancellor made a speech to try and reassure the markets that she was going to plug the enormous black hole in the government's finances. That did reassure the markets to an extent, and the forecast borrowing costs fell. The OBR adjusted their forecast, and then the Chancellor decided that she didn't need to take the measures she had announced in her speech, and the markets have now reacted adversely. This all against the background that the cost of borrowing today has all year been higher than the peak under the supposed Liz Truss disastrous budget. What sort of confidence is that going to give to the British economy?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is incorrect to say that the Chancellor announced measures in her speech earlier this month. All measures are announced on Budget Day. What the Chancellor set out in her speech earlier this month were the challenges that we're facing as a country and the priorities that will guide her about making the public finances more resilient, with more headroom, to reduce inflationary pressures and to get the cost of borrowing down.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chief Secretary will be aware of the vital role that beer and pubs play in my constituency, the beer capital of Britain. So as the Chancellor finalises the budget, will she ensure that this sector, which is facing significant pressure, receives the support that it deserves to thrive and continue serving our communities?
Well, Mr. Speaker, whilst I've made clear I won't speculate on what will be in the budget, I will note my honourable friend's passionate case for support for the pub sector, which is so important to all of us and all of our constituents.
Andrew Mitchell. Sir Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister have any understanding at all of the impact of this incontinent briefing and leaking? Contradictory rumours about pensions, inheritance tax and housing, which is enraging so many of my constituents in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield. Does he not agree that normally an omnishambles happens once the budget speech has been delivered and not while it's still being crafted?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said earlier in my remarks today, there is always noise and speculation ahead of a budget, but I'm not going to engage in speculation about what the Chancellor is going to announce on November the 26th, because that is when she sets it all out.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I promise the Chamber I won't repeat any of the stories about my mum's career in the HMRC. However, the Minister will know that tax evasion is something that I take very, very seriously. He will be aware that it costs the Treasury billions of pounds each year. So I appreciate he can't speculate what's going to be in the budget, but will he commit his department to be really looking seriously about how we tackle tax evasion with serious investment in the HMRC?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, whilst my honourable friend is right that I can't speculate on the contents of the budget, I can for her years of service to HMRC. And I can also reassure both her and him and the whole House that tackling tax avoidance, tax evasion and closing the tax gap is a top priority for this government.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is right to point out that speculation ahead of the budget is not abnormal, but we've actually had speculation throughout most of this year. And I wonder if he will accept that part of the reason is the way that the Chancellor has both constructed and applied her fiscal rules. She set them up with good intentions. We do need fiscal rules in place, but she left herself with minimal headroom in a pretty volatile global economy. And that drives speculation all year round about how she's going to fill the gaps that emerge throughout the year. Does he think that that was a mistake?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and he's right to point to the importance of fiscal headroom in order to make sure public finances are resilient, and that's exactly why the Chancellor has set out that one of her priorities in this budget in meeting the ironclad fiscal rules is to ensure that we have more resilient public finances so the government is freer to act when the situation calls for it.
So Desmond Swayne.
Given the blatant breach of pre-budget purdah, will the Chancellor follow the proper example set by Hugh Dalton?
Yes.
Oh,
Mr. Speaker, I fear my history is not good enough to know exactly what that question. I feel embarrassed to admit that I'm not entirely clear, but I suspect I probably don't agree with him, whatever it is, and I'll leave it at that.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the chaos around this budget, none of us, frankly, would be at all surprised if the very date itself changed. But nevertheless, is the Treasury aware how incompetent they look in the eyes of the markets who are utterly aghast? How incompetent it looks in the eyes of businesses who've stopped investing and stopped hiring?
Minister.
Well, I can assure the honourable gentleman that the budget is next week on Wednesday, November the 26th, and I also can reassure him that businesses are welcoming the Chancellor's ironclad commitment to her fiscal rules.
John Morrison.
Does the Chancellor recognise that her trailing of a mansion tax for houses that are nothing of the sort has caused deep anxiety for thousands of people, including many pensioners in my constituency, who could not afford a potential doubling of their council tax?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I made clear earlier in my remarks, it's regrettable the level of noise and speculation ahead of a budget, but I'm not going to engage in further speculation on these measures today.
Okay. So, Julian Lewis.
I'm disappointed that the Minister doesn't know of the example of the Chancellor who resigned from Attlee's government for inadvertently or otherwise leaking details of the budget. But does he at least appreciate that there is a difference between speculating about the contents of a budget and leaking the budget and asking whether or not there should be any punishment for people who leak the budget, irrespective of whatever the details were?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I repeat what I said earlier about the approach of ministers in this government, which is every minister in this government takes their responsibility to this House very seriously, and I'm not going to engage in further speculation about the contents of the budget.
Dr. L. Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Surrey Heath, I've had meetings with businesses and constituents who tell me that they have changed their decisions based on the speculation that they have seen over recent weeks and months. We've heard about the rage that some people have felt. In my constituency, it has been anxiety that I've heard from people who have drawn down their pension pots, who have not perhaps pursued the house purchase that they were looking at. Does the honourable gentleman agree with me that whatever the reality, whether it be speculation or whether it be leaks, that this situation is deeply regrettable, and if the Minister can do anything at all, please ensure that this never happens again?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the honourable gentleman that I am not adding to the speculation around the budget. It is regrettable that there is noise and speculation around the budget, because the right way for budgets to be conducted is for those measures to be iterated with the Office of Budget Responsibility in the normal way, with the forecasts and measures being exchanged between Treasury and the OBR, and for the package of measures in full to be announced by the Chancellor on Budget Day.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In some ways, at least, this Chancellor is improving. Her budget last year unravelled within a day. This year, the budget's unravelled before it's been announced. We know why the Chief Secretary is refusing to answer the question about the leak inquiry. It's because the Chancellor knows exactly who leaked the details of the budget, because she sees that face every day in the mirror. This all goes back to the budget last year. In Labour's manifesto, they said that they would limit spending increases by the year 28-29 to £9.5 billion a year. In the budget, they increased spending by £76 billion a year. That's 8 times higher. Now, before the Chief Secretary starts spouting the £22 billion fiction, 9.5 plus 22 equals a lot less than £76 billion, doesn't it?
Yep. Mr. Speaker, at the budget last year, we took the right decisions to fix the public finances and to get the NHS and public services back on their feet. We could not carry on with the way that public services were, the way that we inherited them. We could not carry on with public finances in the way they were, that we inherited them. We have restored stability because that is a prerequisite for functioning public services, for investment and for growth.
Morton.
Leak
leaks, unauthorised briefings, speculation or maybe not speculation. It's creating instability, it's creating chaos, it's creating volatility even, and uncertainty for the markets, for businesses and for households in my constituency. So why will the Minister not answer the Shadow Chancellor's question about having an inquiry into what has actually happened? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm not going to comment on the ongoing budget process, but in terms of stability that the Honourable Lady mentioned, stability is at the heart of our approach, which is why building more resilient public finances with the headroom to withstand global turbulence is so important in giving businesses that confidence to invest.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there appears to have been a lot of speculation about this budget, and it seems to have been the same measures that have been speculated on by a number of different news sources, which is somewhat suspicious of a leak. The Honourable Gentleman, the Minister, must surely recognise there was a possibility of a leak, in which case either he knows who the leak was and that's why he doesn't want to investigate, or he doesn't know who the leaks was, in which case he should want to investigate. So I'm not asking Mr. Speaker to speculate on the contents of the budget, so please don't give me that answer again. Why won't you institute a leak inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, a number of the Honourable Lady's colleagues have asked the same question today, and my answer has been consistent throughout, which is that I'm not going to comment on the ongoing budget process.
Seamus Logan.
Mr. Speaker, the chaos and the confusion at the heart of this government is deeply damaging to Scotland, to its economy and to its public services. Constant leaks, briefings, U-turns flowing from the Treasury make the Scottish Government's task all the more difficult, worsened by the Chancellor's refusal to date to meet with the Scottish Secretary of Finance. So can I ask the Minister, can he succeed in persuading the Chancellor to have this meeting, please?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in my role as Chief Secretary of the Treasury, I've met members of the Scottish Government to discuss the fiscal situation. We have a fiscal forum, which is every quarter, with the representatives from the Scottish Government as well as Wales and Northern Ireland, and those are the right ways in which we can have a routine discussion about matters of shared interest.
Eric Cross.
Speaker, the government have clearly lost control of this complete budget process. While they've been flying kites, businesses across the UK have been sending up distress flares. £40 billion of tax on them in the last budget saw hiring down, confidence down, investments down, and we are now seeing the same again. If any business in this country went to find backing and had as many U-turns as this government is producing, they would not have a chance of finding an investor. So how can any business across the country have confidence in this government?
Mr. Speaker, businesses can have confidence in this government because when we say we're going to stick to our fiscal rules, we mean it. When we say we're going to have more headroom to make our economy and our public finances more resilient, we mean it. And when we say we're going to get national debt down, we mean it, unlike the party opposite when they were in government.
Matt Wilkinson. Matt Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I host a regular business forum with Cheltenham constituents, and what they tell me is that the late date of this budget has undermined their ability to make decisions. The speculation around it has undermined their ability to make decisions on investment. But also they note there's been nearly no speculation about any pro-business measures for someone who's trying to start a business or someone who's trying to grow a business. So might the Chief Secretary of the Treasury take this opportunity to speculate on something that might be useful for the SMEs and larger businesses in my constituency?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, whilst the Honourable Gentleman wouldn't expect me to speculate on details, I can reassure him that our budget will support growth by enabling businesses to create jobs, to innovate, to invest and to grow.
Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This urgent question is about budget press briefings. And the Minister has repeatedly said that he takes his responsibilities very seriously. He was asked by the Shadow Chancellor, can he rule out that any of the ministerial team or special advisers had leaked any of the information out to the press? Will he do that from this dispatch box in honour of what he's been saying in answer in his questions this afternoon?
Mr. Speaker, I didn't just say that I take my responsibility to this House very seriously. I said that every minister in this government takes their responsibility to this House very seriously. But I'm not going to engage in further speculation ahead of budget.
Peter Bedford.
Thank you, Mr.
In the last year, a record £70 billion has been withdrawn from pension schemes through the tax-free lump sum as a result of the fear driven from the uncertainty over the last number of months. Does the Minister understand that constant leaks and policy kite flying is leading to this adverse effect on pensioners' savings?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've said earlier in my remarks today, regrettably, there is always noise and speculation ahead of the budget, but I'm not going to contribute to all that speculation.
Joshua Reynolds.
When I speak with businesses in Maidenhead, they tell me the one bit of speculation they want to hear at the moment, what they want to see in the budget, is for the Chancellor just to leave them alone. That is such an outrageous thing to have to think, because they know what they think the Chancellor is going to be doing. But given the damage that's been caused by our current Brexit deal, does the Minister understand that a way that we could look to generate £25 billion a year for our economy would be to negotiate a new EU-UK customs union? It's very simple.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman will be aware of our red lines as a government for not rejoining the customs union. But I can also reassure him that in approaching this budget, the Chancellor's commitment to her fiscal rules will make sure we prioritise having extra resilience in terms of headroom. We'll make sure that we reduce inflationary pressures and make sure we get the cost of borrowing down.
It's completed with Jim Shell.
Mr. Speaker, last week it was the VAT to increase, next week it's not. Pensions increases featured, then they're not. Income tax to feature, then it's not, and then it is again. The one thing that we're sure is that retailers face £7 billion in extra costs from the 2024 budget. Employers responded by increasing prices and slashing jobs. How is government and the Chancellor going to breathe life into our high street and not sound the death knell for struggling small businesses, as there's a very real fear this budget will bring a very different kind of Black Friday for businesses throughout this UK in the form of closing down sales, which can never ever be allowed to happen? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't count as me engaging in speculation to assure the honourable gentleman that we will set out, as already we have pre-announced, we will set out our new business rates multipliers at the budget, which will have a permanently lower business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses to help high streets across the country. That's a really important measure for us to take to support those businesses. But more widely, this fits, Mr. Speaker, within the economic stability that we will provide, which is so important for businesses. And that's why, as well as meeting the ironclad fiscal rules, it's so important that we make sure the public finances are more resilient, that we reduce inflationary pressures and that we get the cost of borrowing down.
We'll let the front benches change over. Right. Come to the urgent question. Clarence Meddy.
Diolch yn fawr, Llefarydd, for granting the urgent question. Last week's announcement that nuclear power will return to Wilva is hugely welcome. I'm pleased the government has backed the best site in Europe for the UK's first... So the question is, can the Minister confirm when the Rolls-Royce contract will be signed, the General Design Assessment completed?
Right, Minister, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, firstly, can I welcome the Honourable Lady's commitment to securing a new nuclear project in her constituency. She and I have had a number of discussions about nuclear power and other energy projects. Mr. Speaker, nuclear energy provides the stable, low-carbon baseload we need to keep the lights on and to support our economy. It is central to our clean power mission. That's why we've launched a new golden age of nuclear, committing £17 billion to the most ambitious programme of new nuclear for a generation. Our small modular reactor SMR programme, led by Great British Energy Nuclear, is an example of British innovation at its best. These mini reactors are smaller and quicker to build than traditional nuclear power stations, and we have been considering which is the best site to kick off the SMR programme now that we have reached that decision. Last week we announced that Wilfa on the north coast of Anglesey in Ismon is our chosen site for GBE Nuclear's first SMR project. A written ministerial statement on this matter was made on Thursday. The initial project will see, subject to contracts, the construction of up to 3 Rolls-Royce SMR units. The site could host as many as 8, subject to future policy and funding decisions. This will deliver the largest industrial investment in North Wales for a generation. It will provide 3,000 good jobs on the site at peak construction. GBE Nuclear is already looking forward to working with Welsh communities on the project, with work due to start on the site as early as next year. We will be progressing the SMR project across this Parliament, working towards final investment decision. Meanwhile, large-scale nuclear power stations will also continue to make a vital contribution in our homegrown clean energy mix, complementing these SMRs. And we will continue to act decisively, invest ambitiously, and work with communities, investors and our allies to deliver this golden age for new nuclear.
And thank you for that, and I will get my next urgent question over properly. I am pleased that the government has backed the site in Wilbur, and as I have mentioned Wilbur several times in this chamber, Wilbur is recognised as the best site in Europe. Can I firstly pay tribute to the teamwork over decades from elected members from all parties, campaigners, businesses and the local community who have fought long for new nuclear at Wilbur. Ynys Môn has known nuclear for 65 years, with a strong local college and university ready to train a skilled workforce of the future. To maximise the success of this project, the government must work with the local authority on behalf of our community to deliver tangible economic and social benefits. This includes maximising opportunities in the local supply chain. The potential is clear, but the challenge is turning it into reality. After many false dawns and broken promises, my optimism is cautious. We know the cost of failure on Ynys Môn. When the Wilfa Newydd project collapsed, it robbed a generation of the opportunity to live and thrive in their community. Recent data from the NIA now shows that nuclear jobs on Ynys Môn are at a record low. We cannot afford further setbacks. Clear timelines and transparent decisions are therefore essential. Can the Minister confirm when the Rolls-Royce contract will be signed, the general design assessments completed and the final investment decision made? The SMR project, as it stands, is already 4 years behind the previous Horizon project at Wilbur. The project had a planning application and was approaching a final decision before collapsing. Funding the SMR project at Wilfa remains critical. While the government's £2.5 billion for the SMR programme is welcomed, most of the cost at Wilfa will currently be funded privately. Given the problems of the past, and that Wilfa will host a fleet of SMRs, a first-of-their-kind reactors, is the government prepared to demonstrate its full commitment? We cannot let this historic opportunity to slip through our fingers yet again. This is an unique opportunity to create a project which will deliver for our language, our culture and our young people. I urge the government to work with myself and key stakeholders and developers to provide the best project ever to deliver prosperity and energy security.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for that contribution. She's right that, of course, the community in Ynys Môn have faced a number of false starts under the previous government. This is a historic opportunity, a huge moment with this project moving forward with tangible timelines in place now and the £2.5 billion that she references, and of course Rolls-Royce taking forward this initial 3 SMRs but with the potential for more in the future. People will start to see jobs very soon. We expect there'll be work on the site as early as next year, and as I say, there'll be 3,000 jobs on site in the construction phase at its peak. I do want to join her in paying tribute to all those who have worked on this project over a great many years. There have been a lot of false starts, a lot of disappointment, but I think last week was a huge moment to recognise the potential for the site being realised with this next generation of nuclear. But I actually think also, Mr. Speaker, for the UK to see SMRs move forward after years of them being talked about to the actually moving forward, and with that the huge investment that comes into the social and economic fabric of communities like the Honourable Ladies. The Prime Minister spoke last week about the investment in colleges, for example, to make sure we have the skilled workforce in the local area. And nuclear prides itself on creating many well-paid, sustainable jobs. And her community, of course, in previous generations of nuclear has benefited from that. We're determined to make sure those economic and social benefits are felt for her constituents, but also right across the UK.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Morecambe and Loonsdale hosts Housekeeping 1 and 2 nuclear power station, providing the most clean energy of any UK constituency. So obviously I'm keen that Housekeeping continues to be part of our golden nuclear future. So does the Minister join me in eagerly awaiting the report of the regulatory review, particularly on the outdated semi-urban population density criteria? And will he work with me to ensure that the benefits of Heysham as a site are known across the industry?
Yes, sir.
Well, my honourable friend rightly again highlights the huge economic advantage of nuclear. Communities grow up around nuclear power stations. I know, as someone who grew up in Ayrshire next to Hunterston nuclear power station, how important those are for the local community. We are looking at existing sites. This isn't, of course, the end of our nuclear ambitions. We've been very clear that we see nuclear as a hugely important part of our energy mix now and into the future. And the work that we're currently doing at the moment, looking at the regulatory regime, will report in due course to make sure we have a robust process which rightly recognises the importance of nuclear safety, but also one that's flexible enough to take advantage of the opportunities of nuclear in the future.
Shadow Secretary of State Clerk Coutinho.
Speaker, it's no secret that I'm a fan of new nuclear in this country, so I welcome the progress on SMRs. If we are going to have a strong economy and a good standard of life, then we need abundant, reliable, cheap energy. Nuclear works in the winter, it runs 24/7 for AI, and it's 100% clean to boot. It uses 3,000 times less land than wind and solar, and the latest prices around the world shows it can be much cheaper too. So the Conservative position is that we need a lot more nuclear. We were the party that overturned the complete failure to start any British nuclear plants under the last Labour government, so I say this with some feeling. I've been told that there was just one nuclear welder left in this country when we started work on Hinkley Point C. We invested in the supply chain and skills, which had completely withered under the previous government, but now the most important thing is to keep building. I personally signed off a third large nuclear plant at Wilver because it is the best site that we have. It could host both large-scale and SMRs. So by ruling out large-scale at Wilver and ditching the 24-gigawatt target, are they calling time on new large-scale nuclear? That's what it looks like to the rest of the country. That would be a huge mistake, and it is the same mistake they made the last time they were in power. If we want cheap energy and growth in this country, then when it comes to nuclear, we need to build, build, build. The Minister talked about power generation from SMRs, but he's talking about power in the 2030s, but industry are being told 2042 at the earliest. Is that really the best they can do? Who is right? Now, we have plans to make nuclear build much cheaper. In fact, we laid radical amendments to their planning bill to cut environmental red tape. They voted against it, but the Nuclear Regulatory Task Force will report soon. Can they confirm they will consider our proposals when they do? And lastly, would he agree with me that it is fundamentally absurd for the Green Party to talk about clean power in this country whilst having a policy to dismantle Britain's nuclear power plants?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me start at the end, because it is nice in this place we have a rare moment of consensus now and again. And I would add, of course, our friends in the Scottish National Party, and I'm not quite sure about Plaid Cymru. Some of them support nuclear, some of them don't, even though we're building in Wales. She's right to say that the bedrock of a clean power system has to be nuclear, and it's also an economic opportunity, as we all know. So I welcome that brief bit of consensus. But of course, she talks about build, build, build. Actually, all the party opposite did was consult, consult, consult. Because she talks about signing off new nuclear. None of it's been built. It's easy to sign off things, but there was no money committed to it, not a penny of funding committed by the previous government. So I would just say, on one of the biggest days for our domestic nuclear industry in a very long time, it was remarkable to hear opposition spokespeople last week talk down the sector. They talked big for 14 years, but built very, very little. Not a single new nuclear project was complete in their entire time in office. And that's because they didn't put any funding into delivering it. We've committed almost £20 billion of real money to build real projects, because we're ambitious about our nuclear future, we're ambitious about Sizewell C, we're ambitious about this SMR programme, and we haven't ruled out any future gigascale projects, but our ambition is matched by funding to actually deliver these. Wilfa was the absolute best site on offer, and that's why we've been really clear. We chose it to host this most important flagship project of this United Kingdom. We're delivering jobs and investment in Wales, and we're delivering the next generation of nuclear after many, many, many years of disappointment by the party opposite.
Topical, Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful. Madam Deputy Speaker, Scotland's Deputy First Minister Kate Forbes told the SNP conference that her government would not allow Labour to turn Scotland into a nuclear playground. I guess she knew her audience, though, given her reputation as the common sense member of that government, she should have known better, because that kind of playground politics is an insult to Scotland's nuclear workers, thousands of whom leave Scotland each work to highly unionised, safe, skilled jobs in England and now Wales to build the next generation of nuclear power stations. Does the Minister agree with me that Scotland could have these jobs? Dounreay could have these jobs, Torness in East Lothian could have these jobs, Hunterston in my friend's constituency could have these jobs, if it wasn't for the Dr. No's of the SNP and their outdated opposition to nuclear power.
Well, I can't help but notice that none of the SNP MPs are in the House for this statement on nuclear, so they're not defending that ideological objection that they seem to have. But my honourable friend, not surprisingly, is absolutely right to highlight the playground politics of Scotland's government at the moment, which is holding back investment right across the country, but also the energy security that's necessary. And what we know from nuclear power stations across Scotland is that they have delivered generations of well-paid, skilled jobs, sustainable jobs. I met in Torness just recently people who have started out as an apprentice and are there 20, 30 years later working in the nuclear industry. There will be jobs in Scotland in the supply chain from the SMR programme and from Sizewell C, but it is a great shame that the Scottish National Party is holding back the full potential of Scotland to be part of this nuclear story. And I hope that the people of Scotland will vote for a different government in May so that we can get on with delivering the jobs and investment in communities right across Scotland.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. New small modular reactors do have real potential to help reduce our reliance on foreign gas and bring down energy bills, as well as bring a welcome boost to jobs and investment in Anglesey. SMRs should be where the focus is when it comes to nuclear, not so much on big, expensive nuclear power stations that cost multiples more and take far longer to build. So while we're pleased to see these SMRs coming forward as a part of a mix of cost-effective and safe decarbonised power generation, will the government please confirm they will also maintain focus on boosting wind and solar power generation in order to bring down everyone's energy bills? And will my honourable friend for Thornbury and Yate has also been working closely with constituents who will now be disappointed with the alternative site of Oldbury has not gone forward. So can the Minister also clarify what the future now is for that site?
Yeah, well, can I thank the honourable gentleman? He's right to say how important this next generation of nuclear is, but alongside other technologies. And I think we've been really clear. Our clean power mission is about wind, it's about solar, it's about storage, but it's also about nuclear. And I think that combination is how we deliver our energy security, get off the volatility of fossil fuels, but also create thousands of jobs across the country. We need all of that. He's right to highlight the Oldbury site, which is also a hugely important nuclear site and owned by Great British Energy Nuclear as well. We continue to look at the future potential for Oldbury, but also for other sites. This isn't the limit of our ambition as a government on nuclear, it's the next stage of that. Wilva was judged as the best possible site for the SMR programme. It's our flagship programme, and right that we put that on the best possible site, but we are ambitious about the future of nuclear as well, and Great British Energy Nuclear is looking at a range of sites across the UK, including Oldbury, and also including sites in Scotland for the future of what nuclear projects might be.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While this announcement is a welcome step forward for the SMR programme and for the community on Anglesey after suffering many broken promises and false starts, it is abundantly clear that the UK will not meet our future clean energy needs without further gigawatt-scale plants alongside SMRs and AMRs. To that end, with Wilfa having been widely considered one of, if not the best, sites in the UK for a full gigawatt-scale reactor, does the Minister grasp the urgency in setting out the roadmap the wider nuclear industry needs for future gigawatt sites beyond Sizewell C?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start by saying my honourable friend is a huge champion of the nuclear industry, and I've learned a huge amount from her in my time in this post, and I'm sure the whole nuclear industry is grateful for the work that she does on the APPG and in other activities throughout the House to make sure that these issues are always top of the agenda. Look, what I would say is Great British Energy Nuclear has been charged with driving forward our ambition for nuclear. The SMR programme is a key part of that. So too is Hinkley Point C and Sizewell C, but also looking at what future potential we need as well. What is clear is that our energy needs as a country are only going to increase in the coming years, and therefore we will be looking at what the future of that energy mix looks like, that mix of renewables with nuclear. And so the Secretary of State has charged Great British Energy Nuclear to look at what more projects there'll be. I take her point around a route map to give some certainty to what that looks like, and I'm sure the Nuclear Minister, my noble friend Lord Valence, will have heard that comment, and also Great British Energy Nuclear, and I'm sure they will work with her on that.
Graham Stewart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like the Shadow Secretary of State, I welcome the announcement of moving forward on SMRs. But like his extremely knowledgeable honourable friend, I'm concerned about gigawatt scale. Wilfer is truly the best site for a gigawatt scale nuclear development. It's also, when you build in that way, you create a lot of jobs in North Wales, whereas bringing in a modular, pre-made SMR will do less so. Why was the decision made to put SMRs and Wilfer, when Wilfer is practically unique in its attributes for large-scale giga nuclear production, and there are many sites that could host SMRs? Please could you explain that to the House, because I'm genuinely don't know the answer.
I'm grateful for a genuine question in the House of Commons. I always appreciate it. Look, as I've said earlier on, the decision was made that Wilver was the best possible site for SMRs. This is a hugely important project for us, starting with 3 SMR units, but with the potential at Wilver to increase that, which is a huge opportunity that the Wilver site has. He's right to say it would also have hosted gigascale, but the challenge for us was, after a great many years of Wilver being promised lots of things, actually the option on the table was a project with funding right now and with a clear pathway to delivery on a really important site that will deliver the outcomes we need as a country, or potentially future wait for another spending review where we might make a decision about future nuclear. We are ambitious about what the future of gigascale nuclear would look like, but right now funding has been confirmed for SMRs, and it was right that Wilver, with its significantly important as a site, but also with a skilled workforce, takes advantage of that after what has been a significant amount of time of being promised things, but not delivered. As I've said, we haven't said that this is a limit of our nuclear ambitions, but we'll say more in due course about what future sites might look like, and Great British Energy Nuclear is looking at those now.
Steve Rice.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the announcement of the new SMRs at Wilfer? This is British innovation we can be proud of, leading to decarbonisation of our electricity grid and helping to combat climate change. This is exactly the sort of policy that my constituents in Exeter want to see from this government. Does the Minister agree with me that supply chains at Wilfer and at Sizewell C will benefit businesses, workers across the entire of the United Kingdom alongside the local areas that they are based?
Minister.
Yeah, my honourable friend is right to say, and we should all, and I know we are actually, the consensus has been really welcome today, hugely proud of this British innovation. We've got a huge opportunity here to be at the forefront of what will be a technology that I have no doubt at all will change the energy system of a great many countries around the world, and Britain can be at the leading edge of that. So it's a hugely important moment, and we should recognise that. But it also, as well as the 3,000 jobs in Wilfer at the construction of this site, there is also, as my honourable friend points, a significant number of opportunities in the supply chain, thousands of jobs across the supply chain, and Great British Energy Nuclear aims to ensure that 70% of supply chain products are British built right across the SMR fleet, making sure that those SMRs are not just the product of British innovation, but that they're very clearly stamped with Made in Britain.
Sir Julian Lewis.
No one likes to consider the prospects of international conflict, but we've seen from that between Ukraine and Russia how dangerous a situation can be when fuel supply installations are targeted. So what thought has the government given to affording the same level of protection against either sabotage or external attack for these new smaller reactors that are already built in to the construction of the larger plants?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman asks a typically important question. The security of our nuclear fleet in all its forms is obviously something we take extremely seriously. SMRs are a new part of that, but the security arrangements that we'll look at will be taken into account of the current existing nuclear constabulary. They will be looking at security as soon as the site starts to ramp up construction. There's a broader question which we've been looking at across government around how we make sure our critical national infrastructure is protected in an increasingly hostile world, not just from physical attack and sabotage, as he points out, but also from cyber attack, which is becoming more of a priority. And my department and the Cabinet Office are working together to come up with a more detailed plan for how we make sure we're doing that. But the security of all of our energy infrastructure is obviously of a top priority.
Alan Gemmell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister on this announcement and the thousands of jobs it will create? Is he as disappointed as I am in the SNP's immature stance on new nuclear in Scotland? And the thousands of jobs that means my communities in Ayrshire with Hunterston will not have access to? Is there anything he can do to change their mind, short of a stonking Scottish Labour victory next year?
Minister.
Well, can I welcome my honourable friend's point? He's right to say that I think it is an immature policy on nuclear. Nuclear has been a part of Scotland's energy mix for decades, an important part of its energy mix. Tens of thousands of people have had good, well-paid jobs as a result of that in my honourable friend's constituency and across Ayrshire and across the other nuclear sites in Scotland. I think they are perhaps beyond explaining on this and so many other things. After almost 2 decades in power, I think the only answer for Scotland is change.
Joshua Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister's right to say we want as many individual components of these SMRs built in the UK as possible, as well, obviously, as the final SMRs themselves. But what work is the Minister doing across government to ensure not just these SMRs, but the world's SMRs are built in the UK?
Minister.
I think it's a hugely important question, and this is why I say that this is a really significant moment for British innovation, because we are now moving forward quickly to make sure that we are at the forefront of this innovation so that other countries that are already looking to the Rolls-Royce designs can benefit from these as well, but made in Britain. And of course, the aim of SMRs that's different from gigascale nuclear is that we get to a point where the replicability of them is such that we can produce for the export market the SMR technology as well. That's important for our allies across the world who want nuclear to be part of their energy mix, but it's hugely important economic opportunity for this country as well.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. David Cameron sent Wilver to the wall. George Osborne begged the Chinese to invest, and we're still unpicking that mistake. And then you have the situation where Theresa May nearly kills off Hinkley Point C, and with it Sizewell C. And that's the first 9 years of the 14 years of Conservative government. It actually gets worse. So with Labour, you have plans getting off the ground to end our reliance on dictators like Putin, and it is to be commended. Can I ask the Minister to set out how we will build our nuclear future in all parts of the UK, and may I make a particular recommendation for Dorset? Because we have Windfrith, which could be a really big part of our nuclear future.
Minister.
Well, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was rather expecting every question today to be, could an SMR be built in my constituency? That my honourable friend is the first, so he wins a prize for that. Look, he makes the point, and I won't labour it, but we had a lot of promises and a lot of big talk from the government on nuclear, but very little actually delivered. And the truth is there was no money put forward for any of these things. It's easy to sign and say we want to deliver something, but without actually putting any money forward, nothing is going to happen. We've committed to almost £20 billion of funding to make Britain's new golden age of nuclear a reality, and that is what will deliver jobs in his constituency and right across the country. But we are ambitious about the future of SMRs. They are able to be sited in a great many more places than traditional nuclear. We've asked Great British Energy Nuclear to look at the range of sites that are possible right across the United Kingdom, not just those sites that were traditionally designated for nuclear projects. That opens up huge opportunity for the energy mix of the future, and of course for jobs and investment and training right across the supply chains as well.
James Wild.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in the spirit of consensus, which untypically the Energy Minister just moved away from, I join in welcome this announcement. I was advising the then Energy Minister when the Hinkley contract was signed and when the Horizon project was proceeding before Hitachi withdrew. So I'm keen to see development at Wilfer and beyond. Can the Minister confirm what tangible steps are being taken to accelerate approval of Rolls-Royce's design and other SMR designs, and by how much? And when does he expect the first SMR to be operational at Wilfer?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for that, and I genuinely say that I think with all the debates we have about our energy mix at the moment, nuclear may be a point of general consensus, and that is important for the industry, in fact, so I welcome his comments. On the exact details of the timelines, I'm afraid I'm not the nuclear minister, so I will get my noble friend Lord Valence to write to him on that point. But in terms of the overall timeline for the SMR programme, our ambition is that they will be online in the mid-2030s. There's obviously a significant amount of work to do in terms of the site itself and the designs moving forward, but we want to make sure that we're moving everything possible to get these done quickly, because we have a first mover advantage as a country if we can prove this technology works and set about expanding it and looking at the export market for it internationally.
David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I strongly welcome this
Nuclear is a growing sector. Just on Friday in Haydock, in my constituency, I helped to officially open Delkia as new HQ. They're a company that's relatively new that does a lot of work in this sector. Can the Minister assure me and small businesses and medium-sized businesses like Delkia in my constituency that they'll benefit from this growth supported by this government?
Minister.
Yeah, my honourable friend makes a really important point. This is the investment in these projects is felt in communities right across the country, in his constituency, but in small businesses right across the country. And also through those opportunities, of course, it's creating apprenticeships and opportunities for young people to set out in their careers in the energy industry. So, as I said earlier, Great British Energy Nuclear's ambition is that 70% of the supply chain products that will build these SMRs will be built in Britain. That's a hugely important investment right across our economy. Of course, 70% might not be the ceiling of our ambition, but this is an opportunity for communities, for businesses, to come forward and say we can help build this innovative, hugely important part of our future energy mix, and we're really excited about the opportunities that presents.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
And I welcome this announcement. Plaid Cymru supports new nuclear at Wilfa unequivocally, as well, of course, as at Trasfynydd. Last week's statement also announced AI growth zones with 2 sites in North West Wales, one at Holyhead and the other at Trasfynydd. Could you please provide further information on the infrastructure therefore required in Trasfynydd, especially in relation to data centres and energy supply?
Well, I'm grateful to hear the Honourable Lady's support for nuclear. I think as a party, Plaid Cymru has different views on this, but I'm glad to hear her support for new nuclear. There is... The AI growth zones are all about us trying to designate an area for data centres, which is important for our future economic development, but in a way that allows us to plan strategically how power will get to it and what the transmission infrastructure is required, and also to give confidence that there will be infrastructure in place so that data centres know that is a site that they can invest in, which brings forward significant amounts of private investment. If there are specific questions she has about the infrastructure, I'm very happy to speak to her outside of the House.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There will be good, well-paying jobs at Rolls-Royce in Derby to get these reactors built, which won't just benefit those doing them, but will also power up the local economy too, putting money in the tills of shops, restaurants and pubs. And there's huge pride in knowing the crucial roles being played in powering Britain with clean energy. Can the Minister tell us more about the work being done to maximise the extra jobs and prosperity that will be delivered in Derby, Warrington, Wilfa and other sites as a result of this Labour government's investment in this historic project?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question, and she's right to point out the wider impact that investment has, not just in the nuclear supply chains, but in the investment in local communities that drives forward. Nuclear tends to have much more sustainable, well-paid, trade unionised jobs than other parts of our energy system, and that does mean that there are wider economic benefits for those who work in the nuclear industry. We want to see a great many more jobs in nuclear right across the country. We should be hugely proud that Rolls-Royce is taking forward this project in the UK, hugely innovative project. The UK at the forefront of this new technology, a technology that will change the future energy system for the UK and across the world, and we're really proud that those will be built in Britain.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reform UK believe in investing in nuclear energy and welcome this news for the North West region, which will bring jobs and growth, including in my constituency of Runcorn and Helsby. We're told that the Wilfa SMR will start producing power mid-2030s, but given the procurement process is through the Great British Energy Nuclear Company, a publicly owned government company, how can the Secretary of State or the Minister, I beg your pardon, assure us that this will not turn into another HS2 with spiralling costs and missed deadlines?
Well, first of all, let me say, when I said there was a moment of consensus in the House, I didn't for a second assume that reform might be part of that consensus, but I welcome that finally on taking a serious position on the country's energy security, and I welcome that. Look, we are committed to delivering this SMR programme as quickly as possible. It's important for our energy security and for our energy mix, but it's also important to make sure we're delivering the SMR programme as quickly on an international level as possible. Great British Energy Nuclear is an expert company that was set up, in fact, by the previous government government to make sure that we're steering through these projects with expertise right at the heart of it, with a board that are nuclear experts. That remains an important part at the heart of this. It's in their interest and in all of our interests for these projects to move forward as quickly as possible.
Alex Barros-Curtis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this brilliant announcement for Wilver, delivering after 14 years of failure by the previous Conservative government for the people of North Wales. And I join the commendation of the stakeholders who've helped deliver this, including the Honourable Member for Ynys Môn, the Welsh Office, my colleagues in the Welsh Office, and the brilliant North Wales Welsh Labour MPs that we have who've been arguing vociferously for this. This will be central to cutting energy costs and honouring our green energy commitments. So will the Minister assure me that this is just the sign of more great things to come for Wales from this UK Labour government?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and can I repeat my thanks to all those across the House, in fact, who have been involved in these projects over many years, but in particular in recent months to colleagues in the Welsh Government and to Labour MPs from Wales who have been campaigning on this, and indeed to the Honourable Lady for Ynys Môn who has campaigned on this issue as well. It's right to say that there are jobs coming from this project in Ynys Môn, but that there are wider jobs coming from the energy transition right across Wales, from an investment in the transmission infrastructure, to our investment in renewables projects, to the Celtic Sea and all the jobs that go with it, delivered by this government's commitment to clean power, not just to delivering the energy system of the future, but the jobs that go with it, an industrial strategy that creates jobs in Wales after 14 years of a lack of industrial policy leading to job losses across the country. This is the beginning of great things for Wales, leading the way in this, and I know with their expertise, with their skill, with their commitment to this, they'll do a fantastic job and make this country proud.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Honourable Lady for Ynys Môn for the UQ today and for giving us the opportunity to participate. The Minister will know right away that I absolutely welcome the UK's first modular reactor nuclear power station, recognising the strong heritage, nuclear heritage and expertise of that in Wales. It is imperative, of course, that we all share that we have the same capacity in Northern Ireland without reliance on an all-island network. Will government commit to working with the Legislative Assembly to create a similar project in Northern Ireland and provide power to homes and businesses throughout the area that I represent and indeed right across Northern Ireland? Thank you very much.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should have come prepared with a line on whether an SMR could be sited in Strangford, and I'm sorry, because I should have known that that was coming. But can I say to him, as always, I welcome our discussions on energy policy. Of course, as I always say, I take the relationships with the Northern Ireland Executive very seriously, but energy policy is transferred in Northern Ireland, so I don't have any direct responsibility for that. But we have been working with the Northern Ireland Government on their push to clean power, and of course nuclear power as part of our baseload here in the UK is also important for Ireland in terms of the interconnectors across and making sure that our energy security is a priority for both governments. But I'm happy to look at Strangford as a future candidate.
Jonathan Hinder.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted to see this Labour government cracking on with new nuclear in the form of small modular reactors. When the Rolls-Royce site in Barnoldswick in my constituency was saved from closure during the pandemic, there was a specific reference to future SMR manufacturing work mentioned in the dispute resolution agreement negotiated by my own trade union, Unite. Now, I know this government is committed to creating clean jobs in all parts of the country, so with that in mind, will he and relevant ministers impress upon Rolls-Royce SMR that some of the jobs created by this must come to Barnoldswick?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be wrong for me to say that I'm fully briefed on the particular issues of that settlement, but I'm happy to take away the issue and to write to him. But I would say that Rolls-Royce winning this contract is a hugely important moment for British innovation. There will be thousands of jobs in the supply chains from this project felt in constituencies up and down this country.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, I welcome this announcement about small modular reactors. But thanks to the landmark deal done back in September, Hartlepool is now going to lead the world in advanced modular reactors. £12 billion of economic input, 2,500 jobs, powering 1.5 million homes. Critical now is the pace of getting that project started. So can the Minister tell me what this government can do to ensure that the regulatory alignment is in place to make sure we can get spades in the ground as soon as humanly possible?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue. September seems like a long time ago, but during the state visit, we announced the UK and US partnership, the Atlantic Partnership on Advanced Nuclear Energy, a commitment from this government to work with like-minded governments where we have similar regulatory regimes to build nuclear, but also to bring in the private sector much more. And the agreement that he mentions of X-Energy and Centrica, the plan to build up to 12 advanced modular reactors in Hartlepool with thousands of good jobs to go with it, is a great example of where that private investment, unlocked by decisions that this government has taken, will deliver jobs across the country. I'm very happy to come back to him on the points around timeline, but what we have said throughout is that we want to move as quickly as possible to make sure the regulatory regime maintains the safety that rightly the British public would expect, but is also flexible enough to make sure we take advantage of these opportunities when they come, and that's what we're working on as quickly as possible.
John Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's brilliant to listen to all this chat about thousands of new jobs and billions of pounds of investment, but we're not getting any of it in Glasgow because the SNP are against nuclear power. Nuclear power is a source of reliable baseload energy. It's essential for security of supply. In fact, we import nuclear energy to Scotland from time to time when the system is short. Against that background, would the Minister agree with me that the SNP's anti-nuclear stance absolutely defies logic?
Well, of course I agree with my honourable friend. Like so much of SNP policy, it defies logic, but particularly this one. And I would just say, actually, his constituents in Glasgow and constituents across Scotland will benefit from supply chain jobs from the SMR project and from the work we're doing in Hinkley Point C and Sizewell C, but they're not benefiting anywhere near as much as they could be if we were building these projects in Scotland. It is an economically stupid idea to ideologically block new nuclear in Scotland, but it is also a real challenge to Scotland's energy security. For more than half of the last few weeks, nuclear has been providing the electricity in Scotland. Renewables is hugely important, of course it is, but it has to be balanced with storage and with nuclear. Only when we get that balance right do we deliver secure, clean, homegrown power. You need both parts of it, and the SNP is missing half of it and missing in action as usual.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that it's only thanks to this Labour government investing at scale in our domestic nuclear industry that we can overturn the disastrous legacy of the party opposite? And does he further agree that it shows that a government that invests in the long term, that works closely with our companies, can really deliver the jobs and the change to our energy system that constituencies across the country need?
Well, it would surprise the House, Madam Deputy Speaker. I completely agree with my honourable friend, but he's right on two fronts. First of all, it's all fine and good to promise that you will do things and to talk big and to consult and consult and consult, but actually at some point money has to be put on the table to deliver it. The previous government failed to do that. Almost £20 billion of investment has now been brought forward by this government to make these projects a reality. That is how you deliver a new golden age of nuclear in the United Kingdom, not just publishing lots of documents and thinking that's the end of it. But the second point he makes, I think, is also right, that investment in the UK in the clean power transition is hugely important. More than £50 billion of private investment since we came to government last year. That is because of the certainty and the policy confidence that investors have in the UK. That's what would be put at risk by the policies of the party opposite, by Reform and by others, who I think talk about the future energy mix but miss out the detail and of course put that investment at risk, which is what will put at risk jobs and investment in the supply chains across the country as well. So we're delivering the energy policy of the future for energy security, for climate leadership and for good jobs.
Can I thank the Minister for his responses this afternoon? Those who are leaving the chamber, can you do so quickly and quietly whilst we allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over? Which brings us to an urgent question on illegal waste dumping and organised crime. Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs what assessment he has made of the adequacy of the powers, funding and staffing of the Environment Agency to tackle the work and impact of organised criminal gangs illegally dumping huge quantities of waste in the countryside.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to first convey apologies from the Minister for Nature. She would have loved to have been here for this question, but is currently attending COP30 in Brazil. So in her absence, I will be doing my absolute best to answer all of the questions from members of the House on this important issue. The British countryside is one of our nation's greatest treasures. From rolling hills to tranquil woodlands, it is beautiful and essential for both our well-being and health. That is why it is absolutely deplorable when waste criminals scar the landscape with complete disregard, damaging precious ecosystems and undermining our communities. This government is committed to tackling waste crime, which is a blight on local communities and the environment and damages legitimate businesses. The Environment Agency has a wide range of powers which it uses as an enforcement work against organised crime in waste and other environmental areas. It has strong powers of entry and evidence gathering. It is able to authorise mobile communications data, and it has authority to use covert human intelligence sources. It is one of only 3 non-police agencies to have access to police databases. The Joint Unit for Waste Crime, hosted by the Environment Agency, brings together the Environment Agency, HMRC, the National Crime Agency, the police, waste regulators from across the UK, and other operational partners to share intelligence and tasking to disrupt and prevent serious organised waste crime. The Environment Agency's Economic Crime Unit targets the financial motivation behind offending and uses financial mechanisms to inhibit the ability of offenders, including organised crime groups, to operate. This government has also increased the Environment Agency's funding, including the amount available to tackle illegal waste operators after years of frozen budgets and real terms cuts. We have raised the budget for waste crime enforcement by 50% this year to £15.6 million. But this government plans to go further still, to tighten the net on waste criminals with policy and regulatory reforms to close loopholes exploited by them. We are fundamentally reforming the waste carriers, brokers and dealers system, tightening waste permit exemptions and introducing digital waste tracking. And we're determined to clean up Britain and end the throwaway society.
Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to you and to Mr Speaker for granting this urgent question. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recently knocked on the door of Billy Burnell, the chair of the Kidlington Angling Society in my constituency. Billy showed me photographs and videos that took my breath away. They showed the obscene scale of the illegal waste dump in my constituency. This site is approximately 150 metres long, 10 metres wide and up to 12 metres high. It really has to be seen to be believed. Over the weekend, the situation has become much more urgent. Heavy rain has caused the River Cherwell to rise by 4 feet or so. Water now laps against the waste, which can be seen floating towards the Cherwell. This incident highlights that organised criminal gangs are carefully planning operations to dump industrial waste in the countryside. They earn millions of pounds in illegal earnings without a thought for the health of people or animals, nor the damage to soil, water or air. And I'm deeply concerned that the Environment Agency is not equipped to deal with this unfolding environmental disaster. As an example, the EA recently informed noble lords in the other place that there were 6 other sites of the scale of the disaster at Hodes Wood in Kent, yet the site in my constituency was not on that list. So I have 3 questions for the Minister. Most urgently from my constituents, will ministers follow the example of the previous Secretary of State, who on the 22nd of May 2024 issued a directive to the Environment Agency to clean up the illegal dump at Hodes Wood in Kent? And will they issue a similar urgent directive for the clearance of the dump in my constituency before it is too late for the River Cherwell? Secondly, will ministers undertake a root and branch review, independent of the department, of the government's response to waste crime? And finally, in the meantime, does the Minister support calls from Liberal Democrats that in the most serious cases, the National Crime Agency should take over the investigation?
Thank you. And the government is aware of the appalling case of illegal dumping in the honourable member's constituency, and I absolutely share his constituents' anger. I too have seen the photographs and the videos, and it is no wonder that he feels moved to bring this urgent question today. Now, there is a current criminal investigation underway, and an Environment Agency restriction order has been serve to prevent access to the site and further land tipping. And the Local Resilience Forum has been notified to explore opportunities for multi-agency support. I understand the Nature Minister has offered to meet with the Honourable Gentleman when she returns from COP, and I know that she's keen to fulfil that. And on the because there's a criminal investigation ongoing at the moment, I don't want to preempt, obviously, the findings of that, but I can reassure him that the Environment Agency are working very, very closely with local partners, and that offer of continuing the conversation outside of the chamber is there for him.
Dolly Moore. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for bringing this urgent question. As the Minister knows from her visit to my constituency last week, recently millions of plastic beads washed up in my constituency. After initially denying any involvement, Southern Water has now admitted that they were responsible and they came from their wastewater treatment plant. Shame. This is a huge environmental catastrophe, not least because we know that these beads pose a serious risk to wildlife, and we are awaiting further investigations about just how toxic they could be. At my public meeting about this issue last week with over 100 residents, Southern Water admitted that the use of these beads is outdated and there are better modern methods. I recognise that she can't comment on the live investigation happening run by the Environment Agency, but would she agree with me that the Environment Agency must look at the use of these beads and they must look at how we can prevent an environmental catastrophe like this ever happening again?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend is a formidable and impressive and, quite frankly, delighted and proud to be on the same side as her fighting on this particular issue. She has led an incredible campaign, and I went to go and see these beads myself, and they're appalling. They're tiny little plastic beads about so big that are all embedded into the sand. People having to remove them with sweeping brushes and sieves, literally sieving the sand to remove them. Thousands of them up and down the coastline. So she's quite right to feel angry and upset about it. And as for the use of the beads being outdated, I'm going to be writing to all of the water companies to ask them who are still using these beads. If they're still using them, what other mitigations are in place to prevent them further ones possibly escaping, and if they are still using them and they've put mitigations in place, what are their plans to sort of look at alternative methods instead? Because I agree with her, we do not want this happening anywhere else.
Shadow Minister Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, my thoughts are with those affected by the floods and the impacts of Storm Claudia. We cannot overstate the mental health impacts from these events, and I pay tribute to the emergency teams and volunteers for the work that they do when we need them most. Members across this House will all have incidents in their constituencies where fly tippers dump waste, and sadly we too have seen serious cases in my constituency of Epping Forest. These incidents are a blight on communities, and the shameless people who do it should be punished to the full extent of the law. The member for Bicester and Woodstock is right to raise the shocking illegal waste dump in his constituency, which has waste stacked over 10 metres high, and the effects that will unfold on the environment, ecology and wildlife are positively frightening. The Labour's government action so far on dumping and fly tipping has been somewhat lacklustre, despite the fact that 36 of the 50 local authorities with the highest fly tipping rates, a staggering 72%, are Labour controlled. So can I ask the Minister, what are the government doing to help join up police forces to tackle this? And with huge catastrophic dumps, as we are discussing today in Oxfordshire, what support is the government giving the EA and the local authority? And will they work cross-government with the Home Office, Cabinet Office and MHCLG to tackle this? What analysis of reform are they proposing to the Environment Agency? Would they consider a review as we have proposed? And with police numbers dropping under Labour, how are they proposing that rural and indeed urban police forces tackle fly tipping more effectively? And with regard to this particular catastrophic Oxfordshire case, is the government conducting an assessment of the potential public health and environmental impacts from this horrific waste dump?
Thank you. I will point out to the honourable gentleman that it is this government that increased funding by 50% for waste enforcement by the Environment Agency after it had been frozen for years under the previous government. But not only are we increasing the funding to the Environment Agency, but they're also going much further. They're reforming the carrier broker deal regime, moving from the regulation of waste management and transport from light touch system into environmental permitting. We're doing waste permit exemption reforms to change those rules, digital waste tracking so we can actually see where the waste ends up, and packaging extender producer responsibility to look at reducing the amount of pollution, things that need to go into waste system as well, and simpler recycling reform. My honourable friend, the Nature Minister, has been working hard ever since being elected to deal with the legacy that she inherited of problems in the waste environment.
Jessica Morden. Madam Deputy Speaker, Newport Council is really prioritising tackling waste crime and fly tipping, and we've seen a drop in incidents this year as we see more fixed penalty notices handed out. Much of the waste is, as others have said, dumped by rogue traders posing as legitimate businesses using false number plates often. Can the Minister remind the House some of the tools that the police and local authorities have already, and what more can Welsh and UK governments do working together to help Newport Council?
I congratulate my honourable friend and her council for the work that they're doing on dealing with legal waste, and as well as all of those announcements I gave in response to the honourable gentleman opposite, we also announced further when it comes to fly tipping, crushing vehicles. We're carrying out currently a review of council powers to seize and crush vehicles of fly tippers, and we want to see the councils working with the police and use the latest technologies such as drones to help catch fly tippers and crush more vehicles, and providing guidance on what we can do further in the new year.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Waste crime on an industrial scale is blighting rural communities across the country, costing the UK economy £1 billion a year. And it's even been described as the new narcotics from the former CEO of the Environment Agency. The Environment Agency needs the resources to both investigate the criminal activity leading to the waste dumping and prevent environmental damage and toxic runoff, not just one or the other. Waste crime is significantly underreported, criminal activity is widespread, with little chance of being prosecuted. So will the Minister confirm today whether her government will back Liberal Democrat amendments in the other place to the Crime and Policing Bill that would designate serious and organised waste crime as a strategic policy threat by establishing a national action plan, collect and publish waste crime data on a quarterly basis, establish an independent review into serious and organised waste crime, and will she support the National Crime Agency to prevent and effectively prosecute serious and organised waste crime?
Thank you. And again, I share the Honourable Lady's anger at what's happening in our beautiful countryside when we see this more and more evidence of illegal dumping. So as I mentioned, their total budget for 2025, the Environment Agencies, and 26 has increased and includes £15.6 million for waste crime enforcement. And this is a 50% increase. And overall, the Environment Agency have been able to increase its frontline criminal enforcement resource in the Joint Unit for Waste Crime Area and environmental crime teams as well. It has a wide range of powers, but of course we're always keen to look at what further could be done.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Deputy Speaker, alongside its people, our natural heritage is the most important part of our national identity. Yet every week, profiteering corporations and organised criminals treat it as a giant dumping ground for pollution and waste. It is these enemies of our countryside, not asylum seekers escaping hardship and persecution, who are the clear and present danger to our nation. And notwithstanding what the Minister has already said, the status quo is clearly failing. So how will the Minister ensure we finally start holding all those who trash our environment to account?
And again, I share my honourable friend's upset and anger at the state that some of these waste criminals leave our countryside. There are many measures we're taking forward, but just one which I think will be particularly important, and I know the Nature Minister was keen for me to mention, is the digital waste tracking system, and this will replace outdated methods for monitoring waste movements within and outside the UK. So this will be a really excellent way of actually tracking where does this waste end up and be able to see that in a digital way. And waste holders will record waste movements digitally at each transfer point, making it easier to share with regulators and improving timely compliance checks. This is just one of the many reforms that we'll be introducing.
Wendy Morton.
3,157. That's the number of fly tipping instances per day, and that's the equivalent to 1 every 27 seconds. In areas such as the West Midlands, we see it all too often. In my own constituency, despite the council's hard efforts to rid us of that scourge of piles of mattresses, piles of fridges. It's absolutely shocking what we see. Of course, it's not helped by the Birmingham bin strikes that are continuing, but I'd like to ask the Minister, therefore, whether she would support the introduction of penalty points on driving licences for those who are convicted of fly tipping, to send a really strong message out that those involved in organised waste crime operations will pay for the misery that they incur on our communities.
Thank you, and agree that the appalling state that fly tippers leave our environment in. And of course, we're looking at the reviewing council powers to seize and crush vehicles of fly tippers. And we want to see the councils working more closely with the police and using latest technology. And we're providing more guidance on what they can do in the future. But I'll make sure the Nature Minister hears her other ideas as well.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lying on the edge of the West Midlands conurbation and with plenty of country lanes and quiet beauty spots, communities in my Cannock Chase constituency, particularly my home village of Norton Keynes, know all too well the impact of fly tipping and organised waste crime. We on this side of the House have not forgotten the deep cuts made to the Environment Agency under the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. So can the Minister assure us that this government will make sure that the Environment Agency has the resources and powers it needs to go after those who make a living out of exploiting people and businesses and destroying our precious environment?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why that we've introduced the 50% increase in the Environment Agency's total budget for waste crime enforcement to enable them to have the powers and the resources to do exactly that, go after those waste criminals who are ruining our countryside.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I think we're probably all agreed that illegal fly tipping is a scourge on so many of our constituencies. And whilst I'd really like to praise Bromsgrove District Council for the work that they do in clearing up illegal fly tips, I'm particularly concerned around the impact of cross-border crime. My constituency is adjacent to the West Midlands, a different police authority. What assurance can the Minister give to me and to my constituents, particularly those in villages on the northern fringe from Romsley across to Withell, that the government is doing every single thing it can to ensure that all authorities are empowered to ensure that we get to the bottom of this and put illegal fly tipping to an end once and for all?
The honourable gentleman raises an important point, and one of the things we want to do in terms of sharing best practice is therefore we're chairing the National Fly Tipping Prevention Group, which includes a number of different councils, the Environment Agency and the National Crime Unit, to share those good practice, look at the practical tools on tackling fly tipping, and hopefully encourage everybody to learn from the best.
We're into just.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Penn Cricket Club in my constituency of Wolverhampton West allegedly had contaminated soil illegally deposited on its grounds, causing not only an eyesore but preventing the club from playing cricket on its grounds. The EA then put a stop notice on the club in July 2022, and despite investigations continuing, there is no end to the investigations and no resolution in sight. So what support can the government give to prevent these delays in the Environment Agency pursuing their investigations?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and we certainly don't want to get in the way of a good game of cricket. I know the weather does that enough, but we certainly don't want our regulators to do that. I think probably in the best case in this particular incident is that if he writes to the Minister with more information, and I'll see that she's able to meet with him to discuss it.
Vicky Slade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we were all shocked to see the images from my honourable friend's constituency of Bicester and Woodstock, but rural police offices are the worst funded in the country, with Dorset being rock bottom, made much worse by the amount of additional visitors that we welcome, but 25 million day visitors and many millions of staying holidaymakers. That makes it really hard for them to work on this sort of countryside crime. So what's her department doing to work with colleagues in the Home Office to look at how rurality is properly considered, and will she work with them to include organised waste crime as a strategic priority for the National Crime Agency?
Yeah. The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and of course it's important that we have all of the money that the Home Office needs, and so I hope she'll be supporting our budget next week.
Sean Woodcock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Bicester and Woodstock, my neighbour, for raising this urgent question. He'll know that the River Chirwell runs right through the heart of Banbury, and so this issue and the images from the weekend and footage has concerned a number of my residents as well. My question to the Minister would be whether she can provide them with reassurance that this government is supporting local authorities to the best that it can in order to fulfil their obligations in order to tackle environmental crime.
My honourable friend raises an important point, and it is appalling when you see the pictures of how that pollution is right next to the river, and very, very concerning as well. I mean, obviously, criminal investigations ongoing, work is happening on the ground. The Environment Agency are working closely with all of the local partners. But my honourable friend is right. We do need to make sure that this is joined up across all of the different authorities, and I can assure him that that's happening, and also offer him the similar meeting so he can have more detail in what's happening in this particular case.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the dumping of waste across the countryside, what assessment has the Minister made of the ability and capacity of the Environment Agency to adequately control and regulate the dumping of toxic emissions by wholly unwanted and unnecessary waste incinerators that are being foisted on our communities, including in Westbury in my constituency?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and as I understand it, all waste incinerators are tightly permitted. If there are problems with the permitting, or he believes that those permits are being broken, then I encourage him to contact the local Environment Agency for it to be urgently investigated.
Dr. Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's clarification on organised crimes and fly tipping. From the fields to the streets, Gratian Borough Council works tirelessly to investigate, fine and take to court these criminals. But what they need is a better legislative framework to make more efficient to prosecute, as well as give the powers and resources to councils to investigate and keep our streets clean. But fundamentally, the taxpayer should not be paying for this organised crime. They should be punished. Does the Minister agree?
I absolutely agree that waste criminals should face the full force of the law and be punished and fined for their activities.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not just my opinion that Tiverton and Minehead is the most beautiful constituency in the country. It contains Exmoor National Park, the Brenton Hills, the Blackdown Hills and the Quantock Hills, all of which are areas of outstanding natural beauty. Can I ask the Minister, please, these are criminals who effectively run corporations decimating our countryside. Can she please make sure that the fine meets the crime and they are absolutely penalised in their pockets where they deserve it most?
Yeah. The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and one of the ways to tackle this is to go after the criminals with all the legal powers that we have. And of course, the legal powers that we have in this particular case could include an unlimited fine.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There were 868 cases of fly tipping in 2023-24 in my constituency of Rushcliffe, but particularly we saw a rise in on-street fly tipping, and in fact in Nottingham there were over 30,000 incidents of fly tipping within the urban space. Can I ask the Minister what work will be done to help bolster the power of local authorities to make sure both urban and rural fly tipping is addressed?
My honourable friend raises an important point, and it's appalling to see waste dumped along streets in urban environments as much as it is in rural ones. And we're seeking powers in the Police and Crime and Policing Bill to provide statutory enforcement guidance to increase consistency across the country in how fly tippers, wherever they may be, are dealt with.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hodeswood, mentioned earlier by the Honourable Member for Bicester and Woodstock, is a patch of semi-ancient bluebell woodland in my constituency where criminal gangs have dumped 30,000 tonnes of waste. This took about 6 months to fell ancient trees and bring in lorry after lorry. My constituents are really concerned that something like this might happen again. Over that whole period of time, the criminals weren't stopped or apprehended. Has the Minister and the Secretary of State come to an understanding of who is responsible in those scenarios for stopping it from happening, and met with the Environment Agency, the police and the local authorities to make sure that criminals will be stopped in the act if they do this in future?
Minister. The Honourable Lady raises an important and serious case, and I know that the Nature Minister has been having many meetings about it. It is the location of a live investigation at the moment, so I won't say too much about that, but she's quite right in terms of lessons need to be learned and the criminals need to be brought to justice for the damage that they've done, and I'm grateful to her for raising this, and of course when there's any further information she will be contacted with an update.
Kevin McKenna.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency on Raspberry Hill Lane near the village of Iwade, there's one of these big mega illegal dumps, and it started metastasising, sprouting accessory dumps nearby, all in an attempt to evade the police and the Environment Agency. And it's not just the pressure and the destruction of the countryside, it's putting real strains on some of the legitimate businesses in waste processing that I have in my constituency, Sweep and Country Style and MVV and DS Smith, who are key to recycling the waste that we produce. Can the Minister tell my constituents the ways in which we're not only increasing the capacity for the Environment Agency and the police to handle this in terms of extra resources, but also how we're boosting the capability of those agencies, particularly with the skills and the cross-agency working that is needed to really get to the bottom of this really serious organised crime?
Yeah. I thank my honourable friend, and I'm horrified to hear such an appalling thing has happened in his constituency. And he's right, and we should praise the legitimate waste businesses who do a proper job and work within the confines of the law. And I want to reassure his residents, as well as increasing funding, we are also looking at increasing the powers available to the Environment Agency and the powers available to the local authority to ensure that we don't continue to see these appalling acts happening right across our country.
Victoria Collins.
In my constituency of Harpenden and Berkhamsted, a 200-tonne illegal dump has left a farmer with a £40,000 clean-up bill, and even the risk of criminalisation if he can't afford to clear it quickly. And yet a meeting cross-agency clarified that no single agency takes responsibility for investigating these large-scale incidents on private land. When perpetrators are caught, the fixed-term penalty is a pitiful £1,000. And this is for a crime that costs the economy £1 billion. Does the Minister agree that the enforcement gap, where victims shoulder the costs of organised crimes while the penalties remain pitiful, is completely unacceptable? And will the government help to establish a single accountable authority to investigate waste crime on private land and ensure penalties reflect the true cost of these offences?
The Honourable Lady raises an important point, and I'm sorry to hear about the impact that's had on a farm in her constituency. I think one of the most important reforms we can do is around the carrier and broker deal regime, which will mean be able to better track exactly when waste transfers from one place into another. And that going from this light touch system that we have at the moment into environmental permitting. This means tougher background checks for operators and tougher penalties for those who break the law.
Lauren Edwards.
Speaker, Brambletree Wharf in Borstal in my constituency has been blighted by an illegal tip for years. A council enforcement notice recently expired without the site being cleared, and yet unfortunately I've recently been informed that the Environment Agency will not be prosecuting those responsible, instead leaving it to the local council. So what steps will the Minister take to ensure that the Environment Agency uses all the powers at its disposal to tackle this criminal activity?
The Honourable Lady raises an important issue, and I'm sorry to hear that there won't be prosecution going forward. She might want to write to the Nature Minister with more details and information, so that's maybe something we could look at in more detail than we have currently now.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Correlation is not causation, but no one has so far in the Chamber mentioned the fact that our environmental levies on legal waste disposal go up and up and up, correlated with rises in crime dumping. So is it possible that we've gone too far in that direction because we're creating an incentive, regardless of the enforcement we do? If there's enough money in it, we will have criminals doing this, and there's no point being in this chamber wringing our hands and urging greater enforcement if we've created the fundamentals of an economy that we can never fix.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. And of course, we need to have a legal operating system. And it does need to be based on the cost of enforcement. We can't have a legal system operating where it ends up costing the government and costing taxpayers more. So of course, there needs to be a system that is fair and operates well. But I think fundamentally, one of the problems we have an issue with waste crime is that the Environment Agency was previously so badly underfunded.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst the dumping and the criminal gangs that perpetrate the dumping are one part of it, the other part of this are the businesses that seek to circumvent the legitimate routes to get rid of their waste by passing on to those companies to illegally dump in the first place. So can the Minister say a bit more about what action might be taken to educate businesses about their responsibilities for their waste, and also what this government can do to prosecute not just the dumpers but the people producing the waste and not dealing with it themselves?
Honourable friend is absolutely right. I think there does need to be greater education on who we are giving our waste to, but it's also why the digital waste tracking will be so important and make such a difference, because we will actually see if the waste is ending up in the place that it's meant to end up in.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2023 to 24, there were 1.15 million fly tipping incidents across England, with about 47,000 classified as tipper-load lorry size or industrial. An unauthorised waste dumping tip fire in Dewsbury occurred in early 2012. It burned for 4 weeks, causing significant disruption and house evacuations, and cost over £1.2 million to manage and to clear the waste. There is no excuse for fly tipping, and perpetrators must be made to pay for the clean-up. What resources is the government providing Kirklees Council to help keep waste and recycle centres maintained and open, and what enforcement is the EPA taking to take action against illegal dumpers?
The Honourable Gentleman raises an important issue, and of course this is why, as I've already mentioned, we have the National Fly Tipping Prevention Group, which is looking at sharing best practice, so different local authorities coming together to share best practice and look at how we're tackling this right across the country, because it's unfortunately an issue that seems to be everywhere at the moment.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend the government's action in this space. A contact of mine who used to work in environmental health tells me there's a misplaced perception that in our covert surveillance regulation, the Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act, directed surveillance prohibits surveillance of fly tipping hotspots, yet surveillance of a place is not directed surveillance. The statutory code of practice makes this clear with in-practice examples, but it simply needs updating to give fly tip surveillance examples. That could liberate the enforcement agencies to catch far more criminals and produce a much-needed deterrent. Could my honourable friend look into this?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Now, the Environment Agency is able to authorise mobile communications data and the authority to use covert human intelligence sources. But of course, if there's more that can be done, I urge him to write to the Nature Minister with further details and maybe even request a meeting with her.
Bobby Dean.
Deputy Speaker, residents in the Woodcote area of my constituency have been living with the misery of being opposite an illegal waste dump for years, and despite all the photographic and video evidence that they produce, nobody seems to be able to shut the site down. So can the Minister look into what level of proof is required in order to take action? Because it seems obvious to everybody that what's going on is wrong, but nobody seems to be able to put an end to it.
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question, and of course I urge him in the first instance to request a meeting with the local Environment Agency area director to have a look at asking that question about what further evidence is required to enable them to seek a prosecution in this matter. Then of course, if he's not satisfied with that after having that meeting, then to write in to the Nature Minister.
Sir John Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It took 4 years before statutory bodies did anything from it was originally reported about Housewood near my constituency. So can the Minister tell us more about how she hopes to work with local authorities like mine in Ashford to ensure immediate actions are taken against people committing these appalling crimes?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's right to be angry about the incidents that he's seeing in his constituency, and it's one of the reasons why we've increased the Environment Agency funding by 50% for waste crime enforcement. And of course, we're always keen to work with all local authorities and share best practice to ensure that all of them are going after these waste criminals.
Richard Ford.
Deputy Speaker, Devon County Council received almost 5,000 reports of fly tipping last year. And the Police Rural Affairs team supported East Devon District Council and the Environment Agency in a fly tipping engagement event. And it saw examples of tyres and plastic wrap. But will the Minister please speak with her counterparts at the Home Office about bolstering rural affairs teams in police constabularies such as Devon and Cornwall?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and as luck would have it, there happens to be on the front bench just here the Home Affairs team who will have heard his question.
Steve Race.
Madam Deputy Speaker, residents next raised with me the appalling fly tipping in the glorious countryside around our city, particularly in Stoke Woods within my constituency. It's rarely individuals, as we've heard. This is about dodgy operators, cowboy operators that are ruining our countryside. And I'm pleased that the government is cracking down on them, but we've got to break the business model. Can the Minister set out how the Department is working across government to tackle the financial incentives of waste crime, which would also help to support the many legitimate, responsible waste companies that do exist?
I thank my honourable friend, and he's quite right to highlight there are legitimate companies out there, but they're also waste criminals. And that's why the Environment Agency has launched its Economic Crime Unit, which targets the financial motivation behind offending and using financial mechanisms to inhibit the ability of offenders, including organised crime groups, to operate.
Ayub Khan.
Mr. Speaker, in Birmingham Perry-Barr, we have a serious fly tipping issue, but it's not just Birmingham Perry-Barr, it's actually Birmingham because of the bin strikes that we've got. Despite the protestations from local residents about getting CCTV cameras, the City Council says they have no funding available. So 2 questions for the Minister, please. Number 1, does she feel that the City Council, Labour-run City Council, should re-enter negotiations with the bin workers, given that we now have agency staff also striking? And will this government give additional resourcing to Birmingham City Council for enforcement, CCTV cameras and the like?
I do think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is a shame that an issue is raised here, but yet unfortunately on the ground the honourable gentleman does not seem to be able to work cross-party to actually deal with this issue. I encourage him to put party politics to a side and actually work with people in the local area to bring this issue to an end.
Dave Robertson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in January, criminals dumped 2 lorry loads of rubbish on Watery Lane just outside the city of Lichfield in my constituency. That dump was so large that it blocked access to the road and in the process stopped emergency services being able to access 9 properties. One of the residents in those properties did require chemo and has having issues with his blood pressure and occasionally needs to call an ambulance. Given that that is such a serious impact on people's lives, can the Minister outline whether the government is looking to introduce an aggravating factor for exactly that situation, so that if fly tips prevent access to properties, and the risk of life is treated like an aggravating factor, and the waste criminals will receive larger sentences for that purpose?
I thank my honourable friend, and I'm so sorry to hear about the issue that he's raised with his constituents. It's shocking that they were unable to access the treatment they need because of the appalling waste criminals. And I am sure that we will go after the waste criminals with every power we have to ensure that they are brought to justice for all of their crimes.
Adam.
Speaker, fly tipping is a national scourge, we all agree with that. But in addition to causing dismay, it causes a lot of disunity between communities. But furthermore, according to the 2018 report, it cost us £392 million to clear up fly tipping. So will the Minister agree to give more resources to our local councils to fund enforcement measures like cameras and implement a policy of zero tolerance, prosecuting offenders and imposing custodial sentences on those that break the law?
He was right to mention that the issue that he's having in his constituency and, of course, the need for more powers. But he also requests more funding, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is why I'm sure he'll be supporting our budget next week.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituents are quite rightly appalled by fly tipping. It's a particular problem in the west end of Morecambe, but also affects the beautiful countryside in my area. So can the Minister tell me what action the government is taking to tackle this appalling crime?
Thank my humble friend. And fly tipping is a serious crime. It does blight local communities. It blights our beautiful countryside, as well as we've heard our urban environments. And dealing with it does cost taxpayers and businesses a huge amount of money. So we're supporting councils to seize and crush vehicles of fly tippers. We're forcing fly tippers to clear up their own mess and taking steps to provide statutory fly tipping enforcement guidance to help councils make full and proper use of their enforcement powers.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for her answers. I think nobody in this House doubts the Honourable Lady's commitment to addressing this issue, and we very much welcome that and thank her for it. The discovery of the Mowboy illegal dump in Londonderry in 2013 revealed an enormous operation involving criminals who buried vast amounts of waste and showed the scale of the problem and the finance available. It is clear that the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency in Northern Ireland is historically underfunded and cannot investigate thoroughly reports of incidents which lead to more environmental waste crime. Indeed, cross-border organised crime and illegal waste being dumped in Northern Ireland. So can I ask the Minister this question? It is a devolved matter, but will the Minister commit to discussing and to liaise with the Northern Ireland Assembly and how better to work together for the investigatory bodies for these crimes throughout the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for, as always, raising an important issue for his constituents, and I am sure that the Nature Minister is regularly meeting with the Northern Ireland Assembly and that she can get back to you and update you on those conversations.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Stoke-on-Trent, under the leadership of Councillors Wazir and Ashworth, we've had the successful IDIOT campaign. That stands for illegal dumping in our towns. As a result, we've seen the numbers of fines go up and the amount of fly tipping is reducing too. Now, would the Minister agree with me that the IDIOT campaign is an aptly titled name for such a campaign?
I thank my honourable friend. I mean, there are many things that we could call idiot campaigns perhaps in here, but let's not get diverted into discussing those. But I pay full tribute to his local council for the work they're doing on tackling this hugely important issue, and full credit to him for raising it in here.
Can I thank the Minister for her answers this afternoon? If any members are planning to leave, could they do so quickly and quietly? But that's given the front benches a couple of moments to swap over. Before I call the Home Secretary to make her statement, I'm sorry that once again Mr. Speaker has asked me to remind ministers of the requirement in the government's own ministerial code that major new policy announcements should be made in this House in the first instance and not to the media. This afternoon's statement has already been the subject of very extensive media coverage, both over the weekend and this morning, including a lot of policy detail. Honourable and right honourable members on the government benches were very quick to criticise ministers in the previous government for this kind of behaviour, but the Home Office seems to have a particular problem with making media announcements before ministers come to make statements to the House. I know that the committee chaired by the Honourable Member for North Dorset is looking at this matter, and I look forward to reading their recommendations. Statement: Asylum policy, the Home Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I will make a statement about how we restore order and control to our borders. I do so as this government publishes the most significant reform to our migration system in modern times. This country will always offer sanctuary to those fleeing danger. But we must also acknowledge that the world has changed, and our asylum system has not changed with it. Our world is a more volatile and more mobile place. Huge numbers are on the move. While some are refugees, others are economic migrants seeking to use and abuse our asylum system. And even genuine refugees are passing through other safe countries searching for the most attractive place to seek refuge. The burden that has fallen on this country has been heavy. 400,000 have sought asylum here in the last 4 years. Over 100,000 people now live in asylum accommodation, and over half of refugees remain on benefits 8 years after they have arrived. To the British public who foot the bill, the system feels out of control and unfair. It feels that way because it is. The pace and scale of change has destabilised communities. It is making our country a more divided place. There will never be a justification for the violence and racism of a minority. But if we fail to deal with this crisis, we will draw more people down a path that starts with anger and ends in hatred. I have no doubt about who we really are in this country. We are open, tolerant, and generous. But the public rightly expect that we can determine who enters this country and who must leave. To maintain the generosity that allows us to provide sanctuary, we must restore order and control. Rather than deal substantively with this problem, the last Conservative government wasted precious years and £700 million on their failed Rwanda plan, with the lamentable result of just 4 volunteers removed from the country. As a result, they left us with the grotesque chaos of asylum seekers housed in hotels, shuttled around in taxis, with the taxpayer footing the bill. My predecessor as Home Secretary picked up this dreadful inheritance and rebuilt the foundations of a collapsed asylum system. Decision-making has been restored, with a backlog now 18% lower than when we entered office. Removals have increased, reaching nearly 50,000 under this government. Immigration enforcement has hit record levels, with over 8,000 arrests in the last year. The Border Security Bill is progressing through Parliament, and my predecessor struck a historic agreement with the French, which means small boat arrivals can now be sent back to France. These are vital steps, but we must go further. Today, we have published Restoring Order and Control, a new statement on our asylum policy. Its goals are twofold. Firstly, to reduce illegal arrivals into this country, and secondly, to increase removals of those with no right to be here. It starts by accepting an uncomfortable truth. While asylum claims fall across Europe, they are rising here. And that is because of the comparative generosity of our asylum offer, when compared to so many of our European neighbours. This generosity is a factor that draws people to these shores on a path that runs through other safe countries. Nearly 40% come on small boats and over perilous channel crossings, but a roughly equal number come here legally via a visitor, work or study visa and then go on to claim asylum. They do so because refugee status is the most generous route into this country. An initial grant lasts 5 years, which is then converted almost automatically into permanent settled status. In other European countries, things are done differently. In Denmark, refugee status is temporary and they provide safety and sanctuary until it is possible for a refugee to return home. In recent years, asylum claims have hit a 40-year low. And now, across Europe, countries are tightening their systems in similar ways. We must act too. We will do so by making refugee status temporary, not permanent. A grant of refugee status will last 2.5 years, not 5. It will be renewed only if it is impossible for a refugee to return home. Permanent settlement will now come at 20 years, not 5. I know this country welcomes people who contribute, and for those who want to stay and are willing and able to, we will create a new work and study visa route solely for refugees, with a quicker path to permanent settlement. To encourage refugees into work, we will also consult on removing benefits for those who are able to work but choose not to. Outside of the most exceptional circumstances, family reunion will not be possible, with a refugee only able to bring family over if they have joined a work and study route and if qualifying tests are met. While over 50,000 were granted refugee status in the last year, more than 100,000 claimants and failed asylum seekers remain in taxpayer-funded accommodation. And we know that criminal gangs use the prospect of free bed and board to promote their small boat crossings. We have already announced that we will empty asylum hotels by the end of the Parliament. and we are exploring a number of large military sites as an alternative. We will now also remove the 2005 legislation that created a duty to support asylum seekers, reverting to a legal power to do so instead. While we will continue to support those who play by the rules, those who do not, be that through criminality or antisocial behaviour, can have their support removed. We will also remove our duty to support those who have a right to work. It is right that those who do receive support pay for it if they can. So those with income or assets will have to contribute to the cost of their stay. This will end the absurdity that we currently experience, where an asylum seeker receiving £800 each month from his family and who had recently acquired an Audi was receiving free housing at the taxpayer's expense, and the courts judged that we could do nothing about it. Mr. Speaker, these measures are designed to tackle the pull factors that draw people into this country. But reducing the number of arrivals is just half of the story. We must also enforce our rules and remove those who have no right to be here. This will mean restarting removals to countries where they have been paused. In recent months, we have begun voluntary removal of failed asylum seekers to Syria once again. However, there are still many failed asylum seekers here from Syria, most of whom fled a regime that has since been toppled. Other countries are planning to enforce removals, and we will follow suit. Where a failed asylum seeker cannot be returned home, we will also continue to explore the possibility of return hubs, with negotiations ongoing. We must remove those who have failed asylum claims, regardless of who they are. Today, we are not removing family groups, even when we know that their home country is perfectly safe. There are, for instance, around 700 Albanian families living in taxpayer-funded accommodation, having failed their asylum claims. This is true despite an existing returns agreement, and that Albania is a signatory to the European Convention on Human Rights. So we will now begin the removal of families. Where possible, we will encourage a voluntary return, but where an enforced return is necessary, that is what we will do. Where the barrier to a return is not the individual, nor the UK government, but the receiving country, we will take action. I can announce today that we have told Angola, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Namibia that if they do not comply with international rules and norms, we will impose visa penalties on them. And I am sending a wider message here. Unless other countries heed this lesson, further sanctions will follow. Much of the delay in our removals, however, comes from the sclerotic nature of our own system. In March of this year, the appeals backlog stood at 51,000 cases. This government has already increased judicial sitting days, but reform is required. So we will create a new appeals body staffed by professional independent adjudicators. And we will ensure there is early legal representation available to advise claimants and ensure their issues are properly considered. Cases with a low chance of success will be fast-tracked, and claimants will have just one opportunity to claim and one to appeal, ending the merry-go-round of claims and appeals that frustrate so many removals. While some barriers to removal are the result of process, others are substantive issues related to the law itself. There is no doubt that the expanded interpretation of parts of the European Convention on Human Rights has contributed. This is particularly true of Article 8, the right to a family life. The courts have adopted an ever-expanding interpretation of this right, and as a result, many people have been allowed to come to this country when they would otherwise have had no right to. And we have been unable to remove others when the case for doing so seems overwhelming. This includes cases like an arsonist sentenced to 5 years in prison, whose deportation was blocked on the grounds that his relationship with his sibling may suffer. And more than half of those detained are now delaying or blocking their removal by raising a last-minute rights claim. Article 8 is a qualified right. That means we are not prevented from removing individuals or refusing an application to move to the UK if it is in the public interest. To narrow Article 8 rights, we will therefore make 3 important changes in both domestic law and our immigration rules. Firstly, we will define what exactly a family is, narrowing this down to parents and their children. Secondly, we will define the public interest test so the default becomes a removal or refusal, with Article 8 rights only permissible in the most exceptional circumstances. Thirdly, we will tighten where Article 8 claims can be heard, ensuring only those who are living in the UK can lodge a claim rather than their family members overseas, and that all claims are heard first by the Home Office and not in a courtroom. We will also pursue international reform of a second element of the European Convention, the application of Article 3, the prohibition on torture and inhuman, degrading treatment or punishment. We will never return anyone to be tortured in their home country. But the definition of degrading treatment has expanded into the realm of the ridiculous. Today we have criminals we seek to deport, but discover we cannot because the prisons in their home country have cells that are deemed too small, or even mental health provision that is not as good as our own. As Article 3 is an absolute right, a public interest test cannot be applied. For that reason, we are seeking reform at the Council of Europe, and we do so alongside international partners who have raised similar concerns. But it is not just international law that binds us. According to data from 2022, over 40% of those detained for removal claim they were modern-day slaves. This well-intentioned law is being abused by those who seek to frustrate a legitimate removal. So I will bring forward legislation that tightens the modern slavery system to ensure that it protects those it was designed for and not those who seek to abuse it. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are significant reforms. They are designed to ensure our asylum system is fit for the modern world and that we retain public consent for the very idea of providing refuge. We will always be a country that offers protection to those fleeing peril, just as we did in recent years when Ukraine was invaded, when Afghanistan was evacuated, and when we repatriated Hong Kongers. For that reason, as order and control is restored, we will open new, capped, safe and legal routes into this country. These will make sponsorship the primary means by which we resettle refugees, with voluntary and community organisations given greater involvement to both receive refugees and support them, working within caps set by government. We will also create a new route for displaced students to study in the UK and another for skilled refugees to work here. And of course, we will always remain flexible to new crises across the world as they happen. I know the British people do not want to close the doors, but until we restore order and control, those who seek to divide us will grow stronger. It is our job as a Labour government to unite where there is division. So we must now build an asylum system for the world as it is, one that restores order and control, one that opens safe and legal routes to those fleeing danger across the world, and one that sustains our commitment to providing refuge for this generation and those to come. I know the country we are. We are open, tolerant and generous. We are the Greater Britain that those on this side of the House believe in, not the littler England that some would wish we would become. These reforms are designed to bring unity where others seek to divide. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of his statement, most of which I read in the Sunday Telegraph, actually. But I am pleased that she is bringing forward measures to crack down on illegal immigration. It's not enough, But it is a start, and it's also a change. It's a change from her previous position in opposition of a general amnesty for illegal migrants. But I do want to praise the new Home Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker. She's bringing fresh energy and a clearer focus to this problem, and she has got more done in 70 days in the job than her predecessor did in a year. She seems to get what many on the benches behind refuse to accept. She is right to say that if we fail to deal with the crisis, we will draw more people to a path that starts with anger and ends in hatred. But we will also allow our English Channel to operate as an open route into this country for anyone prepared to risk their lives and pay criminal gangs. This is not fair. It is not fair on British citizens, it is not fair on those who come here legally, and it is not fair on those in genuine need who are pushed to the back of the queue because the system is overwhelmed. Anyone who cannot see by now that simply tinkering with the current system isn't going to fix this problem is either living in la-la land or being willfully obstructive. It is a shame that it has taken Labour a year in office to realise there is a borders crisis. Yes. I don't know why they're chuntering. What was their first act in government? Her predecessor's first act was to scrap the Rwanda plan, which was already, yes, they're cheering, it was already starting to act as a deterrent before it even got off the ground. And before it started, Labour threw away all of our hard work, the taxpayers' money. They're the ones who have wasted their money, not us. But this statement, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an admission that her predecessor's immigration and borders bill will not work. But I'm glad to see them now changing course. The powers they're using in this bill, they all voted down when we were in government. They wouldn't be able to do that if we hadn't got it through. None of them know the work that was done. They're just cheering nonsensically, but we know what has happened since they came into office. In fact, the Home Secretary will know that in the 70 days that she has been in office, 10,000 people have crossed the channel. And in the last year, we have seen record levels of asylum claims. The problem has got worse since Labour came into office and is getting even worse by the day. But I am afraid to tell her that what she is announcing is not going to work on its own. And some of these measures will, in fact, take us backwards. I say that to her with no ill will, and I hope she believes me when I say I genuinely want her to succeed. Because on this side of the House, we are speaking from experience. We know how difficult this is. It is, we are. And we're not going to take any lectures from the people who voted down every single measure to control immigration. Some of the measures she is announcing today, Madam Deputy Speaker, are undoubtedly positive steps. Baby steps, but positive nonetheless. We welcome making refugee status temporary, and we welcome removing the last Labour government's legislation that created a duty to support asylum seekers. She's right to do that. Yeah. However, some of what she is announcing simply does not go far enough. On this side of the House, we believe that anyone who arrives illegally, especially from safe countries, should be deported and banned from claiming asylum. Does the Home Secretary agree that anyone who comes to this country illegally should be deported? I'd like to know, I think the country would like to know, because this announcement means that some people who arrive will be allowed to stay. They just need to wait 20 years before getting permanent settlement. That does not remove the pull factor. But the main problem is that for as long as the UK is in the ECHR, illegal immigrants and those exploiting our system will use human rights laws to block anything she does to solve this. I know this because I saw it happen again and again over the last 4 years. I know she is seeing it too. We even saw it this year with the Prime Minister's one-in, one-out scheme, which has seen people return to France, come back yet again on small boats. I can guarantee that her plan to reinterpret Article 8 will not work. We tried this already. Strasbourg and UK case law will prevail. And I agree with her that the definition of degrading treatment is overinterpreted. But renegotiating Article 3 internationally will take years. Years we don't have, if it were even possible, but the fact is, it isn't. We know this because a small group of EU countries tried this earlier and they were dismissed by the Secretary-General of the Council of Europe. Her government did nothing to support them, so I'm not convinced that it's the Prime Minister's negotiating skills that are going to sort out that problem. The fact is, we have looked at this issue from every possible direction, and the reality is that any plan that doesn't include leaving the ECHR as a necessary step is wasting time we don't have. Just like their plan to smash the gangs or the one-in, one-out policy, it is time-wasting and it is doomed to fail because of lawfare. We have seen this all before. The tough measures will be challenged in the courts and blocked. The new legal routes she's talking about will be exploited, and the numbers arriving on our shores and disappearing into the black economy will keep on rising. If the Home Secretary is serious about reducing these numbers, and I do believe that she is, she must be bolder. She must take steps to deter illegal immigrants from coming to Britain and deport them as soon as they arrive. Our borders plan does just that, and I know that she has studied it in detail. I've seen the looks. I know that she knows that we would leave the ECHR and ECAT to stop the Strasbourg court from frustrating deportations, that we'd establish a new removals force to make sure all illegal arrivals are deported. We would end the use of immigration tribunals, judicial review, and legal aid in immigration cases. Those are the things that are slowing us down. And we will sign returns agreements that are backed by visa sanctions to ensure we send illegal arrivals back to their place of origin. I welcome what she's talking about on Angola and Namibia, but all of us in this House know that they are not the ones creating the biggest problems. We need to be bold, serious, and unafraid to do what the British people demand: secure our borders. That is what is in our borders plan. So I urge her to take me up on my offer to work together, not just because we have some ideas she might find useful, but because, judging by her own backbenchers' reaction today, she may find our votes come in handy. Earlier this year, we saw what happened when the government tried to make changes to the welfare bill. The Prime Minister was defeated by his own backbenchers and ended up passing legislation guaranteeing that more money would be spent on welfare. And it doesn't appear that his grip on the party has improved since then. So you can be sure that the MPs behind the Home Secretary are already plotting to block any serious changes she tries to make. We can help her with that. Why are they shaking their heads? We've seen them do it time and time again before. I would say to the Home Secretary, this is a genuine offer in the national interest. We will not play the same game they did, voting things down for no reason, but she must be clear with the House on these questions. How many people will be able to take advantage of the new work and study visa route? And what will the level of the cap be? Will it be 10,000 people? Will it be 100,000 people? The government has separately confirmed they will allow Gazan students to bring dependents. We oppose this, but can she clarify how the government will ensure that people brought to the UK from a territory under Hamas control are not a risk to our security? If she finds that the Human Rights Act and ECHR prevent her from enacting these proposals, will she use primary legislation to resolve this? Has Lord Hermer agreed? By her own admission 3 weeks ago, the Home Office is not yet fit for purpose, so why then are we creating the new legal routes for the Home Office to run? And will she take me up on this serious, genuine offer to meet and discuss how we can work together to resolve this asylum crisis, yes or no? I urge her to put party politics aside, meet with me and my Shadow Home Secretary. Let's find a way to work together.
Order. I was very generous with time then. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her response to the statement. I see that the Shadow Home Secretary has been subbed out after his performance at Home Office orals. But whether it's the Shadow Home Secretary or the Leader of the Opposition herself, I'm very happy to take on the Conservative Party any day of the week. And let me start by saying we will not be taking any lessons from those opposite on how to run an effective migration system or indeed an asylum system, because I'm afraid to say to the Leader of the Opposition, she knows that her party in government gave up on governing altogether. They gave up on making asylum decisions, creating the huge backlog that it was left to this government to start to deal with. And in our first 18 months in office, removals are up 23% compared to their last 18 months in office. So I will take no lessons from anyone opposite on anything to do with our asylum system, because they simply gave up and went for an expensive gimmick that cost 700 million quid, returned 4 volunteers and was doomed to failure from the start. I will also say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition had rather a lot to say about the European Convention on Human Rights. I don't recall the members opposite ever bringing forward any legislation to deal with the application of Article 8, the qualified right to private life, in this House. There was never a bill that sought to clarify the way that Article 8 should apply in our domestic legislation or indeed in our immigration rules. So I'm not going to take any lessons from the people that just never bothered to do that in the first place. It is this government that is rolling up our sleeves, dealing with the detailed, substantive issues that we face and thinking of proper, workable solutions to those matters. And I just say on Article 3, I think the position on Article 3 has changed across Europe. I was over at the Council of Europe in my previous role as Lord Chancellor just before the summer recess earlier on this year, and I was struck by the sheer range of other European partners who want to have this conversation. It is important, I think, that the British government leans into that conversation and seeks to work in collaboration with our European partners. The one thing that will not work is simply saying we're going to come out of the European Convention altogether. That is not and will never be the policy of this government, because we believe reform can be pursued, but that this is an important convention, not least because it actually underpins some of our own returns agreements, including the one with France. And so she talks about how many years it would take for us to think about reform of the convention, but it would also take just as many years, as she well knows, to start renegotiating lots of international agreements which would be affected by us coming out of the convention. So I'm afraid her solution once again will not work. And if she wanted to work together in the national interest, and look, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always up for working in the national interest, because nothing actually matters more to me than holding our own country together and uniting our country. But they could have started by voting for the Borders Bill, which is currently going through the House and which they have voted against at every opportunity. So forgive me if I don't take this newfound conversion to working together in the national interest with much seriousness, because their own track record suggests it should not be taken seriously. And not be taken seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker, sums up the position of the Conservative Party. These are the people that left this government an abject mess to clear up. They gave up on governing, they gave up on running an effective asylum system, and now they turn up without so much as an apology to the British public, thinking that they've got anything to say that anyone wants to hear.
Before I call the first backbench contribution, can I remind members that in order to expect to be called in a statement, they should have been here from the start of the Home Secretary's statement. There may be members bobbing quite unnecessarily. Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the reality is we need an asylum and immigration system based on fairness and consistency. My constituency of Vauxhall and Campbell Green is a testament to this. It's a place that's been made richer because of the people who've come here from all over the world. Some of them have fled persecution and have made a home over many years. I meet these people every week in the community and including in schools, where I see those children excited about their future. When this government came into office last year, they were right to say that their priority in this area is to tackle the huge backlog of unprocessed asylum claims left by their predecessor. Clearing that backlog is a big task, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it is right that we identify who has a right to be here. But by introducing more assessments of those who've been here for many years, making new judgments on safety of a country will take considerable resources. So is the Home Secretary confident that these changes will not have an unintentional consequence and actually make it harder to achieve her goal?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Let me assure her there will be both the administrative system and the resources needed to underpin the asylum changes that we are making. It is already the case that at the end of the 5-year leave to remain period, there is meant to be an assessment as to whether the country of origin remains a safe country or not. What has ended up happening, though, in practice is that has become an almost effectively an automatic pathway to permanent settlement. That is the thing that we are changing. But what I would ask her to do is look look carefully at our protection work and study route, because we will be encouraging those who have sought asylum here, being granted refugee status, to go into work or to study that supports their integration, but it also means that they are making a contribution which actually will retain public support for the system overall.
Yeah. Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is right that the government is looking for ways to bring order to the asylum system. It was left in total disarray by the Conservatives. Sadly, the government has been too slow to act. Britain has a long and proud history of responding with compassion to people fleeing unimaginable horrors. That should continue in a way that is fair and sustainable. So we welcome some of what the Home Secretary has said on that score. But what is not helpful is the Home Secretary claiming that the country is being torn apart by immigration. Acknowledging the challenges facing our nation is one thing, but stoking division by using immoderate language is quite another. I will, however, welcome news about safe and legal routes. This is something the Liberal Democrats have called for some time, since they were scrapped by the Conservatives, leading to more small boat crossings. But we do have some concerns about the far-reaching detail behind these proposals, which seems to be missing. The Home Secretary is revoking the legal duty to provide asylum seekers with accommodation and says asylum seekers should support themselves and contribute to our society. But she is still banning them from working so they can support themselves, contributing to our society. That makes no sense at all. She relies a lot on Denmark as an example. Denmark lets asylum seekers work after 6 months. So will she. And can she guarantee that the burden to house asylum seekers won't fall on already struggling local councils? And can she guarantee that we won't see a whole-scale transfer of asylum seekers from hotels to the streets? And if the Minister for Border Security and Asylum announced to the media asylum seekers could have jewellery confiscated, is the Home Secretary doing this to raise money or to deter people? And either way, does she acknowledge that many British people will see it as unnecessary and cruel? State-sponsored robbery will certainly not fix a system that costs taxpayers £6 million every day in hotel bills. If the government plans to keep its promise to end hotel use, it must also process the claims of the 90,000 backlog of asylum seekers. Something the Liberal Democrats have a plan to do within 6 months, using Nightingale-style processing centres. Does the Home Secretary seriously believe that an overstretched Home Office, which has yet to clear the existing backlog, can also undertake reviews of every refugee's status every 2.5 years? The UK must continue to lead international efforts to manage large migratory flows, and because the flow of people comes from Europe, she will need to work with the EU on a solution. The Oxford Migration Observatory has identified a clear Brexit effect. That means people refused asylum in the EU now make a second attempt here, a consequence of the Brexit delivered by the Conservatives and the honourable member for Clacton 2. The Minister refused to answer earlier whether Brexit has harmed our immigration and asylum system. So I'll ask the Home Secretary now, does she think that Brexit has made it easier or more difficult for this country to control its borders and asylum system? And does she think reductions in overseas development spending will reduce or increase migratory flows? We have already made it very clear that we think leaving the ECHR will make no difference to securing our borders and will tear hard-won rights away from British people. It's encouraging that the Home Secretary has said that is not part of the government's plan. Finally, we urge the government to tread carefully, to act with fairness, to act with efficiency, and to act with compassion for local communities in the UK who want this resolved, but also for asylum seekers too.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say to the honourable gentleman, I wish I had the privilege of walking around this country and not seeing the division that the issue of migration and asylum system is creating across this country. Unlike him, unfortunately, I am the one that is regularly called a fucking packy and told to go back home. It is I who knows through my personal experience and that of my constituents just how divisive the issue of asylum has become in our country. And I do say to him, I wish it were possible to say that there isn't a problem here, that there's nothing to see and that it is all, in fact, just extremist right-wing talking points. But this system is broken and it is incumbent on all members of Parliament to acknowledge how badly broken the system is and to make it a moral mission to fix this system so that it stops creating the division that we all see. And I do say to him, I do not think it is acceptable or appropriate for people in this place to not acknowledge the real real experience of those who sit outside of this House. We are supposed to be in here to reflect that experience in this House, and I hope that he will approach the debates that we will no doubt have on all of these measures in that spirit. He also accused this government of being too slow to act. I do have to say to him, removals of those who have no right to be in our country are up by 23% in the first 18 months of this Labour government compared to the last 18 months of that former Tory government. That is a government that is getting on with the job. We have made 11,000 enforcement raids, 8,000 arrests, and over 1,000 people with no right to be in this country as a result of those raids have been removed from this country. This is a government that has been getting on with the job, and this is just the next phase of our work as we deal with the broken migration system that we inherited from those opposite. He said that he thought that whilst people who are waiting on their claim should be given the right to work, I think he knows that will be a huge pull factor and increase the number of channel crossings rather than decrease them. That would be our experience in this country. That is why we are not pursuing that policy. But what we have said is for those who are granted refugee status in this country and who can and want to, they will be able to switch into the protection, work and study route so they can start contributing to society. That will help them to integrate, and it will help the communities that they are living in as well. He knows full well that it is not the policy of this government to confiscate jewellery from those who are accessing asylum accommodation. What I would say to him, though, is asylum accommodation is provided to asylum seekers by British taxpayers, and it is right that if people have high-value assets, that they contribute to the cost of that asylum accommodation. I gave in my speech the example of a man who was in supported asylum accommodation paid for by his taxpayers and by mine, who was receiving £800 a month from his family and who had enough money to acquire himself an Audi. I think it is right that the British state should be able to say to such an individual, contribute. We're not saying that we would take everything away and leave that individual destitute, but I think contribution is a fair principle here. And I would be very disappointed to discover that the Liberal Democrats do not support contribution when people can afford to do so to the cost of their asylum accommodation. And Madam Deputy Speaker, he left his remarks on Brexit. I don't have any more to say about that. I'm living in the world as it is today. If he has things to say, I'm sure the House will continue to hear about them.
The Home Secretary should know that language that is not acceptable in this House does not become acceptable if it is attributed to others. She might like to apologise for the language used.
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did not mean any discourtesy. I was merely reflecting the truth of words that are used to me.
And I think we all appreciate that. But please, can I urge members to keep their language acceptable in the House? Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by saying I fully support the Home Secretary in a statement today. It is a fundamental duty of government to protect our borders and to know who is coming into this country, which we have not known for some time. She has set herself a difficult task, but will she agree to publish targets for all the areas she has outlined in her statement today, particularly a reduction in the number of undocumented and illegal entrants to the country, so that we can check whether it is working, and she may need to alter some of the policies if it is not working.
Thank my honourable friend for his question. What we won't do is set arbitrary targets or caps. We have learnt the lessons of previous governments, and I think that setting a number in that way actually costs public confidence. The better thing to do is to actually get on with delivering these reforms, passing the necessary legislation in this House, delivering them out there in the country, and then assessing them as they go. I have no doubt that there will be much debate and scrutiny in this place and in others about the success of these reforms, and I look forward to answering those questions over the coming months and years, no doubt.
Chair of the Home Affairs Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Madam Deputy Speaker. My committee, I'm sure, will want to look closely at the very significant number of announcements that the Home Secretary has made today. But she has referred on a number of occasions to asylum seekers contributing to the support that they're given. And I wonder whether she has made any consideration of setting up a deferred payment scheme much akin to the student loan scheme, so that people, when they are granted asylum and are in work, can start to pay back for the generosity they've received.
I thank the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, and I do very much look forward to my first appearance before her committee, which I hope we can arrange very soon, and I'm sure we will be discussing in detail all of these proposals as well as other matters relating to the Home Office. Let me say on that specific point around further contribution, it is something that we are currently exploring. It's not part of the package of measures today, but I'll happily update the House in due course.
Joe White.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement? Would the Home Secretary agree with me that enforcing the immigration rules, including removals, is in the public interest? Could the Home Secretary provide greater detail on the action the government will take to balance public interest against individual rights?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. We will bring forward legislation in the next session on the specific ways in which we will deal with the application of Article 8 to immigration cases, and also how we will update our immigration rules as well. I'm happy to discuss with her how that legislation will be developed over the coming weeks, but the intention is to do exactly as I said in my statement, in particular to define what is a family, to define how the public interest test is used so that it is only used in the most exceptional of circumstances, and to tighten the who and the why, the who and the where of how Article 8 claims can be made. Taken together, we believe that that will ensure that we are able to ensure that the application of Article 8 is exactly as it was intended to be when the European Convention on Human Rights was first agreed to.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
On these benches, we generally wish her well, because otherwise the country, in her own words, will start falling apart. So it's a good effort, 7 out of 10. She clearly has strong conservative instincts. But does she fear that such is the misery in many of these countries that they're not really worried about how long they have to wait for their asylum claim to be processed? And does she fear that unless we do arrest and detain and deport people very quickly, then this problem will just go on and on and on? So she mentioned return hubs. Could you say a bit more about that? And could you have an open mind about schemes such as Rwanda?
On Rwanda, no. I think on the substance of what he says, he can't be right, because claims are down in Europe and up here. What I would say to him instead is I hope that he will approach the debate that we're having with an open mind, ditch the failed policies of his party, and maybe consider more workable solutions from this side of the House instead.
Lewis Atkinson.
To continue the UK's proud history of offering sanctuary while simultaneously reducing illegal channel crossings, the right way for refugees fleeing persecution should be through safe and legal routes that are subject to full security checks and controls, not by paying people smuggling gangs to cross the channel in an uncontrolled and unsafe way. So can I therefore welcome the Home Secretary's announcement that such routes will be created? And can she tell the House how quickly she envisages these will be implemented?
I thank my honourable friend. Safe and legal routes are absolutely the way that we should be seeking to bring people into our country, and not through the people smuggling route in the north of France and over the Channel. And it is an explicit policy choice that I have made to disincentivise people coming through that route and paying thousands of pounds as they do so to organised immigration criminals, and will privilege those who come through our safe and legal routes. As we get order and control into the system that we have inherited, these safe and legal routes will become more generous over time. They will start modest, the numbers will be in the low hundreds, but they will grow, and we want them to grow because we want people fleeing sanctuary to be able to find safe harbour here in this country, and we make we are absolutely proud of that position as a government. This route will grow over time. I hope people across the House will support that, but I think we have to get order and control into our system first.
Christine Jodin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think there would be general agreement that we have chaos in the immigration and asylum system and that the government should be looking for new ways to discourage people from crossing the channel in small boats. But in what she says today, is there a danger that those people that we do actually need to come to this country legally, with the skills that we need to fill the employment gap, to keep our NHS working and to work in the social care sector, will actually look at this country now and say, no, I don't want to go there, and that there is a danger in this policy that that will happen?
I disagree with the Honourable Lady. There is no reason to believe that. What I would say to her is that if you look at the numbers of people that come into this country on the small boats, it's about 40% of all asylum claims. Actually, it's about the same number of people who come through a legal route, a visit visa, a work visa or a study visa, which when that visa comes to an end, apply for asylum. I hope she would recognise that it is important that we stop that abuse of the asylum system so that we can retain public confidence in the legal migration system that I think we can all agree that this country needs.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I now draw your attention to my declaration of interest. Over the last few years, 3 times as many people fleeing war or persecution have come to this country from Ukraine and Hong Kong as have come in small boats, but there has been no public outcry. The lesson here is the British people are compassionate and generous to refugees when the system is controlled, fair and gripped by the government. In 15 years working on asylum issues before being elected, I saw the dysfunction this government has inherited. There is nothing progressive about ducking asylum reform and allowing public support for refugees to drain away. Can the Home Secretary set out how these reforms will address the manifest unfairnesses and rebuild public support for the asylum system and immigration overall?
My honourable friend makes a very powerful point. This country is an open, tolerant and generous place, but there are conditions for that openness, for that tolerance and for that generosity, and they are that there is order and control in the system, and when people can see a system that is not working, where rules are being abused and not enforced, they do rightly feel angry, and it is important that this government deals with those problems so that we can have public consent for not just a new system that works better, but also for the safe and legal routes that I know he and others in this House will want to see. The 2 principles that underpin all of the reforms that I am making today are fairness and contribution. They are quintessential Labour values, but they are also quintessential British values too.
Sir Desmond Swing.
As she struggles to find these hubs, she should reflect on the fact that it was her government that wasted the 700 million by giving up the opportunity to Germany and the United States before we got the chance to use it.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. In all the finger wagging, I sort of missed the question. But I think it was something about Rwanda, which I think we can all agree was a totally failed scheme and a waste of money. There are good ongoing negotiations going in relation to return hubs. I very much hope we can update the House in due course.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope that we could all agree that a strong immigration system doesn't have to be a cruel one. When the Tories painted over murals for refugee children, the numbers of small boat crossings still went up. When they threatened deportations to Rwanda, guess what? The crossings still went up. So what evidence does the Secretary of State have that taking personal belongings, such as jewellery from refugees, and selling it off actually works as a deterrent? Isn't a focus on the new plans outlined on the safe and legal routes a much better use of all of our time?
I say to my honourable friend, we are not taking jewellery at the border. I can't say it any more clearly than that. She will know that the example I have used in my speech, and the sort of case we're going after, is those who have assets, those who have access to money and who can afford quite expensive cars, who should make a contribution to the cost of what is currently free asylum support. These 2 things are not the same, and I would urge her not to conflate the 2. We will not and never will seize people's jewellery at the border. We're not going after their sentimental items like wedding rings and so on. We are talking about those who have high value assets, who receive at the moment, having claimed asylum in this country, so before they've been granted granted refugee status. They have claimed asylum. They receive free accommodation on the state. If they have assets, they should contribute to the cost of that accommodation, just as I explained in the example I used in my speech. That is the sort of case we are talking about, and I do hope that she will not perpetuate what is being said about Jewry, because I have ruled that out clearly in this House today.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement? Labour's change, of course, is most welcome, and she's outlined some useful steps today. Now, my constituents want to see the Holiday Inn in Bridgewater emptied of migrants and returned to commercial use. And to achieve that, the Home Secretary is going to have to be bolder. So does she agree with me that anyone who arrives in this country illegally should be detained on entry and deported automatically?
Again, forgive me, but I'm not going to take any lessons from the party that gave us hotel use in the first place, now lecturing me about hotel exit. It is a manifesto commitment of this government that we will get out of hotels by the end of this Parliament. I hope to do so before then. That is why we are exploring large sites, including military sites. I know that will engage more debate in this House over the coming weeks and months, and I look forward to that. But given that he's a member of a party that started hotel use, I hope he'll reflect on that first.
Daniel Zeigner.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I support my right honourable friend's statement, and particularly her announcement about safe and legal routes. She'll know that cities like Cambridge have a long tradition going back to the kinder transport to welcoming people from Syria and Ukraine. And I very much hope she'll work closely with authorities like Cambridge City Council to work on measures that can make these routes work.
I thank my honourable friend. We absolutely will work with local partners, councils, philanthropists, other charitable organisations as we develop these safe and legal routes. And as I said in my speech earlier, they will take 3 primary forms: community sponsorship, because we believe that is the best model for achieving integration of refugees into our communities, a route for talented students and for skilled workers as well. We want to play our full part as a country in providing sanctuary to those truly in need. We need to move to a better system. Safe and legal routes will be the way in the future to do it.
Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure we can all agree across this House that one of the key aspects of dealing with the asylum system is dealing with the crisis and the backlog, which is absolutely enormous. And the Home Secretary said in her speech that they are looking at a number of large military sites as an alternative to the asylum hotels. One of those large military sites is already in use is RAF Wethersfield in Essex. I understand from Essex Police that Braintree District Council has been given a sum of funding to the tune of about £2 million to help with community cohesion, dealing with the fact that they have that facility nearby. However, buses are taking asylum seekers from Wethersfield to places like Colchester and to my constituency of Chelmsford several times a day, and that is placing extra strain on Essex Police in those areas, yet they are unable to access those funds. Will the Home Secretary commit to providing extra funds to Essex Police in those areas to help them police them?
I think that was 2 questions. One on the backlog, which I recognise the backlog of appeals is far too high. It is why we're going to create a new independent appeals system so that we can run through these cases more quickly whilst fulfilling our obligations to an independent process and providing early legal advice as well. And on the specific points in relation to Wethersfield and pressures on councils, we do of course work closely with local councils and do provide funding to assist with community cohesion and other issues, and I will look carefully at the example that she has raised if she writes to me.
Derek Twigg.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Home Secretary that her statement is most welcome. It's certainly a step in the right direction, and certainly the proposals that she set out today are a significant step in the right direction. It's also the case, I think, as well, that the comments she made about the damage to the social fabric of this country are very, very important. But can I ask her a specific question, and that is about asylum seekers who committed crimes and actually are deported, but then allowed to again put a second application in to come back to this country. Will she be looking at law to see how that can be addressed?
What I would say to him on those who are convicted of crimes, the combination of the sentencing bill changes and what I have said today should actually lead to earlier deportation of foreign national offenders in this country. It is, of course, absolutely important that those individuals face the full force of the law, but we have made a policy decision as a government that for the vast majority of foreign national offenders, the appropriate thing to do is to move to immediate deportation wherever possible.
Sakib Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary said that she was exploring the possibility of return hubs with negotiations ongoing. Can she tell the House which country she's negotiating with and how much is it going to cost?
No, because he would not expect me, I think, to comment on live negotiations with other countries. But those negotiations are ongoing, and I hope we have announcements to make soon.
Catherine West.
Deputy Speaker, the Hornsey and Friar Barnet constituency has a long tradition of being boroughs of sanctuary, and just today I had an excellent briefing from the Jewish Voice for Refugees Hayas JCOR. Will she agree with me that currently there is a real problem with the cliff edge for failed asylum seekers who end up street homeless or rough sleeping, particularly in my constituency around the Finsbury Park area? And will she redouble her efforts to understand the connections between homelessness and the asylum process so that all people can have shelter in the current period as we go into the winter?
I thank my honourable friend. I do understand the point that she is making. I mean, I think the reality is that there are a lot of failed asylum seekers within the asylum accommodation system, and I'm sure she would accept and agree that where somebody has a failed claim and no right to be in this country, the best thing to do is to voluntarily leave the country, and we do already provide packages to help people make that decision. I, of course, don't want to see people homeless in this country, but I know she can't possibly think that the answer to that is to essentially have there be no consequence to having a failed asylum claim in the first place. We do need to run a system where the rules are enforced, as uncomfortable as that might occasionally be, but of course recognising that we don't want people in destitution. That is why we do make financial packages available for people to voluntarily remove the country, and that will always be the case.
Pete Wishart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in their manifesto, Labour promised to defend migrants' rights and build an immigration system based on compassion and dignity. Instead, what we have is a policy that's welcomed by Reform UK and that's even found favour with Tommy Robinson. From throwing refugees into destitution to denying any meaningful route to citizenship to forcible evictions, where exactly is the compassion and dignity in that?
Yeah.
Well, I can assure him that given that Tommy Robinson doesn't even think I'm actually English, he will certainly not be supporting anything I've got to say. So let's just leave that there, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker. We don't need to hear any more about what vile racists have to say about anything whatsoever. And let me also say to him, I guess it's not a surprise to me to find a Scottish National Party Member of Parliament defending a broken status quo. That's what they do in Scotland with the Scottish Government under the SNP every day, and that's what he's doing now. I hope he can agree that good reform, much needed reform to a broken system is the best way to retain public support for having an asylum system at all.
Deputy Speaker. And my right honourable friend is absolutely right to seek to bring order to the chaos at our borders, chaos instituted by the Tories, which undermines trust in our state and imposes such costs on communities. She's also right to address the pull factors which lure migrants to their death in our channel of claims of cushy lives in five-star hotels. And she is right to insist that our proposals must reflect British values and work in practice. So on that, could she say a little bit more about how reviewing refugee status every 2 years will work in practice, particularly with regard to the Home Office capacity and also with regard to integration?
I thank my honourable friend for her comments as well as her question. What we are doing in relation to the refugee status is moving from a situation where it's effectively permanent and the most attractive of all routes into the country to a more temporary status. I will make sure that the administration and the funding is available to run the new system as it is being designed. But I do say to her that is why we are also creating the protection, work and study route, because we believe that the best integration outcomes come when people are in work and able to contribute, and that is how we will retain popular support for having an asylum system. So people will transfer, we hope, into the protection, work and study route. But of course, if they do not, under the core protection model, they will still receive sanctuary from this country. It will be more regularly reviewed. I hope we can all agree that where a country is safe for an individual to return to, a return should, in the normal run of things, take place. But of course, if people have switched into a work route and are making a contribution, we will set out plans in the coming days about how they could earn their way to an earlier settlement, longer than what is available to people today, and still longer than what will be available to people on safe and legal routes, but shorter than those who remain on the core protection model.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Most on the benches opposite disagree with us. But I share the Home Secretary's admiration for the Danish model. And the Danish Finance Ministry publishes data regularly on the fiscal contribution of different profiles of migrants. This shows in Denmark that migrants from MENAT, the Middle East, North Africa, Pakistan and Turkey are net recipients over the course of their lifetimes. Will the Home Secretary ensure that the Treasury publishes the same data in the same way in this country?
Well, we keep all statistics under review, as he knows, and as was the case, I believe, when he was an advisor to a former Home Secretary. And let me say to him that the principle that underpins all of these reforms is about fairness and contribution. We believe most people want to be able to contribute to this country because the refugees themselves recognise that is the best way for them to have stability and security in their lives, and it is what is needed for the wider community as well. And we think that all refugees, if they're on the protection, work and study route, will have that opportunity. I'm not interested in models that start separating out different nations from one another. Once somebody has got status in our country, they are on a path to becoming one of us if they are working and contributing.
Gary McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the need for a fairer asylum system in which the public can have confidence. But all that she proposes today is predicated on there being decent legal advice available for people. And I know from 20 years as an MP that is simply not the case. Despite the best efforts of the advice sector in Bristol, which is proud to be a city of sanctuary, there's just a real dearth of decent immigration lawyers. And I see too many constituents that fall into the hands of dodgy lawyers who will help them falsify and fabricate claims. What is she going to do to ensure that decent legal advice is there?
Well, look, I agree with her in that my own constituency experience as a Member of Parliament is many people have turned up at my advice surgery believing that there are things that I can do as a constituency MP to assist them in their migration claim, which I cannot do, and they've been completely misled and robbed, frankly, by unscrupulous individuals. In the new appeal system that we are going to set up, early legal advice will be available from the start. We believe in access to justice. People need to have the right legal advice, but doing it early and right at the start of claims means that we can run a system where you can have one claim and one appeal rather than the absolute merry-go-round and whack-a-mole of claims that we see today.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the rhetoric that the Home Secretary has announced. In fact, I recognise the rhetoric of the Home Secretary today. We have our plan for restoring justice. She has announced a plan to restore order and control. But before she puts in her application to join Reform UK, and I very much welcome her doing so, can I just draw out the difference? Can I draw out the difference between our parties? Unlike the government, Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't propose to give illegal immigrants the right to stay here for 2.5 years after arriving. We don't propose to give them the right to study and work here. We don't propose to allow them to bring their families here. And crucially, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're not going to contort our law to comply with, or to fit into the European Convention on Human Rights. The derogations that she announces will not work to stop the lawfare, just as the derogations announced in the Rwanda bill wouldn't have stopped the lawfare, which is why I opposed that bill as well. So she talks about, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm great.
I don't think there was a question in there, Madam Deputy Speaker. As for his invitation to join his party, of whom there appear to be hardly any over there, let me tell him, over my dead body.
Liam Byrne. Thank you very much indeed. I want to commend the Home Secretary for getting the balance absolutely right. And I think the announcement that she has made today will be widely welcomed across our diverse community in Birmingham, because we know that our generosity of spirit is upheld by our rule of law, and the kindness that we show is protected by the justice that we share. So will she confirm that while we will always give sanctuary to those who need our protection, what she is advancing today is in effect a form of earned citizenship, and only those who step up to the full responsibilities of citizenship will enjoy the full rights of citizenship of this country?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very powerful point. We are constituency neighbours, and both of us have done many community meetings over the years where these issues have been discussed, not just by those who are white, but those who are ethnic minority Britons as well. Because the thing that unites all Britons, regardless of their background, is a desire for fairness and for a good system that people can have confidence in. And he's absolutely right. The concept of earned citizenship, earned settlement, contribution, fairness. As I said earlier, these are quintessential Labour values. They are quintessential British values as well, and that is why I know this plan will have support from across the country.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, these steps are definitely a move in the right direction. I'm pleased that the Home Secretary has rejected the proposal from the Liberal Democrats to allow those who arrive in the UK illegally to work. I think that would be a ludicrous magnet in favour of attracting more illegal migrants to the UK. The Home Secretary will be aware that the vast majority of removals from the country are voluntary rather than enforced. So what is she planning to do to ramp up enforced removals from the UK? And with respect to visa sanctions, why did the government vote against them as part of the border security bill?
I would just say gently to the honourable gentleman, a voluntary removal is the outcome that actually we should be aiming for. Enforced removals cost more money, are more likely to actually result in a failed removal, especially if there is such disruption that the pilot in charge of the plane says that they won't take that individual, costing often much more money to the British taxpayer. So it is value for money actually to have voluntary removals wherever possible, but we will pursue all types of removals, voluntary as well as enforced, and deportations of foreign national offenders as well. And this is our track record in the last 18 months to have got those numbers up by 23% to a number of just over 48,000, doing better than the last 18 months of the Conservative government. And all I would say to him on the issue of visa sanctions, these were powers they acquired but did not use.
Gill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I commend my right honourable friend for the measures that she's introduced to tackle abuse of our asylum system and clamp down on those who are taking advantage of this country's generosity. The government's already closed 200 hotels since coming to power, but can the Home Secretary confirm that her department are actually expediting the measures that she has announced today so we can restore public confidence?
I thank my honourable friend and also constituency neighbour for her question. I can assure her we are moving at pace on the exit of hotels. We've already made good progress, closing a number of hotels down from the peak that we inherited to just under 200 today. We will go further and faster on that, and it is why we are looking at large sites, including military sites, and there will be more announcements on that in due course. And on these wider proposals, some of these proposals require consultation, others require legislation. I know that they were debated with real vigour in this House, but we will aim to pass these measures as quickly as possible, because I agree with her, we need to quickly transition to a better system that we can all have more confidence in and introduce the safe and legal routes that are the viable alternative, the right alternative, and persuade people not to get on a dangerous boat in the north of France instead.
Josh Babarinder.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary has spoken a lot about contribution, but one of the most powerful forms of contribution to our country is getting a job and paying taxes, something that the Home Secretary will not allow people seeking asylum to do, despite the fact that in Denmark they can do that. She speaks about pull factors being an aversion to this, but a study by the University of Warwick, looking at 30 different studies of this, found that there was no long-term correlation between labour market access and destination choice. So will she review her decision not to offer people seeking asylum the right to work so that they can pay their own way in our country?
Yeah. I think, look, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is what I said in response to a question from his side earlier today. It would be a pull factor because we already know that the ability to work in this country illegally is already a pull factor, and that is why we are clamping down on illegal working. It's why we've seen 11,000 raids, 8,000 arrests, and 1,000 people with no right to be in this country removed from this country. So it would be a pull factor. And what I would say to him also is, I have the misfortune of having to look through the TikTok accounts and the various other ways in which the organised immigration criminals actually advertise their packages for people to get on a boat in the Channel in the north of France. It's in all of those marketing materials as well, and we know from the intelligence that we gather as well, that is one of the pull factors. It's why we have to deal with it.
Gurinder Singh Josan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, which I fully support. My constituency, like that of the Home Secretary, is incredibly diverse, with people originating in countries across the world, settled and contributing to our communities. One thing that people of all backgrounds detest, that they have in common, is that they absolutely detest the unfairness that the party opposite allowed to creep into asylum and immigration system. They also detest the demonising of their neighbours by people in reform. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that the choice is clear? A choice between chaos handed over by the party opposite of a system taken advantage of by those who can pay the people smugglers or a system of fair and safe legal routes for those who need them?
Home Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend. My own parents were migrants to this country in the late 60s and 70s. Migration is woven into the story of my own family and that of thousands of people that I represent in my constituency of Birmingham, Ladywood. And let me say to him, I agree, ethnic minority Brits are just like every other kind of Brit. We value fairness and contribution as well. That is why those principles sit underneath all of the policy announcements that I've made today.
Carla Denyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it isn't people seeking sanctuary that are tearing our country apart. It's toxic, racist narratives and the scapegoating of migrants and asylum seekers for what is nothing to do with them. The chronic housing crisis, the running down of public services are not caused by migrants. They are caused by political decisions and by the grotesque inequality in this country. Does the Secretary of State understand that attempting to out-reform reform is actually just boosting this baseless far-right narrative and will only deepen divisions when we urgently need leadership and hope instead?
Let me tell her, I couldn't care less what any other political party has to say about these matters. I don't care what other politicians are saying on the television. I don't care what other activists are saying either. I care about the fact that I have an important job to do and I can see that there is a problem here that needs to be fixed. If it was possible to pretend there wasn't a problem because there wasn't one, I wouldn't be saying there is one. There is a genuine problem in this asylum system and we need someone to sort it out, not to pretend it doesn't exist, which I'm afraid is one of the things that fuels the division in the first place. My own constituents, since I have been Home Secretary, have been telling me directly of abuses in the visa system that they can see with the evidence of their own eyes long before any officials in Whitehall have ever clocked onto those things. It is a moral responsibility when you see something broken to fix it and to make sure that the fact that it's broken is not fueling division in our country. And let me also say to her, it is Green Party politicians who are absolute hypocrites because they talk great language in here and then oppose asylum accommodation in their own constituencies.
Speaker, could I first thank the Home Secretary for her statement. As a member of Bradford West, my constituency, I'm really proud of Bradford being a city of sanctuary. And the Home Secretary is aware I'm also a former foster parent to an Afghan refugee. My concern is that had somebody like my Afghan refugee, my foster son, come to this country and not had a parent and just had a sibling, with the reforming of Article 8 that the Home Secretary is suggesting, he would not be able to apply for just his only sibling to come over. And that would also apply to potentially a Ukrainian woman if we were to look at contributions who had young children, came to this country and couldn't contribute because of a trauma or she experienced. So will the Home Secretary meet with me when she's doing her consultation around the safe passage for refugees and asylum seekers?
Home Secretary.
Well, of course, I will always happily meet with my honourable friend. We made clear in the asylum policy statement that the routes for these measures do not apply to unaccompanied children and other vulnerable groups. We will be setting out our specific policies in relation to vulnerable groups, including unaccompanied children, separately. So these measures do not apply to them. She will know that the scheme for Ukrainians is a bespoke temporary scheme brought in by the party opposite when they were in government and supported not just by our party but across this House. So I would expect the rules of that scheme to apply in the normal way, but I will of course discuss with her the issues that she raises.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Can I thank the Home Secretary for a copy of her speech? And in it says the public rightly expect we can determine who enters this country and who must leave, and I agree. One thing that's missing, though, is verifying the people who come in. This side put forward the idea of age verification that many other countries have. Is that part of her plan? Would she consider putting it back in the plan so we know exactly who is coming in, that they are who they say they are?
Home Secretary.
Well, if he reads the asylum policy statement, he'll know that on age verification we are pursuing AI as a more effective and workable model, unlike that suggested by the party opposite, which was all about MRI scans and bones. We believe we have a much more effective way of ensuring age verification is available and that the methodology for it actually works.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you to the Home Secretary for her statement. There is currently a loophole within employment law in the UK that it means that people who are self-employed are not subject to right-to-work checks. And that means that many people work illegally within the gig economy with no potential risk to their non-employer. Will the Home Secretary discuss how we can close that loophole while simultaneously ensuring that we do uphold rights for British workers, but also the rule of law and the remainder of our rights within the UK?
Home Secretary.
I really thank my honourable friend for her question. We are closing that loophole in the Borders Bill. It is important that colleagues support us when that is debated again on Wednesday. She's absolutely right that closing down these loopholes, ensuring that everyone is subject to a right to work check and therefore build support for a rule of law approach to the way that people are able to access employment in this country is incredibly important, and I hope that all colleagues, even those across the House, might see it to support these measures later this week.
Jeremy Carman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nowhere in the Home Secretary's statement does she put this into any kind of global context about the millions of people that have become refugees or homeless all around the world, and that more than two-thirds of those are housed by the southern countries, the poorest countries in the world, with the least resources possible to do it. And what she's doing instead is putting in draconian measures against refugees trying to come to this country, failing to recognise that more than 6,000, for example, of those that crossed the Channel this year come from Afghanistan, a war-torn country that we helped to make into a war-torn country. And she instead is trying to appease the most ghastly right-wing racist forces all across Europe in undermining and walking away from the European Convention on Human Rights, a convention created by the post-war Labour government. Does she not recognise history is going to be a harsh judge on this government for undermining the whole global humanitarian principles behind the ECHR and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
Home Secretary.
Well, not for the first time, I'm a little mystified as to what the honourable gentleman is talking about. He starts with the global context. I guess my start point is different to his because I start with our domestic context first. He ought to know that in this country there have already been bespoke schemes for the resettlement of people from Afghanistan. So perhaps he could, read up on those schemes. He should also have heard from what I said in my statement that we remain absolutely committed to offering sanctuary to those who are fleeing conflict abroad. We think that the best way to do that is not to encourage people to get on a boat in the Channel by paying thousands and thousands of pounds to people smugglers, who, by the way, it's not just smuggling that's a vile crime. Those individuals are involved in all sorts of other disgusting organised crime. They should not be in receipt of money from vulnerable people. I want to disincentivise people making that choice, and I want to incentivise people coming on safe and legal routes instead. And if he would actually read the asylum policy statement, he would know it's the policy position of this government to provide more safe and legal routes. Once he's done more reading, I'll be happy to answer more of his questions.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do remember when the Prime Minister pledged an immigration system based upon compassion and dignity. Yet now, and it needs to be said, we've got an immigration minister tweeting deport, deport, deport. And now this policy announcement, which I'm afraid scrapes the bottom of the barrel. If we're being frank, isn't this just a desperate attempt to triangulate with reform? And like some of the other terrible policy errors that have been made in recent months, isn't it not only morally wrong, but another policy which is set to push away Labour voters? Why not recognise that now than in a few months and make a U-turn?
I'm Secretary.
I would really caution my honourable friend not to defend a broken status quo. He should also know that it is foreign national offenders that are deported from this country, and I would hope he could agree that foreign national offenders should be deported from this country. We should not be keeping convicted criminals in our nation a day longer than is absolutely necessary. And I just say to him, the thing that's morally wrong is knowing that you have a broken system and then pretending either that it's not broken or defending a broken status quo. I will never tolerate that. And I have to say to him, as I've said to other members opposite today as well, I do not care for what other parties are saying on these matters or what other politicians have to say either. I have thought first and foremost of my moral responsibility to the people of this country as I fulfil my duty as Home Secretary. I have a series of reforms here that are underpinned by the values of the Labour Party and the values of the British people. They are fairness and they are contribution. I hope he will reflect on that as he reads up on the detail of these reforms.
Ben Oxojecti.
Mr. Speaker, in February, during the Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill, I raised the issue of the generous financial and accommodation package advertised on the government's own website, Asylum Support What You'll Get, which outlines the provision of an Aspen card with £49.18 of cash loaded onto it each week, on top of free accommodation, even if you've been refused asylum. Cards that are able to be used for gambling and have been over 6,000 times, according to an FOI. In May, I raised it again when I asked the previous Home Secretary what she planned to do to address the pull factor of this free cash and free home. So can this Home Secretary now commit to my previous calls that these pull factors must be mitigated to be a deterrent, and will those on Section 4 or Section 95 support have the benefit withdrawn under these measures?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would urge him to look at the detail of the asylum policy statement, the whole point of which is to deal with the pull factors that we know are drawing people to get on a dangerous boat and cross the channel illegally. The upshot of the reforms is to deal with those pull factors, and you will know that within the asylum policy statement we have said that it is a relatively small number, it's just under 10%, but just under 10% of those in asylum accommodation already do have the right to work, and in future we will expect them, where they have the right to work, to work.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary is arguing that what will heal this divided nation is to get somebody who we have agreed is a refugee with a well-founded fear of persecution to feel a permanent sense of limbo, because they will never be able to plan for the long term for them or their family, because their status will always be uncertain, because they could still face deportation. Her consultation document, which I have read, talks about using enforced return for families. Last year alone, 10,000 children, many of whom are with their families, were granted refugee status in this country. I know she plans to consult, but given this does involve children, Can she be clear with us whether she intends to incarcerate children with their families as part of enforced return, or whether she intends to separate children from their mums and dads as part of this policy, and how we will continue to uphold the UN Rights of the Child Convention returns of education?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would encourage my honourable friend to look at the detail of the asylum policy statement on our intentions in relation to the protection, work and study route, which in future will be the route by which refugees can contribute and earn their way to settlement in this country. And of course, it is the express intention of this policy statement to disincentivise people coming through dangerous channel crossings and to incentivise and to push people towards what will, over time, become more generous, safe and legal routes of entry into this country with more privileged status when it comes to the earning of permanent settlement. Let me say to her on failed asylum-seeking families, because I think that is the important context that was missing from her question. There are 700 Albanian families at the moment who have made asylum claims. Those asylum claims have failed, and the only reason they've not been removed from the country is because of the policies around not removing families, that is to say parents with their children. We are not going to separate parents and their children, but we are going to consult on the removal of support and how we effectively and safely ensure that those individuals are returned. But we will of course want to see most of those people return voluntarily instead.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Stoking fear and division through the kind of performative cruelty trailed over the media this weekend has consequences. We saw that in Caerphilly last month, where Reform UK spread information. Ukrainians spoke of intimidation. So when she speaks of unity, surely the lesson from Caerphilly is that imitating Reform doesn't create unity, doesn't win trust, but standing firm on values does.
Here, here.
I'm sorry, that's just unserious from the Honourable Lady. I'm sorry to find that the Reform Party is living rent-free in so many people's heads. I can assure you it's living nowhere near mine. These policy proposals are designed to fix what we all know to be true, which is we have a broken system. It is driving division across our country. I see that in my own constituency. I hope she's not suggesting that the evidence of my own eyes and my own experience in my own constituency, where over 70% of those people are not white, and most of them have a migration story just like my own. These are matters of great interest across our country, across every type of community in our country, and it is incumbent on any government that wants to make sure that we can run a decent system and not fuel division in our country to pursue the sorts of reforms that we are talking about today, underpinned by what I would have hoped were values that her party could have signed up to as well, and that is to say fairness and contribution.
Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank and support the Home Secretary for her statement today. This is long overdue reform of the system, such as reforming safe and legal routes, cracking down on illegal working, and also against those abusing the asylum seeking and immigration system, yet maintains support for those that need our support, such as those fleeing war in Ukraine and others that come here legally. It is about fairness. Can the Home Secretary detail when these reforms will be in place so that residents can see the outcomes of these actions?
Thank my honourable friend for her question. We will pursue the consultation, the measures that require consultation as quickly as possible, and there will be legislation in the coming months, and certainly in the second session, which we will seek to offer, obviously subject to the agreement of the House, pass as quickly as possible.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary's asylum plans still have a gaping hole in the middle of them, in that she doesn't know what to do with failed asylum seekers who can't be returned home. Her statement today says that she's exploring possibilities with third countries. Can I suggest she swallows her pride and speaks to a third country we know is willing, Rwanda?
Home Secretary.
Look, I do say to members opposite, they are going to have to ditch their addiction to Rwanda. It didn't work, and nobody in the country supported it. We are, as he well knows, and as members opposite well know, when you are negotiating with other countries about possible agreements, the one thing you do not do is publicise them before an agreement is reached.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
The Home Secretary is aware that in absence of safe legal routes, the law forces the situation where a refugee has to set foot on UK soil to seek asylum, which has led to dangerous journeys and no checks or vetting taking place. Now, the Secretary's referenced sponsorship as the primary safe route. Could she clarify whether this is capable of being applied for from outside the UK? And what consideration has she made of recommendations by Safe Passage to implement a visa refugee scheme so that applications can be done from outside the UK, cases assessed, vetted and decided upon before a refugee embarks on a dangerous journey here?
Home Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. The whole purpose of the new safe and legal routes is that those individuals are accepted as refugees before they enter into the United Kingdom. The point of that being is that they never then pay thousands of pounds to illegal smugglers along any sort of route that they might travel on. So it is in fact exactly as she says, you want to accept people as refugees before they set foot on UK soil, and then once they are here on that safe and legal route, they will access permanent settlement more quickly than any other route in this country. And it is a good thing that the government is seeking to incentivise people to come through safe and legal routes and not pay thousands and thousands of pounds to criminals along the way.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was a genuinely good statement as far as it went, from which we learnt that countries could be determined to be safe at some point in the future and refugees from them returned home. Can the Home Secretary say what her criteria for safety would be? Which countries does she have in her sights? Would it, for example, include a Council of Europe and NATO member, ECHR signatory and EU candidate Turkey?
Home Secretary.
Look, I'm not going to provide a running commentary on countries. He will know that, of course, I referenced Syria specifically in my speech earlier to the House. That is because the basis on which many thousands of Syrians were making the claims related to the regime that was in place before, during the conflict, which has now fallen, and there is a new regime. We have already made a small number of voluntary returns to Syria. Other countries are exploring enforced returns to Syria, given the change in circumstances there. We will, of course, look at the same as well. We will, in the normal run of things, when it comes to considering whether a country is safe for a person or not, keep those matters under review, as I know he would expect us to do.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, we have a broken system, but does the Home Secretary really believe that having to flee violence, war and persecution means you have won a golden ticket if you are lucky enough to get refugee status here? Does she understand that such rhetoric is deeply offensive and feeds division? Does she accept shutting down routes for settlement will damage integration in our communities and will only strengthen reform, not beat them? And wouldn't a better way of measuring contribution be allowing people to work and pay taxes?
Well, Secretary.
Well, I would gently point out to her that we have a large number of failed asylum seekers, that is to say people whose claims have not succeeded and who do not have the right to be in this country still here, despite their home country being safe. Many of the people who claim asylum in this country have passed through multiple safe countries across Europe before they end up in the north of France. And we've seen claims go down in Europe and increase here in the UK. And I would just encourage her to remember that we are opening safe and legal routes. The whole point of these reforms is to disincentivise the journeys that lead to criminals earning a lot of money and people being in the north of France, and to move to a system where we have safe legal routes. We've accepted people as refugees before they set foot on UK soil, so that when they come here they can earn and contribute and be fully integrated through models like community sponsorship, which we know work.
Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Home Secretary for sharing her experiences earlier and thoroughly condemn that sort of behaviour she described against her. It's unacceptable in any case. The Secretary of State has described rapid decisions on appeals. Does she also believe, as I do, that rapid decision-making on the initial application of asylum seekers should be promoted and highlighted? And would she consider putting a timed target, a timescale target, for decision in a matter of weeks and not years in place with her department? And her remarks on Ukrainian guests over the weekend. She described them going home when peace broke out. May I remind her that peace will not mean safety? Please can she assure the House that a more considered and considerate response may be found? And will she meet with me and Ukrainian guests to resolve that issue?
Well, let me just say to him on Ukraine, a point that I think was not understood fully by those that were questioning me at the weekend. It is a bespoke scheme created only for Ukrainians with its own rules. It's not subject to what we have set out in the asylum policy statement, because he will know, as is the position in relation to our discussions with the Ukrainian government, these individuals are welcome in our country so that we can keep them safe. They're not classed as refugees because they're here temporarily on that scheme. We will always uphold our obligations under that scheme. We supported it in opposition as well. He is right on the point about rapid decisions. It's important that decisions made at first instance, but also through an appeals process, are of high quality. That is one of the ways that we have to make sure that they don't get constantly appealed. But our current system means that even though we've made huge progress on decreasing the backlog on initial decisions, the appeals backlog has grown. And over time, as people sit in the appeals queue, more rights are accrued, and unlike any other type of legal order in this country, the order to leave this country being not complied with still allows people to accrue more rights in the interim. We do not run a good and effective appeal system at the moment. It's why we're going to create a new one, but I can assure him that at its heart will be early legal advice, truly independent adjudicators making the decisions, but doing so in a way that allows them to fast-track claims that have a low chance of success, make sure that the right decision is made quickly, one claim, one appeal, with a certain outcome at the end, not subject to years and years of a merry-go-round around the courts.
And before I call the next member, can I just ask, make a plea that we keep questions and answers concise? Luke Akehurst.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wholeheartedly welcome the measures which I believe will tackle a failure by the previous government to maintain one of the most basic fundamental functions of government, control of our borders. My constituents in North Durham are worried and they're angry about the proliferation of HMOs to house asylum seekers locally in towns and villages which already have significant social and economic problems. Will these measures lead to lower demand from the Home Office for this type of housing for asylum seekers and the return of these HMOs over time to use as family homes for local people who need affordable housing?
Home Secretary.
Well, I can say that the totality of the reforms we believe will lead to less pressure on accommodation. So I think the short answer to his question on HMOs is yes, but I do recognise the problems that he notes, because HMOs are a big problem in my own constituency too.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I really do thank the Home Secretary for her statement. Broadly, this is a tiny step in the right direction, but does not go far enough. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to truly show the Home Secretary is listening to the British people, does she agree with me that if you enter this country illegally, you should never be allowed to stay?
Secretary.
We will always abide by our obligations under the Refugee Convention, and we do believe in offering sanctuary, but we make no apology for the fact that those who enter illegally by crossing through the Channel will have a longer path to settlement. We are deliberately incentivising other safe and legal routes into the country to show that that is the proper way to seek sanctuary in this country, not pay criminals a lot of money and put your own life at risk.
John MacDonald.
When we introduce new legislation and new procedures, it's important we can calculate the implications and where it could lead us to. Like my old friend for Vauxhall, I work with, and have done for decades to be frank, with asylum families, and in particular the children. And what I find is the children are extremely traumatised, and what we try to do to them is give them security and peace of mind for the family. Now what will happen is every 13 months that security could be undermined and they could face the removal. Could I ask my right honourable friend whether or not she's consulted the Children's Commissioner, or education psychologist or others about the implications of what she's saying today? And the other issue as well is that in the past she's mentioned forced removal of families. I just remind my colleagues, in the past that was happening and the families were often detained in Harmondsworth Detention Centre. I used to visit the children. That was one of the most distressing experiences I've had as an MP. Could you give me the assurance that no child will be placed in detention as a result of this policy change?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me tell him, firstly, there will be a full equality impact assessment for all of these measures in the usual way. And as the consultations take place and as the legislation is drafted and then debated in this House, I'm sure all of the individuals that he has said, has mentioned, will have their say. I would expect them to as well. I would just gently remind him that when we're talking about the asylum system today, we're not just talking about those who arrive illegally on small boats. We're also talking about people who arrive on visitor visas, on student visas and on work visas, who the minute those visas come to an end immediately claim asylum. We know that the relative generosity of that route, the effective automatic permanent settlement after 5 years, is one of the things that attracts that behaviour. It is right that we clamp down on that and disincentivise people trying to stay in this country in that way, and instead incentivise people who will come through safe and legal routes. As I say to him, as we get order and control in the system, the safe and legal routes will start relatively modest, but I do anticipate them growing more generous and growing over time, because this country is fundamentally open, tolerant and generous.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the honest and realistic assessment which the Secretary of State has made today in relation to the broken asylum system and also the division which immigration is causing across the United Kingdom. She has been innovative in some of the proposals which she has made, but only time will tell whether the potential loopholes will undermine the honourable objective which she has set, namely to cut back on illegal immigration. In my view, the only way of doing that is to make sure that people who enter this country breaking the law get returned immediately. But on the issue of the ECHR and its the expanded interpretation, can she give us an assurance that whatever changes she makes in that will apply fully to Northern Ireland, where unfortunately the previous government embedded the ECHR in the Windsor framework and has proven already to be a means of undermining immigration policy?
Well, I can assure him that the Minister for Immigration has met with his counterparts in the devolved administrations, and we will keep all of those conversations going, because this is a reserved matter rather than a devolved one. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say, in case the microphone did not pick up my answer to my honourable friend on the detention of children, I can give him that assurance that he sought in his question.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do urge caution. We're in this predicament because the very people who championed Brexit failed to warn of the consequences of leaving the Dublin Agreement. Since the EU has moved on and will introduce its asylum and migration management regulations next summer. Instead of creating insecurity, what discussions has the Home Secretary had with the EU as to how we can explore how we work with the regulations to protect our human rights and responsibilities through this progressive and pragmatic approach?
Home Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. Countries across Europe are tightening up their rules, and it is important that we do not become or remain an outlier. And in fact, it is a regular complaint of many of our counterparts in Europe that at least 30% of those who travel across Europe are seeking ultimately to come here to the United Kingdom. It is something that has come up in all of the conversations I've had with multiple counterparts across Europe, and it is one of the reasons why we have to make sure that we can have a system that works and that we get our own house in order.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A constituent wrote to me asking whether I could get a wriggle on with his EUSS application. We checked out with the Home Office, and it turns out that he was subject to a live deportation order. In fact, it was issued in 2017, and we did deport him. Somehow he got back into the country and made his application. I said to the Home Secretary's predecessor that if she was prepared to, with a stroke of her pen, reenact that deportation order, I was prepared to drive him to the airport myself. Now that we've got a Home Secretary that's going to get a grip of this situation, I offer the same thing again.
Home Secretary.
Get a bus.
Well, I look forward to welcoming his application to join immigration enforcement. If he wants to write to me about that specific example, I will look into it. I know that the systems at the Home Office need a lot of tightening up. It is work that actually my predecessor started when she brought in a new permanent secretary into the department to make the necessary changes, and it is the work that I will continue.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with my right honourable friend that this system is absolutely smashed to smithereens. It's smashed to smithereens because of 14 years of destruction from the benches opposite. But of course we all want to see the control of our borders. We want to stop the boats. We want to see better, safer, legal routes. But I appeal to my right honourable friends and honourable friends on the front bench. When the opposition parties, the Tories, Reform UK, not to mention that odious racist Chancellor, bankrolled by the world's wealthiest man, are championing our policies, is it not time to question whether we're actually in the right place?
I have a lot of time and high regard for my honourable friend, and what I would say to him is he shouldn't allow mischief making by those that he names to throw him or our party off course. I hope that he will have heard the support from our own backbenches today, from members of Parliament who can see that these are changes that are necessary to fix the very broken system that he agrees that we have. And I would just ask for people, please don't keep repeating the name of a man who doesn't even think I'm English. I find that very offensive, and I would just ask everyone to refrain from doing so. We don't need to do that, and we do not need to go there. Don't fall for the mischief that others are making here. We know there is a broken system. It is our solemn responsibility as a Labour Party and as a Labour government to get on with fixing it.
Charlotte Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree the asylum system is broken, and I welcome the commitment to safe and legal routes for people to seek asylum. But there is much in this bill that I think is cruel, impractical and won't work. I pick out one example, is making people have reviews every 2.5 years for 20 years. Yeah. It's cruel because those people are not going to be able to get a sense of security and safety. It's counterproductive because those people are going to struggle to get good quality, secure, high-paid jobs and contribute to our society, and it won't work. We already know that the Home Office can't cope with what it's currently having to do. My casework is full of people whose papers, when they're trying for immigration status, their papers get lost. The digital right-to-work system doesn't work properly. We've got a backlog in the asylum claim. How are you going to make this work?
Secretary.
I'm making changes that I will ensure will work. Let me assure her of that. And secondly, what I would say to her is I make no apology for disincentivising routes into this country which basically make people smugglers very, very rich men and fuel other disgusting crimes across Europe and in this country as well. It is right that we reserve a privileged status for those who get into work and education, as refugees on core protection will be able to do, and also those who come via safe and legal routes. That should be the proper way that people come into this country. It has better integration outcomes as well.
Nadia Whittam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, the Home Secretary advised that I wait for the detail of the reforms before criticising them. Well, now the detail's out, and I'm afraid it doesn't reassure me in the slightest. It's hard to know where to begin when so much of what has been announced flies in the face of decency and compassion, but I'll focus on family reunion. Limiting access to family reunion for refugees will force children and spouses into the hands of the very people smugglers that the Home Secretary is seeking to smash. It will push them into unsafe dinghies, risking their lives. Would she be comfortable with this?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would urge her to look at the proposals on protection, work and study, and also on safe and legal routes. It is right that we try to pivot to a more humane system that privileges those who come not via paying people smugglers a lot of money. And on family reunification, let me just say to her this. British citizens at the moment have to meet thresholds and various qualifying tests before they can apply for family reunion. I think it is right that we bring the position in relation to refugees through the protection, work and study route to the same level.
And before I call the next member, members will have seen how many people are on their feet, and I will be needing to finish this statement by 8 o'clock. So please bear that in mind if I want to get everybody in, which I do. Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome a sizable amount of what the Home Secretary has said today and is trying to do. Earlier this year, the Immigration Asylum Chamber of the Upper Tribunal, in the case of IX, reiterated the established administrative law requirements that government decision-making in asylum cases be proportionate and reasonable, and not expose individuals to prolonged or indefinite uncertainty. What the Home Office used to criticise under the Tories, in fact, as a lengthy limbo period. So can the Home Secretary clarify how her proposal to require a 20-year period before someone granted asylum may obtain a permanent right to remain complies with these fundamental principles?
Home Secretary.
I do believe it does comply with those principles. At the moment, at the end of the 5 years, there is already supposed to be a safe country review. We will bring that forward and we will make the safe country review a real thing. But as I've said to him and other members, we will also create alongside the core protection route, the protection work and study route as well, because we want to encourage people to make a contribution to this country.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a previous life, I was a 999 call taker with the ambulance service and had the awful experience of answering a call to a distraught family desperate for help. But I couldn't help them. I couldn't help them save their loved one. And why? Because they couldn't understand the life-saving instructions which I was trying to give them over the phone due to the language barrier. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that there is nothing progressive about defending a status quo where vulnerable people are unable to access emergency services due to an inability to speak our language?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I endorse every word that she just said.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Common Travel Area allows movement across the UK, Northern Ireland and to the Republic of Ireland. It's been reported in the Irish media that a UK Home Office official briefed the Irish Department of Justice last Thursday in regards to what the Home Secretary was bringing forward. Can I ask her, what's the Irish Government's response to her proposals?
Home Secretary.
I'm afraid I don't recognise the briefing that he refers to.
Clive Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can recall a predecessor of my right honourable friend who described the Home Office as not being fit for purpose, and I've never known a time when there wasn't a backlog of cases with the Home Office. And this set of proposals is going to require people's cases to be reviewed every 30 months. Is that a realistic aim? And is she clear that she can make the Home Office fit for the purpose she set out today?
Home Secretary.
Well, we're already supposed to do safe country reviews and we will ensure that they are done every 2.5 years. We will also ensure that wherever possible, refugees move into the protection, work and study route instead. And I just say to him, I recognise the phrase not fit for purpose. I've been very clear that I don't think the Home Office is fit for purpose yet. There is new management at the Home Office. They're getting on with making the changes that are necessary, and I will ensure it is both fit for purpose and able to enact the reforms that I've set out today.
Lara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sivanandan warned, and I quote, "What Enoch Powell says today, the Conservatives say tomorrow, and Labour legislates the day after. Seizing valuables belonging to asylum seekers, making refugees wait 20 years before they can apply to settle permanently, and deporting entire families, including children, who have built new lives here because their country of origin is deemed safe. These measures are straight out of the fascist playbook." The Home Secretary has described herself as a child of immigrants, so I ask her, is she proud to introduce measures that punish and persecute desperate and vulnerable people seeking sanctuary? And how does it feel to kick away the ladder and be praised by fascist Tommy Robinson? And I must add, he has a...
Order, Home Secretary. Home Secretary. Order, order, Home Secretary.
I'm just going to clarify a point of fact. She said I described myself as a child of immigrants. It's not a description, it's just a statement of fact. And everything else she said is beneath contempt.
Madam Deputy Speaker, migrants make immeasurable contribution to our communities. In Manchester, Russian, Wendy, who has Jamaican heritage, is a community health champion. Najma from Somalia leads local initiatives to tackle knife crime. And Hafsa grew up in the Middle East and leads nature improvements projects. So does my right honourable friend agree that the language we use to talk about immigration must reflect the important role immigrants play in the functioning of our nation?
Home Secretary.
I absolutely agree about the contribution that migrants and refugees make to our country, and it is precisely the reason that I'm making these reforms, because I can see a broken system that is creating deep division across our country, and I think it is important we not only fix this system but make sure that we retain public consent for having an asylum system at all.
Jim Allister.
At an earlier point in this debate, the Home Secretary said that nothing matters more to her than holding our own country together. Does she therefore accept that to succeed, her reforms must operate equally across the whole United Kingdom, including her adjustments to Article 8 of the European Convention? And if so, how is that application to be secured in Northern Ireland, given the impeding effect of Article 2 of the Windsor Framework? How is that going to be achieved?
Secretary.
All of the measures in the asylum policy statement are compliant with the Windsor Framework.
Anna Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Deporting families after they've resettled here because their country is deemed safe is simply wrong. Could the Home Secretary tell us how the government determines what a safe country is, and will she publish the criteria? And given that she mentioned the DRC earlier, is she really saying it is a safe country over there? And will she also publish all existing returns agreements so that members of this House and indeed the British public can properly scrutinise them? I have done the reading and it's not in the detail.
Home Secretary.
Well, we already do safe country reviews, so we would seek to continue that. They are publicly available in terms of our position on different countries, and in fact mostly pass through secondary legislation in this House. I make no apology for a system that will privilege in the future those who come to this country through a safe and legal route rather than those who pay people smugglers thousands of pounds and end up in the north of France instead. And the point on visa sanctions is related to the fact that many countries do not comply with us when we seek to return people lawfully to their own countries, and this is just one of the tools that we have at our disposal to have compliance with those countries so that they do take their own people back.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the UK's historical and ongoing involvement in unlawful military interventions alongside allies such as the United States and Israel, how does the Home Secretary assess the correlation between these foreign policy actions and wars and the displacement of populations resulting in increased numbers of refugees and asylum seekers arriving in the UK? And what steps will her government make toward proactive peace-building initiatives and the restoration of overseas humanitarian aid, which could address the root causes of displacement and reduce the long-term pressures on our asylum system?
Secretary.
Well, the government always plays its full part in peace processes wherever we can. We put our shoulder to the wheel on the delicate and diplomatic efforts that are required to bring conflicts to an end. But that is not actually what is relevant for what we're discussing today. We have a broken system today. We have thousands of people stuck in the system today, and we have thousands of people coming on boats through the north of France through reasons that are nothing to do with the British government, but we still fulfil our international obligations, and we will do so going forward as well. But I make no apology for wanting to move to a system where we incentivise safe and legal routes instead.
Colette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the government that we desperately need to tackle the issue of illegal migration. I hear this at the doors and see it in my mail each week in Birmingham, Erdington. Can the Home Secretary tell us how, after these proposed changes come into force, how quickly will the government ensure that safe legal routes are in place, because this will be the key to stopping the boats? And also, how will the government deal with the issue of those that have claimed that they are minors, but they're clearly not, and that is another massive issue. Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. We are moving to a system of age verification based on AI modelling, which we believe is effective in actually being able to verify someone's true age. So we are moving on that. And let me assure her, we will move to legislate on these, consult and then legislate on these measures as quickly as possible. I am seized of the need to move quickly to restore public confidence. And as we get order and control into the system, we will start opening up the safe and legal routes. They will be modest to begin with, but they will grow and be more generous over time as we restore order and control.
Sarah Poetry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Daresbury Asylum Hotel in Runcorn has been emptied thanks to my by-election campaign. But what assurances can the Secretary of State give my constituents of Runcorn and Housekeeping that the many HMOs in Runcorn will be emptied of illegal migrants and criminals under her government, and that they will be deported without delay, never to be allowed legal entry into the UK?
Well, it is this government that is exiting hotels and will do so. It's a manifesto commitment that we will do so by the end of the Parliament, and I intend to bring that forward as much as possible. And let me say to her, we will always fulfil our international obligations, but I make no mistake for wanting to privilege safe and legal routes rather than illegal entry into the country.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every single day I campaigned in South Derbyshire whilst a candidate and since becoming an MP last July. Immigration has been the #1 issue dividing my communities. They have either been pushed to apathy, and we're talking about Labour voters here, or they've been pushed towards reform. I cannot thank her enough for today's statement, because finally at last my constituents feel heard. But my question to her is, how frequently can they expect an update so that they can see that these promises being made today will result in delivery sooner rather than later?
Secretary.
Well, I thank her for her comments and her question. Let me assure her that I know that the way to build public confidence in the new system is not just to announce the reforms here, but to get on with legislating and then implementing those reforms so that her constituents, my constituents and people all across the country can see the impact and can see that we can fix this system and that the public confidence in having an asylum system at all can be retained.
Adnan Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Stripping people of the very few belongings they have left after fleeing war and persecution runs contrary to the very principle of asylum, a principle rooted in protection and compassion. So I ask the Home Secretary, how do such measures help address the real root causes of displacement and the refugee crisis, war, destabilisation, persecution and dangerous crossings?
Secretary.
Well, I shouldn't be surprised to see the honourable gentleman indulging in misinformation here. Let me tell him the example I used in my speech. Somebody who has access to £800 a month from their family, has enough money to acquire an Audi and is not expected to contribute to the cost of his asylum support at all. I think it is right that we change that. British citizens have to have give account of the assets they have before they access benefit support. I don't think that these individuals should be in a privileged position if they have access or have assets of high value. I've made it very clear when this is not about taking jewellery off people or their wedding rings and so on at the border. That will never happen, but it is right that those who have assets are asked to contribute to the cost of their asylum accommodation.
Abtisam Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the previous government, we have had hostile policy after hostile policy, from the go-home bans to Windrush scandal to Rwanda, all of which failed to deter dangerous crossings or fix the asylum system. What is dividing communities is the constant anti-refugee rhetoric pumped into our politics, which has resulted in the vile racism that the Home Secretary has been subjected to, vile racism that I have been subjected to, vile racism that my mother has been subjected to. Let's be clear, there are some people who will never be appeased, who will constantly stir hatred in our communities. The new proposals of forcing refugees to reapply every 2 years just adds huge cost and pressure to an already overstretched system. Has the Home Secretary assessed the cost to the Home Office of processing thousands of repeated applications, an area of law in which I used to practice in, and how will this impact on an already overstretched system facing huge backlogs?
Secretary.
Well, let me tell her, what I think is dividing our country and communities all over our country is an unfair, out-of-control system that's putting pressure on communities across the whole of the nation, and it is incumbent on me as a Home Secretary and on this government to fix that system and to retain public consent for having an asylum system at all. And it is also my job to make sure that we have the administration capacity and the funding to enact these reforms, which we will.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. If you look at a heat map of where asylum dispersals take place, it tends to be in the city London and then the towns and the cities of the Midlands and the North West that least have the resources to help them. And thankfully, in Stoke-on-Trent, we've got organisations like our CAB and ASHA who are doing what they can. So can I ask the Secretary of State, when she is looking at this policy in the round, as she will do, can she look at that dispersal mechanism to make sure that everyone is taking the support that they should do? And could I also go on the point around the national referral mechanism for modern slavery? It is one of the most difficult pieces to access if you are somebody who has been trafficked into this country. You need to be put in by a national first responder through a third party. Can she set out a little bit about what her changes are going to be and give an assurance that those national first responders won't be removed from that process, because they do a very good job in vetting people before they get access?
I thank my friend for his two questions. Let me assure him that we already run a dispersal model which is designed to ensure that the burden is spread out across the country, and we will carry on doing so. And on modern slavery legislation, we've already consulted. That consultation has closed, and I will be looking carefully at the responses that we have. This is a very well-intentioned, much-needed piece of legislation. I do believe that it's important that we crack down on modern slavery in our country, but it is being used to frustrate legitimate removal of people from this country. I saw that just within the first few days as Home Secretary, where I had to change policy very quickly to prevent people thwarting their referral, their removal to France under the one-in, one-out deal. That is what I have in mind, and those are the changes that we will make.
Colin Naismith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement today and for taking the bold action necessary to tackle the chaos and lack of control that we inherited in our asylum system. But does she agree with me that these changes are as much about incentivising the right behaviour by creating those capped legal routes to asylum as they are about taking tough action to break the status quo, which sees thousands of people crossing the Channel in a dangerous, uncontrolled and unfair way?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I endorse every word that he just said.
Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What measures is the Home Secretary taking to dismantle the criminal gangs exploiting both legitimate and illegitimate businesses to facilitate illegal channel crossings, and can she make details of regulation action that's being taken to prevent the use of assets such as shops on our high streets and the supply of life jackets, boats and other components needed in the dangerous crossings by illegal immigrants and by criminal gangs?
Home Secretary.
I can assure her that we are engaging in intense law enforcement work, both through the National Crime Agency and working collaboratively with our partners in Europe, especially in France. There have already been 350 disruptions of organised immigration crime activity. We've confiscated numerous small boats ourselves, and again working with our European partners to do so. The sum total of all of those efforts has prevented 20,000 illegal crossings across the Channel already. We will grow this work. We know it is a very important part of the picture for how we deal with the problem of small boats.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about fairness. My constituents across Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove are good, kind and compassionate people. We've got a proud tradition of supporting those who need our help the most, yet they know, like we all do, that the current immigration system is broken. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that, unlike the previous government, who were more concerned about campaigning on the matter, we must take action to bring back that fundamental value, our British value of fairness, so that we can resolve those issues at our borders?
Again, I agree with every word my colleague and my honourable friend has just said. Fairness and contribution, they are Labour values, they're British values, and they underpin the totality of these reforms.
David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, and particularly for the commitment to new, safe, legal routes. There's been a lot of talk of morality in this discussion, and there absolutely should be. It's too important to get it wrong. So does she agree with me that tolerating a system where men, women and children are encouraged onto flimsy rubber boats to risk their lives in the English Channel when they are already safe where they are is not a moral choice?
He's absolutely right. Fixing this broken system is a moral mission for me, because I believe we cannot look the other way and pretend that it's just talking points from our political enemies that are driving division in our country. The broken system is what is driving division in our country. I am determined to put that right, to make sure we can divide our country, but also retain public consent for having an asylum system to begin with.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement to control our borders, which I know will be welcomed by the majority of constituents across Bexley and Crayford. Now, in recent months, we've seen both our police and enforcement officers, particularly in Crayford, carry out raids and work to arrest people working illegally here. So can I ask the Home Secretary to set how the measures announced today will continue to tackle that work around people working here illegally?
Cracking down on illegal working is absolutely crucial to all of these reforms, and to make sure that we can retain public consent for not just our asylum system, but for our legal migration system as well. We've already seen a record number of raids, over 11,000 since this government took office, leading to 8,000 arrests and over 1,000 removals of those with no right to be in this country. We will build on all of that work.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Warrington has one of the largest communities of Hong Kongers in the country, many of whom I met with over this weekend, where they reiterated their profound concern that the BNO 5+1 scheme is at risk as a result of the government's wider agenda on tackling issues in the asylum and immigration system. Will the Home Secretary give a clear commitment to Hong Kongers that the UK is their home, that the British state will keep its promise to BNOs and Hong Konger refugees, and that the 5+1 scheme is safe?
We are committed and have always supported the repatriation of Hong Kongers. The consultation on earned settlement will be announced to this House very shortly, later this week, I believe, and I look forward to discussing that in detail with her then.
Kat Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a delegate to the Council of Europe, I will always defend the ECHR and its institution and treaties, and that's why it's important to talk about it in the correct context. In the last 45 years, the Strasbourg Court has ruled against the UK on immigration law rules only 3 times, and in the latest year, for which figures are available, the number of successful human rights-based appeals represented 0.73% of all sentenced foreign national offenders. And the last time Article 8 successfully applied to block deportation was in 2020. So why does the Home Secretary believe that Article 3 and Article 8 of the ECHR are blocking the UK from controlling its borders when the data simply does not back that up?
I don't think that the data relating to the Strasbourg Court is necessarily reflective of what we're seeing in our own courts here at home. It is clear to us that the application of Article 8, which I know she knows is a qualified right, and it is absolutely appropriate for governments to dictate how that right is applied in their individual countries, and we will do so by bringing forward second session legislation. We think that there is a case for reform of Article 8, and there is absolutely a case for continuing the discussions with European partners at the Council of Europe on Article 3, because we are not the only country that is seeing the expansion of Article 3 have implications for the deportation, in particular, of foreign national offenders. The case for reform, we think, is strong. We have the right solutions, but we are signatories to the ECHR, and we will always be so under this government.
Liam Conlon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement? And I was really proud of how my Beckenham and Penge constituency came together to welcome Ukrainian families after the conflict there through schemes such as Homes for Ukraine. I'm pleased the government has announced today to expand safe and legal routes like this, recognising the UK's responsibility and desire to support those in need and removing the need for refugees to make dangerous journeys. Can the Home Secretary set out how quickly we can expect these safe and legal routes to start operating?
Well, I would hope we can move very quickly indeed. As I've said, though, we will do so as we restore order and control to the broken system that we have at the moment. The safe and legal routes will, being candid with the House, begin modest to start with, but will grow over time. As we restore order and control to the current system, we will see those routes grow over time, and we will work with partners from across the philanthropy sector, the UN Refugee Agency, other stakeholders as well, as we design the new community sponsorship models, which will in the future bear the load of helping to bring refugees into this country and to settle them and to ultimately integrate them successfully into this country.
Tony Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my register of interest. I acknowledge the gargantuan task the Home Secretary has to regain public confidence in our asylum system. We must ensure that, as well as fairness and contribution, that compassion is also reflected in our asylum system, which is also a quintessentially British value and is reflected in the work of charities like Napier Friends in my constituency who support those staying at Napier Barracks. My question is about the appeal reforms in relation to professionally trained adjudicators. What is the rationale for this when we already have a specialist judiciary with expertise to decide these cases? And what is it about the adjudicator model that will mean they are in a better position to decide these cases than under the current system?
Well, firstly, he does mention compassion, and I would say to him that the compassion of our reforms will be reflected in the safe and legal routes where we will accept refugees into our country through a community sponsorship model, resettle and integrate them successfully. That is what will bear the load of fulfilling our international obligations, and I know our people across our country will be proud to do so, because compassion is, he is right, a fundamental value of all of our people, but so is fairness and contribution, and taken together, these reforms, I believe, strike the right balance. And what I can say to him on the appeal system is it's completely shot to pieces at the moment. It's riven with backlogs. Even increasing judicial sitting days does not make the difference. I think it's absolutely appropriate that we design a new appeal system, independent, with early legal advice available right at the start, and where it is proper for the government to set the framework for the speed at which cases can be heard, including fast-tracking those claims that have no chance of success or are from countries which have low grant rates in the first place. He will know that listing at the moment within the current system is a matter for the independent judiciary. We would never seek to interfere with that, but with a new appeal system, we as a government will be able to set the framework for the speed at which cases are heard, as well as the provision of legal advice at the start, so we have one claim, one appeal, and certainty at the end of that process.
Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this statement today and can say very clearly to the Home Secretary she will have my complete support in implementing the measures within it and doing whatever it takes to fix our broken asylum system and secure our borders. One of the consequences of this broken system is what can only be described as the targeting of deprived communities like Hartlepool by private companies charged with providing asylum accommodation. We've started to bring the numbers down. Does the Home Secretary agree with me? That process must continue to put fairness back into our system.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We do need to bring fairness back into the system. We need to resolve the problems with supported asylum accommodation as well. Taken together, these reforms and this government's plans on exiting hotels, getting into large sites instead, I believe will relieve the pressure that he sees in his community and across the country as well.
Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I take great pride in our country's track record of offering sanctuary to people fleeing conflict and persecution, and I know Afghans, Syrians, Ukrainians and many others who are now settled here and making great contributions to our economy and society in our hospitals, our schools and our businesses. So I welcome the Home Secretary's commitment to getting the proposed safe and legal routes working urgently. And will she also ensure that the right incentives and support are in place so that people arriving this way can integrate successfully?
I agree with my honourable friend, and as I've already set out, for those who are on core protection, we will seek to encourage people to move into the protection work and study route so that they can start contributing and integrating more effectively into this country. That will get them to a slightly earlier settlement period as well, but the bulk of these reforms will focus on safe and legal routes, which will be the most privileged route to settlement in this country. It is right that that is the case. It is the best way to integrate people into this country. The community sponsorship model is the way forward, and I look forward to working with her and others in the House as we design that and move forward.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. South Norfolk expects to have a robust and compassionate asylum process. I welcome this statement today. One of the aspects that I'm most interested in is the penultimate paragraph on page 28 of the document, which states that the new model will give greater say to communities and support refugees to settle and become self-sufficient. I was wondering if the Home Secretary could expand on what mechanisms would be put in place to make sure that happens.
Well, we will design the new system, taking all of the learnings from the Homes for Ukraine scheme and other models as well. We will work closely with the UN Refugee Agency as well as other international partners, and we will work with philanthropists and community organisations, local councils, universities, businesses and others here in this country. We know that there are people who really want to be able to sponsor refugees and play their part in offering sanctuary to those most in need. People recognise that the current system is broken. As we get to grips with the current broken system, we will be able to increase the number of people that come on safe and legal routes in the medium and long term, and that is the right future and that is the right compassionate answer, and it enables us to fulfil our international obligations as well.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary has outlined common sense measures to ensure that the British public is no longer asked to fund or accommodate foreign national offenders. At the same time, she is right that our country has a proud and long-standing tradition of offering sanctuary to those fleeing persecution. So therefore, can she confirm that the United Kingdom will send no individual back to a place where they may be tortured, killed or persecuted?
We will never send someone back to a country where they will be tortured. We will always abide by our international obligations in that regard, and we believe that the totality of the reforms that I have set out today strike the right balance between making sure that we continue to fulfil our international obligations but have a system for asylum that can retain public support for having an asylum system at all.
Steve Race.
Deputy Speaker, Exeter is a proud city of sanctuary, and we've welcomed communities of Hong Kongers, Ukrainians and Afghans over recent years. So many of my residents will be very pleased and welcome this re-establishment of safe and legal routes for refugees, which were long forgotten by the party opposite. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that safe and legal routes do offer a real sort of element of a system that has control and order in it, and can she set out how the system will be flexible in terms of when geopolitical practices change?
Well, we will always retain the flexibility to respond to particular crises, as we've done in the past, and that we supported even when the last government was in power. We will design these routes alongside international as well as domestic partners as well, to make sure that the community sponsorship model learns all of the best lessons from previous schemes and is absolutely world-class as a system, so that we can play our full part in offering people sanctuary who most need it.
Joseph.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Home Secretary's statement on how the government will make our asylum policy fit for this country. The broken immigration and asylum system under the Conservatives created an unprecedented backlog. This hindered the Home Office's ability to process legitimate cases, including nurses and care workers working in NHS and care homes who are seeking to extend their work visas. How will the Home Secretary ensure that the measures she has announced will be properly enforced so we can restore order to our borders?
Well, I can assure him it will fall to me to make sure that the system we have is capable of implementing all of these reforms. We will consult and legislate as quickly as possible, and it is on me to make sure that the Home Office can handle the work that's coming its way. But I would assure him that getting the administration is a part of the picture, but getting these reforms passed and implemented across the country is the most important thing that we can do.
Speaker, the measures that the Home Secretary has set out to restore order and fairness will be very welcome in Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland, but the overriding sentiment will be a feeling that we will believe it when we see it. I'm afraid trust is so low after years of broken promises, and so what assurances can the Home Secretary give that she will not only talk the talk but also walk the walk as well?
Oh, I can assure him I don't believe in doing anything other than walking the walk. I totally hear what his constituents will tell him. It's what I hear from my own constituents. We will believe it when we see it, because it is a low-trust environment, and over many years, trust in the immigration system overall has been degraded. It's why it's something that is causing such division today. It is on me to make sure that this package of reforms is implemented. It's on me to make sure that the Home Office is able to implement them effectively, and I would say to his constituents and people all over our country, judge us on what we deliver through these reforms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The proposal to raise the threshold for indefinite leave to remain from 5 years to 20 is deeply concerning. At a time when far-right groups exploit fear and spread misinformation, our government should lead with compassion and fairness, not forcing some of the most vulnerable in our society to live in limbo for 2 decades. Will the Minister explain how denying security and rights for 2 decades reflects British values of justice and humanity? And what will access to services look like for people during that time?
Tell my honourable friend not to defend a status quo that sees people spend thousands of pounds paying people smugglers a ton of money to get on a boat and come across the channel through a dangerous crossing that puts their own lives and that of others at risk. I would really urge him not to defend a broken status quo, engage with the detail of these proposals, which reflect a new protection work and study route, which will be open to those who are offered court protection in this country, and that we will open new safe and legal routes as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Home Secretary share my concern that the scrutiny from the benches opposite is somewhat sparse this evening? But on a more serious note, can she reassure my constituents that one of the key outcomes of this statement is that we will finally bring down the taxpayers' bill for asylum accommodation? Time and again, this is a concern raised with me by my constituents, and to reduce that bill will help many feel that there is far greater fairness in our asylum system.
Well, I suspect the lower numbers on the other side are down to the fact there's not that many of them anymore. And what I would also say is he's absolutely right on the cost. Fairness and contribution are the principles that underpin this asylum policy statement. And I hope that as we bring costs down, we can retain public support for the asylum system overall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are quite a few things needing challenged in this statement. First off is that Britain has always been a welcoming, generous and warm place for immigrants and people seeking asylum. There will be many people from an Irish background whose ancestors faced prejudice, as there will be many Jews and Muslims that have been the victims of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And let's not forget about the Windrush scandal. With what we have heard today, I'm afraid the government has surrendered to past discriminations and the vile rhetoric of reform that we hear today. Does the Home Secretary not see that removing the legal obligation to support asylum seekers who would be otherwise destitute is as far away from Labour Party principles and values as we can get?
Again, I would just really urge my honourable friend not to defend a broken status quo and not to defend people who commit crimes and are funded by the British taxpayer while they do so.
Jonathan Hinder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having gangsters control who comes into our country is intolerable. It's not fair, it's not humane, it's not socialist. And my constituents in Pendle and Clitheroe say to me that they just want control. They want the politicians they send to this chamber to make the decisions on who comes into this country, not the gangsters. So can the Home Secretary reassure my constituents that she will not rest until every migrant, refugee or otherwise, comes to this country through a safe and legal route?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is absolutely right. There is nothing humane or socialist or indeed any other group that people might want to put themselves into about paying people smugglers a lot of money to get into a boat in the Channel. It's a dangerous thing to do. It fuels further crime. It is not the way that people should seek to come to this country, and I will not rest until the way that people come to this country to seek refuge, be granted refugee status, is through a safe and legal route instead.
Final question, Amanda.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by fully supporting the Home Secretary's statement today and in getting the balance right. In Ports of North, we've seen how quickly immigration misinformation can spread on our high streets, on local forums and even, Madam Deputy Speaker, forcing businesses to put up signs on developments to say who will be living there. This chaos took hold because the Tories never got a grip, gave up on governing and allowed division to reign across our country. Does the Home Secretary agree that our new enforcement plans and streamlined appeals system are essential not only to enable much-needed action, but also essential to restore trust and give clarity to stop refuelling misinformation division in our communities?
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend, and I endorse every word that she said, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And that concludes the statement. Point of order, Carla Denyer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State accused one of my Green colleagues of hypocrisy when in fact She was objecting to the warehousing of asylum seekers in military barracks, which is a position in line with Greens in the Chamber and, in fact, all major refugee rights organisations. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wonder if the Secretary of State would like to withdraw her grossly misleading remarks and baseless accusation of hypocrisy.
Point of order, Adnan Hussain. I understand that this also relates to remarks made by the Home Secretary.
Intervention, the Home Secretary stated, and I quote, that she shouldn't be surprised to see the honourable gentleman indulging in misinformation in here. Madam Deputy Speaker, I take my responsibilities in this House extremely seriously. I'm confident that every point I raised was made in good faith, based on publicly available information, and was neither misleading nor inaccurate. May I therefore seek your guidance on how a member may respond or have the record clarified when a minister makes such characterisation without providing any evidence, clarification or correction, in particular where it risks implying dishonesty on the part of a member who has had no opportunity to respond further at that moment.
Say in response to him, I'm very happy to say it wasn't misleading, it was just wrong. So I can clarify that for the record. And let me say to the Honourable Lady opposite, I don't think, I think it's a fair point of debate to point out that the Green Party is often indulging in hypocrisy, and I shall look carefully at what her colleague has said in relation to the large military sites. But I would say to her, the Green Party never seem to offer any solution, only commentary that does not work.
And I thank both members for their points of order, and their comments are now on the record. We now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill Committee.
Now. Order. Order.
Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with the question that Clause 1 stand part of the bill, with which it will be convenient to consider all amendments. Clauses stand part, new clauses and the schedule as on the selection and grouping paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill, and I call the Minister, Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to serve under your chairship today and to open this debate on the Committee of the Whole House, the Committee of the Whole House on the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill. Before turning to the detail of the clauses and the amendments in my name, I want to begin by underlining why it is so important that this House sends a clear signal today by progressing this legislation. This bill will, along with subsequent secondary legislation, enable the United Kingdom to implement obligations in the United Nations Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement into UK law and enable us to move towards ratification of this historic agreement. The House may also have seen that the BBNJ agreement was recognised by the Prince of Wales Earthshot Prize Committee last week, which is a testament to the broad support for it. The BBNJ agreement is the culmination of nearly 2 decades of international negotiations. The agreement covers roughly 2/3 of the world's ocean, which is home to ecosystems that regulate our climate, support fisheries, drive weather patterns and sustain the livelihoods of millions around the world. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Minister, and it's such an important subject, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. I've been asked it by those that I represent involved in fishing. Does the Minister not agree that the fact that the Biodiversity Bill and the international treaty implements will affect the fishing industry primarily through the creation of MPAs and the imposition of stricter environmental impact assessments, which means that engagement with our fishing sector is essential. And can the Minister please confirm that the viability of fishing and food security will be a priority for this government? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution, and he will know from conversations we've had previously that we do continue to engage with the fishing industry on all areas of policy, and he will know that in relation to this bill that fishing does fall outside of the scope of this bill, but it is important that we continue to maintain dialogue, as I know he understands is important to the government. I will give way.
I welcome this bill and support this bill, and it is an important step forward, and it's a shame it wasn't passed before the election when it could have been in the wash-up of the last Parliament. In the context of this bill, could she assure us that the government will provide the resources necessary to ensure that the law we're going to enact becomes effective, and that the UN agencies are also sufficiently funded to make sure that it does become an effective piece of protection of the natural world and the oceans that we all rely on?
Yeah. I thank the Right Honourable Member for his contribution, and also to make the point that as he will have seen, and I know he studies the bill closely, that many of the ways in which we're looking to implement what will be our obligations are also in line with a lot of existing obligations, and where we have had discussions with scientists and others involved, it has been, I think, quite important to hear from them that there shouldn't be extra burdens, and we should be looking to how we move forward together. And I think I'll make also this point in relation to his question that when we are able to ratify the agreement, what will be important is that we then are a party to the Conference of Parties and are able to participate in how decisions will be made in the future, and that will also be important for understanding how efficiently and effectively and at lowest additional resource requirements that we can incorporate those decisions into the UK. And I thank him for that contribution. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I welcome this bill for its enhancement of biodiversity and protection of our oceans and our natural world. Could she outline how the bill will also help to unlock innovation in marine science?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. Indeed, I will come on to that in my remarks, but he makes a very good point, and actually what ratifying the agreement will do will also make it easier to have the benefits sharing from research that goes on, and in that way we'll actually be able to share that research more widely in a more efficient way, be able to support innovation by others who may not be able to do that research themselves, but will be able to then look to where there can be innovations based on that research. And that's a very, very important part of the benefits of this bill. If I could continue my remarks, the BBNJ bill, as I said, is the culmination of nearly 2 decades of international negotiations, and the agreement represents a once in a generation step towards moving forwards in ocean governance, ensuring that areas beyond national jurisdiction are managed sustainably, transparently and equitably. And through this bill, the United Kingdom will be able to play its full part in that effort. It will allow our scientists, our companies, our research institutions to participate confidently in the new frameworks on marine genetic resources, to contribute to the frameworks, to contribute to the development of area-based management tools, and to meet international standards on environmental impact assessments in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Now, Royal Assent early next year, subject to time in the House, will place the UK in a strong position to ratify the agreement and to take its seat at the first Conference of the Parties expected to be in the second half of 2026. And it is vital that the UK is at that table. Now, turning now to the structure of the bill. The bill, I will give way very briefly.
Madam Chair, I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way as she speaks about the importance of the UK taking global leadership. So I really welcome this bill today. To complement it, will the Secretary of State show global leadership by announcing a new international task force dedicated specifically to protecting at least 30%